Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, that is John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, Coach Ray Hogue. Ray, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, doing good. Happy Wednesday, hump day. Jay, it's good to have you back. Ray, how you feeling this morning? You ready and raring to go?
Absolutely. Happy Synthetic Tuesday to everyone in the audience.
We got a short work week, 4-day work week with the holiday on Monday, Synthetic Tuesday. So do we consider this a turnaround Tuesday, or was that yesterday? We will see what the markets decide to cook up for the day. Yeah, that was the fast market intro, but that's all right. We're moving fast here. We got markets moving in the overnight session. We got all-time highs in the NASDAQ. The S&P still has not taken out that all-time high. We got gold selling off here, oil selling off as well. We're going to provide some context for all of those markets. But first, we're going to start with a look at gold. Right now, trading 44.6770. Gold did roll over to the August contract on your Topstep X platform. So if your prices, your chart levels look a little bit different, it is because we did officially roll over. Gold right now down 1.47% on the day. We're going to take a look at this 1-minute opening range trade. Gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Take a look at a 1-minute opening range and a 1-minute candle to close outside of that range for confirmation. Oh, great. Take a look at this chart really quick. Are we liking what we're seeing for a potential opening range trade here?
Well, I am, particularly because the adjusted weekly kickoff low for gold for the August contract comes in at 44.53 even. What was our low? 44.54.30. So we've taken a look at it. The market has turned back to the upside. We've got a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. We've been kind of, in a downtrend for a couple of days now, and we're at the lower end of the extreme. We're already seeing buyers ripping into this thing prior to the open. I
Yeah.
did like the long, but we're going to see what side gets us triggered in, and we'll take either way.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Wow, what a spike there. We got NASDAQ continue to push, make all-time highs here. Ray, you like what you're seeing here for an opening range
Yeah,
trade?
I mean, I wish it was there. I wish it was now, but it's ripping to the upside right now. But yeah, I was liking the where we're located, extreme level, right around the 200. For not maybe an opportunity back to the upside, but it looks like it's run away from us a little bit.
We did get some news out. Of course, we are on Headline Watch, Iran State TV. We have a draft of the initial unofficial framework for the MOU with the U.S. So Iran State TV, about a minute ago, we have an official draft of the initial unofficial framework for the MOU with the U.S. U.S. military forces will withdraw from the vicinity of Iran and lift the naval blockade, coming from Iran's State TV, according to the draft of the MOU. Of course, we get news from one side, we need confirmation from the other side, but it does sound like things are going well. Gold is officially open for business, so we can take a look at that opening range trade here. 1-minute opening range, trading in it right now. Let's see, I got a high so far, 44.7750.
It's going to be a crazy one.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, there it is. Peak
right.
above.
Range is established here. I got a high. There we go. It's a longer no trade. 44.7990 high in the micros.
It's gonna be
Military vessels not included in this draft agreement from Iran.
a little costly for us, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Just
it's
get in there.
pretty decent range
Wow.
here, isn't it? 160 ticks if we were to get in now.
Hmm.
So one lot. VWAP looks like a decent target up there.
One lot queued up here. Let me get a look at this. And we're at 163 ticks range so far.
There it is.
Yep. There's our trigger.
Long if we want it.
You were long.
All right.
Long one.
What price you got, Hogue?
44.90 even.
44.90 evens. Well, if it's going to move like this,
yeah, no matter where you sit,
we're going to cover that 15 ticks pretty quick.
Yeah,
15 points. 44.93 last trade here in gold. House count is long again. This is the 1 minute opening range trade. 44.90s was the trigger there. Stop going to go somewhere around 44.75 ish. Hogue.
I've got it down at 44.70.
Okay.
It's almost
Sounds
a $200 loss on one contract. Let's see what happens.
We shall see. Again, headlines coming out early. We got the NASDAQ, making new all-time highs. 30,375 new all-time high in the NASDAQ. We're going to take a look at those charts in just a minute. Why don't we get into it? Let's take a look at this economic calendar. Today is going to be a day for sure. 9 a.m. Central Time, Richmond Manufacturing Index, 9:30 Central. We have the Dallas Fed Services number. 10:30 Central, we have a 17-week bill auction. 12 p.m. Central Time, a 5-year note auction. Again, Treasury products have been getting a little bit of attention recently, especially with the sell-off that we've seen. So 5-year auction at 12 p.m. And at 2:55 Central Time, right before the close, we do have Fed Cook speaking as well. Of course, the unplanned headlines, the updates from the situation in Iran are probably more of the concern right now for most of the markets that we trade. So make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. We'll be bringing you any market moving news and the market's reaction to them. But that is what we got. We'll keep one eye on the ditch for you. Keep your ears open to Topstep TV. Hogue, let's get through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared. This is already a wild day already.
Yes, it is, man. Make sure you do your market research. Anything can happen at any time. But that's what we're doing here. It's all about context, good risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. Got my coffee, got my water, got a little bit of nourishment in me, did a little bit of meditation before the open. I'm ready. Check the mindset. Mindset is everything in trading. If you are in the wrong mindset to trade, it will tend to affect your decision-making process. You always want to make sure you're feeling at your best. Happy traders make better traders. Trade entry checklist. What is going to get you in? This was an automated entry that we put in here. Not necessarily automated, but mechanical entry that we got into this long here. We're going to, of course, see how this plays out. And either way, we're going to be okay with that. But what's going to get you into your trades? And make sure you write them down. Do your journaling throughout the day. Review those trades at the end of the day as your post-market checklist. Go finish your journal, review that, and of course, watch at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. There is your Topstep Daily Checklist.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. Coach Ray, checklist checked?
Absolutely. Pencil sharpened, ready to go.
Let's get into it. Okay, so let me read through these headlines again really quick here, what we got. So the Iran State TV, and shout out to Coach Who posting these in the chat as well. Iran State TV, we have a draft of the initial unofficial framework for the MOU with the U.S. U.S. military forces will withdraw from the vicinity of Iran and lift the naval blockade. This is according to Iran State TV. In return, Iran has committed to restoring the number of commercial transit ships through the Hormuz Strait to pre-war levels within 1 month. Iran State TV says that military vessels are not included in this draft agreement. The management and route of ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz will be handled by Iran in cooperation with Oman. That is what we got there. We got the house account long, 1 micro gold here, 44.90 is pretty much right here, right now. We're going to take a look at these gold charts, but before we do that, we got some more updates on the Strait of Hormuz transit. Bring in that clip.
Shipping through the Strait of Hormuz remains restricted amid the U.S. war with Iran. Maritime intelligence firm Windward says 12 vessels transited the waterway Tuesday. Iran claims about double that passed through in roughly the same 24-hour period. Tracking services can't confirm the numbers since most ships turn off location transponders in the strait. The waterway is vital for shipping oil and natural gas through the region. The US and Iran continue to negotiate its potential reopening.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. We got crude oil down, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now. Crude down 5.6%, trading $88.80. There we go. We are seeing these effects in the markets from these headlines. Hogue, Ray, let's get into these charts in gold. Where might we be going with this trade?
All right. So, yes, we are in the August contract now. We are holding along. We're down about 46 ticks. Stop is down at 44.70, just below the low of the opening range. We're going to see how this plays out, but we're going to take a look on the GC contract on the daily chart now to get a more of a bigger look at what we're looking at here. So again, the adjusted weekly kickoff low for the August gold contract is 44.53. We did take a look at that last night. We'll see if we continue to see price pushing away from it to the upside. We would be looking for longer time frame buyers to come in and scoop some of this stuff up at this level. So on the daily, however, last night we did kind of take out the low from last week in the August contract with a potential breakout continuation of that. This 200 session simple moving average is going to be somewhat critical for either continuation to the downside or failure of this breakout for a return back to more rotational trade in the short time frame. We're putting in lower highs and lower lows. You could say that this is a medium time frame trend to the downside, but again, very rotational, and we'll have to see how this plays out. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart that might be alarming you?
Yeah, we're just in some downside structure here. We were kind of waiting to see if price was going to reach this 200 moving average. We've reached the 200 moving average and have exceeded it. So if we are going to get some buyers, this would seem like a logical location to find them. Looking at the DMI, you can see the DMI. See if I can actually widen this here a little bit. Oops. If we look at the DMI, you can see that there's a fair amount of strength in this move to the downside. We have a sloping to the upside negative DI, and we have ADX along in the same direction with a falling positive DI, which is indicating that there's a fair amount of interest, fair amount of pressure in the continued downside move in this gold market. While I like the location maybe for a little bit of a bounce back, I'm still kind of obviously leaning in for locations where maybe I can participate in this market to the downside. But we'll look at this a little bit further in the lower time frame charts. But I would say that we are still in a fair amount of bearish structure here at the moment in the gold.
I completely concur. So what you're saying is there's a chance, but it's a see money, take money proposition here. That's what I'm hearing from you, Ray, right there.
Yeah, on the longs, yes.
Yes. All right. So on the 30-minute, we do have some pretty significant overnight inventory to the short side. Here we go. So we opened last night right here, 5 o'clock, approximately 45.41. We've been breaking all night and taking us right to that weekly kickoff level, that weekly kickoff low, again adjusted for the August contract to 44.35. So we do have some shorter time frame, weaker hands, probably a little bit to the stuck side down here. Did see some pretty decent volume on this push to the downside. I'm sure that Jay might have something to say about that. But as far as overnight inventory is concerned, what we're seeing here is probably more overnight inventory adjustment with a little bit of jarring from the news that just came out. If we do see any continuation, I do like VWAP for a potential target for this opportunity all the way up at 45.05. Do we get the chance to close the gap to yesterday's low? I doubt it, but we'll just take a look at 45.35 as settlement. It's right at the low of the day from yesterday. So if we do get some likes to the upside, that would be a pretty logical visual target. What are you seeing on this, Coach Ray?
Yeah. Yeah, again, I'm seeing very much alignment with what I'm seeing on the higher time frame. I'm seeing a market that's showing a lot of signs of bearish price structure. We've come into a level, this weekly kickoff level, and for those that use pivots, we've come into a nice little support level for a bounce here. Now, I like a bounce up to VWAP, and there's always the outside possibility, and I don't know if this is necessarily going to happen, but this point of control has not been tested on this visible range. That would make for quite the move here up at 45. I don't know, 45, 42. That's a pretty good move. But I would say that's conservatively. I think coming up to the VWAP, I think is very much alignment with what I'm kind of expecting here, as far as maybe a potential bounce, as far as kind of more of a mean reversion play. DMI showing maybe that we've gotten a little bit of weakness here as far as momentum, and again, that's indicative of what we're seeing in the way of price. But I would say that we're still in a good amount of bearish structure here to the downside. I would be very much inclined for a continuation trade here around the VWAP or some of these moving averages that I have here. Either the 20 and the VWAP are pretty much the same, but the 50 moving average here also looks like a nice healthy location maybe for a continuation move here to the downside, right around this 45.29 level would make for a very nice move. And then we have, obviously, I mentioned earlier, this point of control. But yeah, I would be kind of inclined to look at selling strength in this market.
And I can just hear what's going on in Jay's head right now by looking at this 30-minute and seeing this highest volume bar from last night, and we just traded to halfway through it, and we're seeing sellers at that level. So we're about halfway to our stop here. We're going to let this play out, of course, but I can just hear Coach Jay. As far as the profile from yesterday, a relatively small range, relatively calm, actually. We did leave a session gap from Monday to Tuesday. We do have potentially a island top from Monday's activity. Again, I'm not really looking at that as important because there wasn't a lot of volume there, but still structurally it does exist. So I still agree with the idea that we are in downside structure. We are continuing. We have a gap lower. If we can't close this gap relatively quickly, we should be looking for opportunities for shorts. And the only thing I think we've got going for any opportunities for longs is the fact that we put in that overnight low at the weekly kickoff low. But if we do get that opportunity there, we'll be long out of this. We'll be stopped out of this long before that opportunity comes to us, and that might be one of the more important levels that we've reached or will reach again today. Just my thoughts. Just my thoughts. So we're still in this. We're down about 120 ticks. We're risking just around 200 on this. We'll see how this plays out. But so far, the opening range does remain the low of the regular trading hour session. So the trade is actually still valid. It was unfortunate that it rallied so much before we even opened. And then we got poor trade location because of waiting for that trigger on that second 1 minute bar. But hey, them's the breaks, man. Them's the breaks. I think that's what we've got for gold, Ray, unless you've got anything else you want to mention.
No. I think me personally, I've got these levels above me marked up, or will be marking up these levels above me and looking for more downside, honestly.
Understood. Got it. All right. Well, there's that 1 minute bar again. Getting pretty close to our stop. We got to take out the other side of the opening range to get that. Oh, there's a nice little
look at that
for us
pop there.
Nice little pop.
Look at that
Seems
pop
like something
there. What
else
was
came
that?
out there.
I'm listening. I didn't hear anything yet, but Hogue, yes, you are in my head. That 30-minute highest volume candle. If we can hold above 50% of that, which is pretty much right where our entry is, 44.90, then it looks good. I was in a short last night. Definitely got down to the targets that I was looking for, but we are seeing volume trade in a bunch of these markets. I'm getting 300 contracts just traded in the crude oil market in a second, another 500 traded in the NASDAQ. Wild Wednesday. is what we're going to call this one. We're going to take a look at the equities
Yes.
in just a little bit. Really wild movements going on here. We have the NASDAQ making new all-time highs, 30,379. The S&P did make a new all-time high there as well, 75, 70, 75. New all-time high watch, and a bunch of these markets hit that air horn. The NASDAQ right now trading up 0.87% on the day. The S&P up 0.35. There it is. S&P up 0.35%. I believe the Russell is making new all-time highs as well today, up 0.59%. And we'll take a look at the Dow. The Dow's even up today, up 0.18%. We have been seeing a little bit of a rotation, right? We're seeing some money come into tech. We had, Micron up 19% yesterday. So it does seem like there's some rotation. We were talking about this during the opening call, that if there was a market to short yesterday, it was the Dow, seeing some of that rotation go from whatever's in the Dow to the tech in the NASDAQ. But Hogue, Ray, let's take a look at the daily charts in the S&P. Where are we going, and how much higher can it go?
All right. So if you remember, Ray, yesterday we were talking about how the S&Ps were struggling to the upside, where the NASDAQ was looking at a much stronger auction, and we can still kind of see that happening. And when you're looking at the S&Ps, we've got basically a 2-day area of balance. Well, that's not bad for continuation to the upside. It's marking acceptance over time above that weekly kickoff low 75.25. We had an increase in open interest yesterday. Was that new shorts coming in? It's the way it looks to me on the 30-minute chart, and we'll see that shortly. This market really struggled to hold rallies yesterday, so I'm kind of thinking that additional 16,000 contracts is new shorts for us to eat as the market continues to move higher. If there is an auction grade, yesterday I think we put a C on the S&Ps, and I'm still holding C as the auction grade for the S&Ps. We just put in a new all-time high in extended trading hours. We know that we don't expect those to be lasting highs. We put in a new high in the regular trading hours on Monday, but that was on very low volume. So I'm still looking at that high as kind of extended trading hours versus regular trading hours. So, the auction is still doing well, not as well as the NASDAQ, and we'll see that when we get a look at the NASDAQ charts. But we continue this rally to the upside. Grade C, it would be a kind of balance to breakout rules. If you're looking at this in a short time frame in the S&Ps, like if we can't continue this move to the upside, we could rotate back down and even check the 75.25 weekly kickoff high, which was resistance, has been support this week. We'll see if we get a look at it. But Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
Daily chart, again, as I mentioned, I'm sticking with my C grade on this market. I see a market that is continuing to the upside. We're above all our moving averages. I'm seeing a little bit of a flattening on my DI as well as my ADX, indicating that there is, while we are continuing in the upside direction, we are losing maybe a little bit of momentum here, or at least it's more of a grinding move. It's not as impressive as kind of what we were seeing yesterday in the NASDAQ, but the market's still, I would say, still relatively bullish. And I think we need to continue to look for opportunities in the bullish direction, because none of these bearish candles are sustaining in that direction either. So I would say we still need to kind of err on the side of, based on the daily chart, I think we still need to err on the side of the bulls.
All right. Let's take a look at the 30. What happened yesterday? So here was Sunday night. There was Monday's regular trading hours, and it did put in a new all-time high on a vacation day, on a holiday. And we just took that out in the extended trading hours. So again, now we have another all-time high in the extended trading hours in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Again, we don't expect those to be lasting highs. 100% of all-time highs in the equities that have been put in the overnight session have eventually been taken out in the regular trading hour session. Just logic says that, but we do like to kind of remind ourselves we do have an all-time high in the overnight. We're not looking at to being a lasting high. In the S&Ps yesterday, the market opened. It held the weekly kickoff high here of 75.25. That remains the same as last week's weekly kickoff high because it was resistant on Monday. Well, we opened above it. We've been holding above it. It's spending time above it. That's marking time and acceptance above that level. But of course, now it's never going to be a straight line. As far as overnight inventory, well, we're kind of looking at some overnight inventory to the long side. Here's our 5 o'clock open around 75.33. We just traded to new highs. Obviously, some of the weaker hands longs, some weaker hands buyers have been involved in pushing price to that level in the overnight. And what they're looking for, Ray, they are looking for buyers to come in and continue price to the upside so that they can continue to get paid. If they don't, we may see an inventory adjustment that could bring us to as something as severe as coming back all the way down to settlement 75.37, but that still holds us above the important inflection level of 75.25. Well, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what is going to come out ever, right? So we are going to just be trading what we see here. And as far as overnight inventory is concerned, we're already seeing some of it being reconciled. Now, let's talk about yesterday. Market opened and rallied. Sellers were really kind of brutal here in the S&Ps, nowhere near this in the NASDAQ, which makes me believe that this additional 16,000 contracts in open interest was probably largely to the short side. And what do these markets do? They eat shorts. And they eat shorts and they eat shorts. So if we just added a whole bunch of shorts here, they're taking heat right now. And if the overnight inventory longs are looking for help for continuation, if they can hold price, we've got a potential for a gap open. So gap guidelines apply here. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for more continuation. We're looking for opportunities to the long side. And the shorts we added yesterday could be just the fuel to get that fire going. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think again we have kind of drawn in a little bit here just to kind of indicate. I like kind of indicating what the prior sessions have done. This is kind of the general Asia session. You can see that in the Asia session, and I'm sure Coach Jay can attest. As we were kind of sitting through Coach Dakota's session last night, we were pretty much range bound for most of the, if not all the session. It wasn't until we got to London that we started to see some participation in the bullish direction. And now we're kind of getting kind of a little bit of a mixed kind of price candles here, indicating that maybe we'll maybe come into some sort of range here. DMI is kind of still indicating to us that while we are still in bullish direction, momentum in that direction seems to be stalling here a little bit, but we're not getting any sort of momentum necessarily coming in on the negative side either. So that's indicating maybe this is just maybe a short pause, maybe for a continuation move to the upside. But again, I'm kind of looking to see if I can find some levels here. High end of value here or high end of value from yesterday's range as logical locations for me to participate, and more importantly, manage my risk. Okay, it's kind of looking for areas where I can manage my risk is kind of what I'm looking for here. 75, what's it? 75.45 is kind of the level that I'm looking at right now. As a potential level for me to participate. Even if it were to peak here below, I would expect that maybe we would get similar to what we saw here, some buyers maybe to potentially step in here. So I would say definitely continuing to be bullish, but I'm not necessarily bullish at these levels at this moment in time.
All right. Coach Jay, what are you thinking? You want to pop in here and tell us what your thoughts are here in these equities? You might be mute.
Yep, was double muted. There we go, Hogue. I'll pay the $5. So I'm looking at the S&P here, and I agree with you. I agree with you guys. I'm leaning bullish, but Hogue, you mentioned 75-25s as a potential downside target. I'm looking for opportunities again to buy failed selling. There's been way more two-sided trade in the last 3 weeks than we've seen, all of March through April, and we saw that yesterday, right? Sellers came in pretty aggressive. We had a 40-point drop. So far, high to low range in the S&P, we're right about 41 points, and the daily ATR is 80. So there is room on either side uh, of this market right now if we are going to see an at-range day. 80 points puts us pretty close to 7,600 if we think we set the low for the day. But if we think there's potential for sellers to come in here, that 200 moving average on the 30-minute is not that far either, 75-12s. We'll see what happens. But I'm looking for opportunities to buy failed selling. We have the pivot here, which is this orange line on my charts. We've been pretty much above it all day. We opened up below it. We had price and volume trade above that pivot. We came back and tested it and tested that 30-minute range. So buyers are trying to step in here, but the S&P is just doesn't seem as convinced as the NASDAQ to the upside. We're up about 0.25% right now. So finding an opportunity maybe to buy below VWAP on some failed selling, I think gives us some room. And like Coach Ray is saying, right, I don't want to be bullish at 75-70 in the S&P. I might be the last buyer in the world. But if we get a pullback first, and if we get a pullback and then I know that there are some buyers up here, then maybe we can make money with them as the market continues to push. But I just a little reluctant to buy near those all-time highs just because I don't think it's worth the risk of the potential pullback that we could see in the market. So leaning bullish, but not blindly bullish. Maybe blindly bullish in the NASDAQ. We'll see. The NASDAQ looks a lot different than the S&P, but we'll see what we get here. Are we still in that gold trade, Hogue?
Yeah, for now. Getting pretty
Staying
close
alive.
to toast here. Getting pretty close to toast. Jay, you've been looking at those pivot levels quite a bit, haven't you?
I have. So, shout out to Coach Paul. He was doing a pivot class in Discord, and I work with Paul all the time. And I feel like my trading strategy is at this point, because I'm working with Paul so much, it's a combination of what we both look at. So I use the pivot points as, areas of interest, very similar to how I use the Topstep daily levels, right? If I see a Hogue weekly kickoff level, I'm doing the same thing. It's a horizontal level that we think the market has the potential to respond to. And then for me to take a trade, it's okay, what is the volume saying once we get to that level, right? So for example, here, this first resistance that we're at, right? This gray horizontal line. One of the things I would do is frame out the candle that closed above that for the first time and look at that and consider that an event, right? So what is the event? We closed above a resistance. What has volume said since that point? It's not really directional, right? We could see price traded higher, but there's really no directional volume, which is, why I'm agreeing with Ray, with you as well, Hogue, that there's a potential pullback in this market because we're seeing some resistance up here in this zone. Now it's a pretty big zone, right? We ran that high by 10 points, but I don't want to be the wishful thinker buyer up here. Because if no one comes in with deeper pockets to push this up, then at some point I had to close out of a long. So that I think it's a great tool to add. Just like anything, Hogue, is it the answer? Nothing is, right? But some added influence for sure in my trading.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nothing works every time.
Nothing works ever. It's all about our interpretation of it. All about our interpretation. Speaking of interpretation, we're going to interpret these crude oil markets in just a little bit. Crude opens up in about 9 minutes, down 5.5% right now. We saw some selling come in there in crude. We do have some news on oil prices being down. Let's bring in that clip, Gabe.
Oil markets are seeing some relief Wednesday morning. WTI crude is trading around $90 a barrel, and Brent is fluctuating a few dollars higher. AAA reports regular gas is down another 3 cents a gallon. Global markets are mixed, and the S&P 500 is coming off a record high Tuesday. The news comes as the U.S. and Iran continue laying the groundwork for a long-term ceasefire deal. Investors appear hopeful, despite Iran's talk of retaliation after the U.S. struck missile sites and boats Monday.
Thank you for that, Gabe. Man, those headlines, they are forever changing. What was a headline 2 hours ago could be completely different. But we got oil prices down right now over 5.5%. We are going to take a look at the 1 minute opening range trade in oil. It does open up in about 8 minutes, trading 88.72 right now, our biggest percentage mover to the downside on the day so far. I don't know the last time crude was below $90. The last time we saw a crude close below $90 might have been a little while ago. We got some time before this trade opens up, though. Guys, let's take a look at the crude charts. What are we seeing on a daily?
All right. So weekly kickoff low 91.80. I mean, it's been contacted every day so far this week. We've broken a little bit of the upside structure that I think is showing on a lot of traders' charts. If we were to just go from this low here across those lows, all right. So we've got a little bit of a market state break as far as this Dorito is concerned, and we're starting to see maybe some acceptance and continuation below that 91.80 weekly kickoff low. What do we do as far as open interest yesterday? We added 22,000 contracts. Now that's the estimate. We'll look at direction, but it was an up day. It was an attempt to reject lower pricing by new longs coming in, and those new longs they're taking the heat right now. They're not feeling very comfortable. So it's difficult to be able to trust or believe that anything that's coming out about the situation in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz is serious, or anything is going to last, or anything is going to change at this time. We're getting good news, but we've been getting good news on and off for a long time. So it's going to take something real to really, I think, change these markets. So overall, we're still putting in lower highs, and so far, we're still putting in higher lows. Maybe we've broken that structure a little bit to the downside, but we have to see. It's so headline driven. We were in short time frame control for so long. We're at a point now where we may see some more serious, larger participants coming into this market in one direction or another, depending on the news that comes out. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I think, like you mentioned, I actually had it as a more of an ascending triangle, but the real pattern works here in this case as well. And I am
Mhm.
seeing that prices has managed to get below this level. It hasn't closed below. This is still a daily chart, and we're coming into maybe what I would call maybe a little bit of a supportive level. And we would expect to see. We have seen some evidence that we have some buyers here as well. So I'm kind of marking up some areas where I would expect to see buying. I've already got this kind of rectangle area. That would be kind of an area that I would expect to see some buyers. And then I had this kind of low end of value from this visible range volume profile down around this 76 level. I know that's way below the market here, but this is a daily level.
Mhm.
So the idea here is that this is not going to be a level that's going to be given up all that easily, right? The 76 level. So if we do come back to this level, or come down to this level, I should say, then I would expect to see a relatively bounce. But the market has been kind of range bound of late. We've been kind of in more kind of range consolidating, kind of a lot of participation on both sides of the market. The DMI is also kind of indicating the same. We've got a lot of overlapping positive and negative DIs with a falling ADX. So really not a whole lot of strength in any direction. But the fact is that we are seeing price kind of break some structure here to the downside. And we have some of our moving averages are kind of curling in the bearish direction, which is kind of giving us maybe the indication that maybe there's going to be some more downside, assuming that we don't get some sort of news event or catalyst that's going to cause the market to go in opposite direction. This is you were alluding to earlier, Coach, about see money, take money. Crude oil is one of those see money, take money markets for me because of the news exposure that I'm in staying in any sort of sustained move. If I'm in some sort of profitable trade in crude oil, I'm going to jump out because you don't know what news event is going to cause that to all evaporate in seconds.
Sure. Yeah, if you got money in it, I guess you got to take it. We just got within 5 ticks of getting our stop hit in this gold trade, and we're getting a little bit of a bounce off that level. That's why you have to put your stop just a little outside that opening range, because they're going to try and hit those stops. But we will see how that plays out. Let's take a look on the 30 now, Ray.
Yep.
Here we go. Okay. As far as overnight inventory, we've got a boatload, folks. We've got a boatload, if you'll pardon the pun. You started trading last night around 93.70, and here we are around 88.70. So that's a pretty good drop. A lot of overnight inventory to the short side. Looking at what we were talking about on the daily chart, adding 22,000 contracts on an up day yesterday, there's some trapped longs there. There are some trapped longs, and those trapped longs are getting pretty freaked out about it. If they're not already heading towards the door, they should be. And they're going to, that may bring in some more continued selling below this level. But like Ray just said, we don't know what is ahead for us in the news, anything that's happening. If you're making money, great. Make sure you take some of it. Leave a runner on if you really want to. You think you're going to hit something big, but it's really kind of tough here. Overnight inventory again is short. We have gap rules. In other words, if we can't close the session gap to yesterday's range low, which was right here at what was it, 92.54, then we're going to continue to look for opportunities for potential shorts. We're now finally holding and considerably holding below the weekly kickoff low of 91.80. A lot of overnight inventory. I'd love to, if I was looking for shorts, and which we might want to be doing, I would love to see a pullback, maybe to that weekly kickoff low 91.80. There's a naked point of control from over here on this would be Monday. Okay, that naked point of control is 91.44, and we kind of walked back towards it a little bit. Looks like it might be an interesting spot to check during regular trading hours. And there's still a lot of weaknesses in structure down below price here from back when we were down there. I mean, there's still things to look for below, lots of weaknesses in structure above. Just got stopped out on that gold trade, minus 197. And Ray, what are you seeing here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, as you mentioned, I mean, we're in a lot of downside structure, a lot of overnight shorts. I mean, I can't even imagine I can't even draw a box in this range that we have here, right? The only thing I can draw is a channel, and that channel is to the downside, right? So we have shorts in Asia, shorts in London, and we are coming into some areas where we would expect to see some buying. Now, am I necessarily looking to maybe continue on the short side? Probably not at this point. With all these overnight shorts, I'm feeling that there's going to be maybe a little bit of a relief rally coming off some level here, right around maybe 88 or something along those lines. And then maybe that takes us up to maybe a VWAP or some of these moving averages before I want to entertain maybe a new short, maybe the top end of this channel that I have drawn here. But right now, as much as I'm bearish in this market, I can't really entertain any sort of short here at this. I feel like, as Coach Jay mentioned, I'm the kind of last person in the market here to the short side, and I want to be the last person, right? I want to be right around an area where I know that other participants are going to be with me on the short side. DMI very much aligned with the general direction. We're getting a little bit of separation now on the negative and the positive with a strong ADX reading at 56. So that's telling us that there's a good amount of momentum here to the downside. I just need to be patient and wait for better price location. I have this 89.70 level as kind of an area. That was kind of an area that was supportive in the past. That could be resistant. And again, maybe up closer to this most recent kind of trend bar that we have here, right around this 90.50 level, could also offer me an opportunity. So yeah, very much bearish in crude oil.
All right. We are at the open here in crude. So we're going to take a look at this 1 minute opening range trade.
Oh, wow. There's some buying there.
Buyers coming in here.
This might be, hopefully we can get in this.
Okay, the first minute is in. It's long, if anything.
Got a high 89.06.
Hopefully it doesn't run away from us too much.
This is the, potentially that pull up you were talking about, into that VWAP. See what we get here.
I got a deuce lined up here.
All right. 2 lot lined up. 89.16. Again, we're looking at a 1 minute opening range trade in crude oil right now. Crude is open for business. 89.06 is the high. If we get a candle close on a 1 minute above that high, we would be in a long risk somewhere on the other side of that opening range. Don't run away, crude. Where are you going? Just wait a second.
Come back. Come back.
Let me talk to you for a second.
Oh, jeez.
I got a secret. All right, that's a long if we want it.
Yeah, we're long.
All right. What price you get, Hogue?
Let's see. Oh, we are long 89.30.
89.
89.30. 89.30.
And only one.
Only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Started running away a little bit there. Started running away. Great analysis on crude oil. Where do we got the stop on this one, Hogue? I do want to mention one thing on that crude oil higher time frame chart, but where do we have the stop on this?
What was our low?
Low of the opening
67.
67. Gotcha. $88.67. Long 1 micro crude on the crude opening range trade. And very mechanical trade. 1 minute opening range. It's established. Define your risk and go from there. The one thing I did want to mention on the crude daily chart, this has the potential to be the first daily candle close below the 50 moving average since January 8th. We've been above that 50 moving average. It was the last time we closed below it. Crude was right around $50 and really not doing a whole lot. And then obviously, in March, we saw the spike on the war news. This would be the first real, I think, break of a technical structure in a while. April 17th, we had a test of the 50 moving average for the first time since the war started. And again, this daily candle would be the first to close below that 50 moving average since January 8th. So we'll see what happens here. Daily ATR in crude $6. We're already at a daily ATR range.
Pretty close to that already, right?
Yeah, pretty close to it, Hogue. Pretty close to it. Down about 5% right now. That is what we got for oil. We got this trade on 89.30s long, 1 lot. Anything else you guys want to mention in crude, or should we give the people what they want? The market that's making all-time highs, 33.79, new all-time high in the NASDAQ. Let's break this down.
I don't know, but when's the next headline that's going to knock this thing around, hopefully in our direction?
In about an hour.
Right. Hey, got a little pop there. That's good.
There we go.
All righty. Oh.
Let's take a look, Hogue, at the NASDAQ. What are we seeing here?
Yeah, let's take a look. So, obviously, when you look at the difference between the S&P and the NASDAQ, Monday, we broke out above the weekly kickoff high, which remained from last week as it didn't close above it. We had continuation in the NASDAQ yesterday where we did not see continuation in the S&Ps. The S&Ps really struggled to the upside. So giving the auction grade in the NASDAQ, a solid B. We added open interest. We have a higher high and a higher low, and we closed higher. So the auction to the upside remains intact in the NASDAQ, where the S&P fell into a little bit of range or balance yesterday. So kind of hard to put an auction grade on a market that's in a two-sided auction. We still left it with a C for the S&Ps, but the B for the NASDAQ is definitely earned. You got to earn those Bs, Ray. You got to earn those Bs.
They do. We
so
do.
We are seeing, another new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. We don't look for those to be lasting highs. Okay, that's all well and good. So we're continuing to see price moving higher. We're continuing to see open interest increase. We're continuing to see price action moving higher. Decent volume yesterday for an up day after a holiday. That's fine. That's all good. Ray, what do you think of the daily?
I mean, what is there to say? I'm kind of willing to move this to an A minus A kind of move here because of the strength here. You
Ooh.
can see that we're all above our moving averages here. Our 20 is crossing our 200 or 100 moving average and our 50, right? So very strong move here. And what I like to see, kind of a signature kind of thing on the DMI, is I like to see divergence. I like to see separation between the positive and the negative, and that's telling me that I'm in a good solid trending move to the upside. So I would say this is kind of a trending market, and I think we need to kind of look for trending opportunities. That means that things like VWAP come into play, some moving averages that we like, 9 EMA, whatever it is. Those are kind of the areas that I'd like to kind of focus in on as far as opportunities on these lower time frame charts for opportunities to participate in this move, because I don't really see anything that's kind of standing in the way from Nasdaq moving higher. Now, as soon as I say that, I jinx it, and then we get some sort of news event that causes the market to fall. Right. So I'm gonna knock on wood. I'm gonna knock on my desk here and kind of not jinx ourselves. But I do see a market that is looking quite strong.
That's why I find it very difficult to give an auction grade of A, because the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's just a little advice my dad gave me many years ago. When everything looks like it's going great, be careful. Be
Right.
careful. So that's why I'm leaving it as a B. Like I have any control over what's going on in these markets, right? Let's take a look at the 30. All right, here we go. So yesterday, the market did resist a continuation to the upside, but ended up closing at a much better level than the S&Ps. So we can be, I think, relatively confident that the 9,400 contracts estimated additional open interest came in on the long side yesterday. And that's what you want to see. Price trading higher with higher volume, or even better for me, higher open interest. And we saw that yesterday. So we're going to be looking at probably an early trade today at the fact that we do have some overnight inventory that is to the long side, opening around 30,052 yesterday. We did trade to a new all-time high, and we've been seeing the market reconciling some of those overnight longs as we speak. So we're in gap guidelines, right? Gap guidelines. Well, to close the session gap to yesterday's high, we got to get up to 30,118.75. Here's the magnitude of the gap visually right now. Is there a good probability of closing the gap? Possibly. Does the close of the gap mean that the rally's over? Absolutely not. Can the close of the gap provide support? Absolutely. What we would be really looking for to see any kind of a deeper pullback in this market today would be reacceptance of value. We've got value high on this platform showing approximately 3087, and we start to show signs of acceptance through time inside of that, then there's a good probability we could reach the other extreme of value, which is all the way down here at, let's just call it 29,950. So we're looking for a pullback, for an opportunity for longs. If the longs up here don't play and we start to see that acceptance inside value from yesterday, then be careful with longs. Let the market pull back down to value low from yesterday, and then possibly start looking for your longs. We've got a gap to close before that. And the number one nuance for me early this morning is if we are unable to close the session gap early in the session, then we're just looking for buyers and looking for opportunities to see this market continue this push to the upside, because again, all-time high and extended trading hours tend not to be lasting highs. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Again, this is maybe causing maybe a little tapping my brake here a little bit. The exuberance that I was seeing on the daily is probably being tapped here as I looking at the 30-minute chart. Again, it's kind of giving me the indication. Again, Asia was relatively neutral. We had a lot of overlapping price. London came in relatively bullish. Now I'm seeing a little bit of break in structure on my channel here to the downside. So that's kind of giving me an indication. Maybe they're going to give me an opportunity here to participate in this market right around. I'm kind of thinking right around this area of point of control here of yesterday's day here around 30,125 seems like a reasonable level for me to kind of consider maybe an opportunity if I get the right kind of price action to indicate that. But yeah, I'm seeing, again, my exuberance on the daily is probably being tempered here on the 30-minute. I'm seeing a little bit of the buying pressure kind of wane here with this relatively strong bearish candle here. So there may be a little bit of a repair that we're going to have maybe happen here. Maybe it's going to come down and maybe retest some of these lows here. It's kind of how I'm feeling. These kind of maybe point of control. So while I am still bullish, probably not as exuberant as I was on the daily.
Ray, you're a school teacher. How often do you give A's?
Oof. That A's have to be earned. A's have to be earned. I would say on there's definitely single digits. It's less than 5. Less than 5.
All right. Well, you just about gave the NASDAQ an A. Did it earn it?
Not when I'm looking at the 30-minute chart. That's kind of caused me to fall back in the B range again. So,
All right.
no.
All right. Well, hopefully the NASDAQ is happy with the B. It did earn the B.
It did earn
I
the
don't
B.
think it earned the A. It didn't earn the A just yet. Thank you,
Ray.
I think Ray was.
Principal.
I think you graded on a scale, right? It's the curve, right?
It was a curve.
S&P is just not very impressive. So the Nasdaq, somebody has to get an A. Almost gave it to the Nasdaq. I am welcoming this pullback though. Maybe a buy the dip opportunity. One of the levels that I'm looking at here, 30,122. That is the volume point of control for the overnight session so far. This market got a little extended there on lower volume, so I am kind of welcoming this pullback. It's also helping out our oil trade here. House count is long 89.30s in oil. Last trade 89.65.
Nice.
Let's see if the Nasdaq wants to give us a buy the dip opportunity here. When we started the opening call, the Nasdaq was up almost a full percent. Right now, it is pulling back just a little bit here, up 0.45% on the day. Taking a look at some of the components of the Nasdaq, we got Walmart down 0.25% right now. We have Tesla up 1.5%, Nvidia up just 0.09%, Netflix down 0.87%. We got Microsoft down 0.75%, Meta down 0.75%, Google down 0.62%. Broadcom is up 2.03%, and everyone's new favorite, Micron, is up another 7%, I believe, today already.
Oh my God.
After that 19% move yesterday. So we will see what happens here. Rastin says point of control is at 30,099. It's somewhere around there, depending on what time frame chart you look at and how you draw it. It's the Nasdaq, right? Anything within 30 points is basically the level.
We don't trade with a scalpel. We trade with a butcher knife.
Exactly. With the Nasdaq, if you're trying to be too perfect, you're going to end up cutting your fingers off. Pretty close there. Marcus Soccer D in the chat saying, in Eddie's voice, watch out for the crude head fake. We looked above the prior day low in crude, $89.41, and we're right back below it now, 89.40s. Last trade here in crude. Again, house count long 1 micro from 89.30. I saw some questions in the chat about. Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. It'll go away.
No one look. Just let it do it. Let it do what it wants to do. Right. I saw some questions earlier about special guests. We got Jessica Inskip coming on during Fast Markets. So why don't we go through that schedule? There it is. There's that schedule graphic. This is the opening call. I'm Jay. That's Hogue. That's Ray. After this, we got Fast Markets coming up. Andre, Jack. We got a rotating cast of traders. Doom is going to be here from 8:30 to 9:30 Central, joined by Mandy as well from 8:30 to 9:30 Central. Hogue is going to stick around. And then we have Dakota coming in from 9:30 to 11 Central Time, and Henrico, Mr. Never Stopped Out, from 10 to 11 a.m. Central Time. Jessica Inskip is going to be here with us at 10:30. Make sure you have a pen and paper for when Jessica is here, giving us her midweek updates on the markets. After that, morning highlights. Hogue is going to recap what we did for the day. We did take both opening range trades today in gold and crude. Still sitting in this crude trade. We'll let you know how this one plays out in the morning highlights, and then any trades that are taken during fast markets. After the morning highlights, myself, Antonio, and Dolby Time are going to be here for Power Players. Group coaching today, when we pin that form to the top of the chat, you're going to be asking questions to Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. Shout out to D. Final episode of Metal Markets on Topstep TV today. I was tuned in. Great trades by D, and looking forward to continuing to see D stream here. But she's going to be here with us for group coaching. That is 12 p.m. Central Time. Trade with Topstep. We got Gabe, Terrence, and Coach Vince. And to wrap it up for the day in Power Hour, if you saw them on Power Hour 2 weeks ago, you have to be here. It was probably the most entertaining segment on Topstep TV I've seen all year. We got Andre, Mohammed, and Dolby to wrap up the day. Of course, myself and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer, and Dakota tonight again for Slow Markets at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central Time. That is our schedule for the day. If you like what we're doing here, if anything that you heard this morning or throughout our shows on Topstep TV has helped you with your trading, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button, tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. And we got a lot of trading to do here. What puts us at 1-to-1 on this oil trade here, Hogue?
63 ticks. So basically $90.
Basically the VWAP.
93. Okay, 90.27s. I got a view up there. That looks like a good target. Got a overnight volume point of control there up as well, 90.50s. Let's go, crude. Pick it up. Crude down 0.476% on the day. Looking at the quote board, we got 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. And today, to the downside, we got RBOB gasoline futures down 3.1%, heating oil down 3.2%, and crude, our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 4.7%. To the upside, we have the NASDAQ up 0.45%. Is that the New Zealand dollar? What is going on in New Zealand right now? New Zealand dollar up 1.16%. Normally, we don't see these big percentage moves in currencies. I think there was some inflation data that came out last night because the New Zealand dollar is up 1.15%. And we got natural gas, our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 1.93%. To talk about our big four, we mentioned crude down 4.75%. We got the S&P up 0.1%. Gold down over 2%, down 2.07%. And the NASDAQ we mentioned up 0.47% on the day. We do have one more news clip that we can bring you. Gabe, if we want to bring that in, we got the president talking about the new hot phase prediction markets. What do we got? Or we don't got it. Maybe we don't got it. I'm predicting that we don't have it. All right. So, Ray, what markets are you going to be focusing on this morning?
Well, I'm liking the crude oil market. I'm also looking at gold. I think gold and crude oil are probably going to be my two markets. And then I'll keep maybe my left eye on the NASDAQ, since I did give it an A grade. I think it at least offers one eye on the NASDAQ.
There we go.
Jay, I'm seeing something on the wire here that may have something to do with the what you were just talking about. The Australian dollar, softer CPI complicates hike odds. That was on the wire just a few minutes ago. So
interesting.
There you go.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, we don't see currency moves like that, right? I'm looking at all the other currencies that we have, we can trade here. Everything is pretty much flat, and which is, what you would expect. But a 1% move in the New Zealand dollar is not a small thing here. And that's engulfing about 2 weeks of price action in one day. That might be something I look at for a for a potential short. Ray, we had that 2 weeks where we were trading the euro. It was
Oh,
a good
really?
trade, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we traded the euro earlier this year. It was a great trade. The one thing I like
Uh-huh.
about the currency trades is that when they start moving, they go in that direction until they find balance, and it's
Yeah,
it's not super expensive to trade,
yeah.
and shouldn't blow your account. But I don't
What's the
want to.
symbol on the New Zealand?
6N 6N.
6N.
Yeah, it's sitting
All
right at
right.
the 20-day moving average right now. But I might keep that up on a side chart. Maybe if I get bored, I'll start doing a deep dive into New Zealand currencies.
Better than talking about
See,
marriage and college, right?
very interesting conversation we had last night during slow markets. Of course, I jumped in and joined Karabi and Dakota. If you didn't watch it, good show. Karabi's a great trader. We had him on Fast Markets yesterday. He's a young kid making a lot of money, so he's just thinking about life. And I decided in my wisdom to try to give some advice. Yeah, Ray, I got a couple of gray hairs up here, so I tried to impart some wisdom what I could. But yeah,
I stopped counting.
he say it again.
I stopped counting.
Stop counting grays.
Right
Oh,
here.
Yeah. We know they're there, right? It's wisdom. That's all it is. That is all it is. All right. Update on this trade. We are long 89.30. 89.30 in crude oil, trading 89.44s. I see the team getting ready in the back. Doom is here. Mandy's here as well. Jack is here. Andre is here. We're almost ready. Hogue, what markets are you going to be focusing on? I know you're an S&P guy. Anything for potential
Well,
opportunities that you're seeing right
with
away?
gold in the current situation, we had support at the weekly kickoff low. Now we've got resistance at the weekly kickoff low. I'd like to see if we can see some continuation to the downside in that. So it'll give us the opportunity, Jay, to buy it when it gets down to about 3,500. Of course, we'll be watching the crude oil. We're back to break even on our crude oil trade here. Always keeping an eye on the equities, mainly the ES. NASDAQ is a little bit too fast and gives me heart palpitations. So I have a tendency not to trade that and to keep my focus on the S&Ps. So gold, crude, ES, main focus today.
Awesome stuff. I do want to give a shout out to all of the Russell traders out there. The Russell did make new all-time highs today as well, 29.52. The Russell's been kind of running with the NASDAQ. The S&P feels like it's stuck in the middle. Didn't make that all-time high. We had the Russell making an all-time high, and the Dow, Ali says the Dow is getting slept on. The Dow is sleeping. Everything else is rallying, making new all-time highs, and the Dow is going the other way. Could be a really nice short, though. Was a nice short trade yesterday. Was down about 1.5% in the Dow. If we continue to see some of that rotation, it could be a pretty nice trade there as well. But I think we might be ready to go soon here. Or the Dow is the leader. The Dow could be the leader. The Dow could be the leader. We'll see. But it does not seem like the other equities really follow the Dow too much. Different components. And with tech rallying, the NASDAQ looks like it's in buy the dip mode. But of course, we will see. Hogue, I think we are ready. We can start making our way into fast markets here. Reminder to everyone, Jessica Inskip is going to be joining us about an hour into fast markets, so you are going to want to stick around for that. Hogue, let's start doing the thing.
I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing already here. Doing the thing. Jay, Ray, thank you very much. As always, a pleasure spending the mornings with you, and to all of you, thanks again for trusting us with your time. I've got the top of the chat from this morning. We got Anastasios back with us this morning. Good to see you. We've got Chillin once again. We've got Shubham. We've got EP3 Trades, Charles Henry. We got Tommy C. We've got Tandra Hammer. We got Krish, Uplex, Tristan Trout, Benji Mag, and all of you. Welcome. Glad to have you with us. As always, when you sit down to trade, make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. Well, let's head into fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Wow. Bonsoir to you, Andre. Maybe they caught the end of that. Good morning. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Horn section's taking a break this week.
Coffee break.
Oh, yeah. Andre, it feels like Groundhog Day, but I think I'm past the point of, like taking the toaster and putting it in the tub, and I'm on to becoming a better person. And when I do, hopefully this Sox rally stops. Anyway, Andre, let's do this thing.
You said it, Jack. We'll talk to Jessica Inskip about that a little bit later today, about the semiconductor rally meltdown. But anyways, welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who do we got in the house? Lower left-hand corner, Doom. Lower right-hand corner, you saw her in Power Hour yesterday. Seeing her in Fast Markets today, Miss Mandy in the house. Let's get right to it. Mandy, we got about less than 3 minutes till the opening bell. Thoughts coming in. New all-time highs, NQ. New all-time highs, ES.
Insane. BTFD. Just looking at where can I buy this? We're approaching VWAP at 184, and on the 15-minute, I have a trend line kind of sitting a little bit below that, down in the 130 range, 150 to 130. So I would love to see a drop down to there. We are coming on a pivot point for resistance. I guess now we can call that support. The R1 on the pivot point, I'd like to see the sell off so I can just hit buy a couple times.
Just cut to the chase, Mandy. Just cut to the chase. It's yours exactly right. Just let it sell off, and then where do we hit the buy button? Mandy, absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that as it plays out. Doom, tell me you've been long from the low lows since, I don't know.
Man, this is a swing market for me, man. It's a swing market for me. Day trading. Brother, I'm a goldfish. Sunday statistically my worst, and I keep coming back for more. I blew big money, and we back at it. I shorted this rally finally on
Hey, Doom, I can't hear you. Talking on that microphone. You got a nice set. Let me hear that.
You can't hear
Golden pipes. There you are. Sit up in that. You're in that lazy boy getting comfortable. Let me hear you, Doom.
Yeah, I was too far away. Can you hear me well now?
A little bit. Let's do this.
I was short. Caught me a 100-point banger on MAQ pre-market.
Nice.
And I got robbed yesterday from the bell. I was long early. It cooked me on the opening. I was short early. It cooked me on the short. And I was overly frustrated yesterday. This market needs correction. In my opinion, this overnight rally was unfortunate shorts like myself. And we're going to come back to some understanding at price. Maybe 30,000 and 100 evens before we start rallying again or see new buyers. But we see. 1 minute to the open. How are you guys today?
Well, yesterday's all-time high in the NQ was 29,995. Now we're looking for pullbacks to perhaps get long from 30,100. How times have changed. 10 seconds till the open. Let's take a look at these prices that I'm coming your way, Jack. We got a little pop here in the YM. The Dow, a little buy coming into pre-open. We got ES trading 75.41. We got gold trading 44.37. Oh, it's been stuck around 4,500 for a while. Anyways, buckle up.
I got
crude oil
short on MES Dre from 59, 75.59. Oh, I came so close to my.
When did you get short?
Man, I got to size down. I've been overly estimating the size of these accounts, and base hits. Base hits
is right. We'll find the home runs. The home runs will find you. All right, a little selling here, man. Yep. Just a little selling here in the NQ, Jack.
Well, first, Joey, for you, howdy. In Taiwan, where the Taiwanese stocks are at all-time highs, up 50% on the year. Hope you caught some of that. Man, lots of thoughts. We briefly on the news this morning dropped below 5% yield in the 30-year. We're back above it now, kind of in tandem with this little bit of a correction we're getting here. I think at some point soon, if I make any trades, they might be in the MNQ. And I never thought I'd say that.
Love it.
But at this point, it's become...
Love it.
There's a reason for this, though. At this point, we're just trading the friggin' semiconductors. Let's see. We're open now. Let me show this really quick. All right, Doom's in there short. Here's your daily chart for the semiconductors. So I don't want to trade the NQ, but here's the problem. The semiconductors are 30% of the NQ. They're doing all this movement, sucking money out of other stuff, right? Like the Mag 7's is doing nothing. Bitcoin's not impressive. So what are we really trading here? We're trading the semiconductors. So why would I trade the ES, which, you know, the semiconductors could go down, there could be rotation there, versus trade the real deal, the black tar, the MNQ. So if I do take a trade, it's going to be in there.
I think absolutely, Jack. That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. He's back, Mandy. We got one. He's back. Let's see, 50-50 on the tilt. 50-50 on the tilt. Doom, you're short. What price?
138.5. I'm looking below yesterday's lows.
138.5. Okay. Looking for lows. All right. What's going on here? In the ES in a range. Saw that Dow pretty modest open all across the board here. Doom short 30,138. 138. All right. Dow catching a bid. ES selling off. New session. New session lows. ES. Price of 75.39.
Bitcoin traded around 75,000 in the spot. Oil, the July contract 89.65. We're below 90. Definitely a flatter curve. The September contract's trading at 84.06. VIX is still below 17 here.
Is it really?
Yep.
That makes sense. Also, Jack, you said yesterday it was the S&P's 8 weeks in a row up. Up.
Yeah, I believe the NASDAQ too. Let me check that real quick.
Sell and may go away, huh? Sell and may go away.
It's scary stuff if VIX and the market, NASDAQ and ES run together. Scary stuff if they start running together from the low lows.
Yes, and Q. Yeah, well, we've seen that, Doom. Are you playing the one off? Are you playing those one off the other? Watching ES and Q.
Oh no. Very rarely. I tried looking for a correlation in between oil and Nasdaq. I got royally cooked. So, and the correlation in between gold and Nasdaq is long gone. Long gone. They'll trade together. They'll trade against each other every 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Different story. Just like the weather in Chicago, every 10 minutes, something else.
Here we are. We are 4.5 minutes into fast markets, and we are talking weather, baby. No, I'm joking. Doom, you are 100% correct. 100% correct. Okay, like right now, we're seeing Dow, YM catching a rally, moving higher here, while the NQ selling off. Gold popping just a bit. What do we have on the calendar? We got Richmond Fed, top of the hour, not a market mover. 10 a.m. Central Time, we will have President Trump's cabinet meeting. We'll have cabinet meeting 10 a.m. Peek inside there. We catch watching all the headlines and bring them to you here in real time on Topstep TV. Also,
I'm down to 1 MES.
What are you? You're short MES from 575.59. Short
75.59, yes, and 138.5
and then
Nasdaq.
Okay, MNQ also. Also, folks, yes. It's another day in May. It's another day of a contest here. We'll be winners will be awarded with another couple hundred 50K no activation fee combines today here on Topstep TV. More selling coming in here in the NQ.
Here it is, the 30,100.
Yes, it is.
So, Dre, my chart, I can confirm SPX. We have had 8 straight green weeks. We're currently on a 9th green bar right now. But it would be very on brand for the shortened week just to get a little red drawdown and be coast is clear. Let's send this to 10,000.
What just happened in gold? Gold
just
112
and a tick short one NQ.
Last trade NQ to 30,125. A little indecisive here. Early goings on. Mandy, how are you reading this?
I am trying to hold onto that rule of don't trade the first 15 minutes. It has done well for me since I've been implementing it. We're past these like what did I say, 130s earlier. Next area I'd love to see a bounce 0.59 to 6.
30,000
that would be a nice area. Even the pivot, I mean, getting back down to 30,000. That's the other question I'm trying to answer for myself. If there's more room to the downside, where can I enter short? It's really hard for me to hit sell.
Where's NQ going right now?
Might just go without me.
We're hitting these levels of interest. I'm going to trail out of this. What's that?
Yeah.
Quick 40, not 40, 20, 30 points. Let's go back to the smaller
what we're getting right now, NQ, once again, is the semiconductor story. So off the open, yesterday, as we're all aware, Micron was up 20%.
Oh, yeah.
Wild.
$200 billion in market cap. It joined the club trillion. I have a news story later about just how meteoric that rise has been. But it was up 20% yesterday on, by the way, a sell-side analyst increase. Wasn't earnings. It was just UBS saying, yeah, we think it'll go higher. And that was enough. But guess what? It was also up 9% pre-market again this morning. But it has pulled back right now. It's just, it's crushed. It's only up 1.8%. But that's still a 7-8% pullback on a $1 trillion company. So that'll do it.
Yes. Where do we get long? Nice trade, Doom. Doom is short.
I kind of took the mini quick, but every time I overstayed, I got slapped around like a little. The long is going to come, Dre. It's not now. It's going to come. I see it in my ball. I see it in my crystal ball. It's going to come. Actually, I'm probably going to trail this NASDAQ trade out because we're hitting good low lows where buyers might find this appetizing, and I don't want to get one over on a good trade.
Killer trade. Is that 100 points?
Yeah.
Nice trade, dude. Again. Yeah, we are down since the bell rang. About 9 minutes ago, we're down about 130, 140 points or so in the NQ. ES, not so much. Are selling off in the NQ. 75, 39 will be the last trade.
Below, we got still that really big level in the ES, which, by the way, right at Fast Markets, if anyone took that line I had on there, 75.18 ended up being the low of the day yesterday. So that's still very important, but we got 20 points to go to that. Once again, that would put us near the lows yesterday and at the beginning of the gap from the Sunday Globex Open.
I'm out of trailing one MES, and
nice, Doom.
And that's that. I'm out on almost everything. It's kind of
wow.
It's not easy to short breaking lows. You never know when it's going to whip back up 30, 50, 80 points after all it's NASDAQ.
They're still selling.
Give away the good money.
5 minutes. And
yesterday's low was kind of a stretch. I don't have the confirmation. Currently, VOSPD is trading above zero and slightly diverging. If things don't change in the next 15, 20 minutes, we probably establish low or we sell off. I need more confirmation. Got to get a little pullback on this.
More selling.
Is this a sweep or is this a panic sell or people cashing? We don't know. I wish we did. Right?
Yeah. Well, hold on for now. We're closing. We see 30,000 evens. We see 30,000 evens. We're about 55 points to go here in the NQ. Crude trading $89.78. Not too much movement just yet. Gold did find a little bit of buying. Still trading at 44. Ooh, another round of selling. They are hitting the bid now. NQ and ES selling off here. NQ closing in on 30,000
evens. About 30 points. Well, the
no hesitation, even at settlement. This is really strong move.
I don't know if I've ever seen this sort of volatility in a $1 trillion stock right now as I'm talking. So Micron went up 20% yesterday, up 9% pre-market, down to up 1%. Now it's up 3%. $1 trillion company.
Micron is wild.
It's a normal day.
I took a peek at it maybe
More
3.5 weeks ago. I just saw what you just said, and I was like, this is not for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Bad for the ticker.
me. Yeah, I'm not a stock guy. God bless derivatives.
Mm-hmm. Or curse them.
Options.
I guess it
I
depends.
saw the premiums prices, and it's gonna be one of those Tesla trades that everybody's happy besides you.
Mandy, what are you lining up? Mandy, what are you lining up over there? Mandy?
Yeah. You know how to read me, Dre.
Yeah,
I'm buying this.
I'd love to see a 1 minute cross on my EMA, MA. Hold above right now. Need to hold above 53s on a candle close. That would put me above my MA.
You're on 1-4 from 49 a tick.
I see in the chat they're using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Seeing that 750 lot down below in the ES 7530 bid 750 times, about 3.5 points lower. Again, using that level 2 data on Topstep X. You heard him talking about levels. You heard him talking about levels in opening call as well. Well, you see pinned to the chat right there. That's the link to those Topstep data levels. Update refresh before every New York Open. Also, if you want them front and center right there in your face, click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels, and right there on your charts. More selling NQ closing in on 30,000 even. 30,000 even, about a point and a half to go.
It murdered me quick. Along the 49 the tick.
More selling here.
That was a no trade for me. Glad I didn't enter.
Yeah, Doom, thanks for talking me off those longs. Appreciate that.
Right? Man, I took them.
Did you?
Yeah.
I took it. Yeah, I'm down. I'm about to get kicked out. Unless
750 lot filled.
Holy
I don't want to join the short right now, but it really, I think, wants to look at that gap again. Lows yesterday, 7,500 SPX, 75.17 or 75.18 in the futures.
That would be gap fill?
No, that would be the beginning of the gap. Okay, let's take a look real quick. Go to my charts right here.
Oh my
God. This is what we're at. This is like the line. We opened their Globex Sunday. It's where we bottomed out. This is a big fat round number in the SPX options. If we get to it, the question is, do we try and take out some stops and keep on chugging along? Or do we try and close the gap?
143. Gap fill price is, Jack, you said 75. What's actually ballpark?
Ballpark, let's call it like 74.93 or somewhere around there.
Yep. All right. 50-50 tilt. 15 minutes in, we are seeing sellers. We got we're down about 250 points so far in the NQ, down about 25 points in the ES. Crude, gold, not doing a whole heck of a lot. 50-50 on the across the board on the tilt. We knew the buyer's going to give it a shot here, and this could just be some short covering, but we're right back to 30,000 evens. The NQ. Bonds doing much? Or is this just a semiconductor show? Is that all this is? This is just the semis? Zero your way to the semis.
More or less. I mean, you look at the Mag 7 right now, it's kind of mixed. Nvidia's down 1.5%. Tesla's up 1.5%. Broadcom's up 1.2%. Everything else is kind of blah. 30 years still hanging just above 5%.
I'm back at break even, Dre. What are we doing?
Where are you long from?
Were you taking the blessing or what?
Where are you long from, Doom?
29 now. I added 2. I'm in with 6.
029. 30,000. 029. Mandy practicing some patience.
Yeah. Nothing's setting up for a buy yet, which is what I want to do, but
you never got the confirmation. Never got
Nope.
the confirmation.
Follow the process. I don't need to get
love-
chopped up. I don't need to get wicked out. It's good to sit on my hands if it doesn't set up. I don't need to enter. And staying cash is helping me not have FOMO. If I hit long earlier by breaking a rule, I'd be under another 30 points right now. So, no, thank you.
Yep, more selling coming in here. New lows just printed in the NQ. NQ continues to sell off the 29,957 would be that price. 955s more selling down about
Bitcoin is below 75,000, 74,776.
Catching these shorts in the chat. Who's catching these shorts? Who's short? Riding the wave to the downside in the NQ. ES down about 20 points or so, but right now, pretty much the only real mover. Bonds
Short
aren't doing
3.
much. Short 3. Mandy's in. What price?
53.
29,953. Okay. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Let them manage the trade. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. You see the name. Oh, nice shader, Mike. You see the name of the segment, Fast Markets. Very apropos today. We're seeing these markets rocking. Well, NQ. Why do I tell you this? I'd like you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Send us some proof of payouts. Send us some trader station setups. Also, send us these winning trades like you got Mandy going right now. We're making new lows in the NQ. Again, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep TV on the X. New lows.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna stop out
I'm
here.
rebuying the pivot.
I'm out. I'd be kidding me.
It's like,
I almost hit
50
TP1. By a wick.
Sure did.
By a tick.
Okay. All right, Jack. Got the micros pulled up?
I do. Well, for right now, at some point, for like the longer trades, I want to do the MNQ. But for now, I'm still interested in if we can test this 7,500 level in the SPX from yesterday.
Will that coincide with the futures?
Let's see what the gap is. It's like a 17 or 18 point. What's a point between friends? So 75-18.
Pretty sure
we'll call it 75-17 because I think that was the low tick of yesterday in the ES.
All right, Mandy. Flat?
Yep. It was a rejection off of the EMA and a close below my EMA on the 1 minute. So tag this right here. Sold off. Was green for a second.
Yeah, it was green for a second, Mandy. It really was. I said I was doing my hashtag Fast Markets bit, and I think it was just absolutely getting crushed. And look at this.
Yeah.
This 5 minute candle, 100 points, give or take. 100 and NQ. ES down about 20 points or so here in the first 19 minutes. Dow, this is just the only thing really cooking here is the NQ. Dow is seeing some move. I know MBT also seeing some sell side. Well, we did see that 750 lot on the bid that was filled in the ES. The price 75.30.
Long 2.
I'm sizing out. There we go.
$30,000.
Ooh, a little shaky.
Oh my gosh.
Sheesh. I know.
Sheesh. NQ.
I'm reversing it. There we go.
You long or short, Doom?
Short.
Oh, what price?
$9.91.
$9.91. Mandy, what are you long from?
07. Half.
Damn, really? You were just taking heat. Now it's the chain 30,000 025.
Oh man, I should have kept the longs.
It's like the weather in Chicago, Doom. Just blink.
Right.
Just blink.
Yep.
In the chat, what do we got in the chat? Dakota says 30K, 30,000. Huh?
Dakota was saying yesterday we're going to see a lot of 30,000 in the NQ.
Chop Fest on 30,000.
Here we go. In the chat, Zach trades in the chat saying the lows are in. The lows are FYI. The lows are in. Zach trades. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, let's get along.
Darth Buddha. Yeah. PCEs tomorrow. PCE is important. Though the market has been shrugging off lately. Any and all inflation news.
All right, in the chat now, Real John Ross saying straight up the highs are not in. Well, the lows, okay. Highs are not in. Those will be all-time highs.
Stop typing and buy. Not financial advice.
Oh, in. Wow. Is this? Well, there's about a 110-point turnaround to the upside in the NQ. Make that a 120-point turnaround. Buyers in the house. Mandy, nice job.
Trying to decide if I trail this or not.
What do you got for a target on this sucker?
70? That's a 70-point banger. I need to
Why is
kind of break in my rules.
Make it a 70-point banger. This market's wild. This is
so wild.
It's scalping. This market is for scalping. Let's not. ES catching a bid as well. 10 points off the lows, 12 points off the lows in the ES, pushing higher, 75.37.
Micron back up to 4.3% up on the day.
This is just Micron.
All right, break even. I didn't want to hang out in this anymore. We're good. I need mental capital.
Man,
so there we go.
12 rounds. Are you out or
I'm flat. I'm flat. I'm looking to re-enter this. I'm anticipating some little bit of pullback at some point. I'm going to try to find another way to get long. I just want to secure profits. I feel like this is a pretty strong candle. I mean, we don't have to have a pullback, but
we just got the pullback. I think that's it. You see how petrified I was to get short? I'm just frozen. We're 140 points higher in the NQ in the last 5 minutes. We're trading 30,060.
Thanks, Dolby. Appreciate the shout out from yesterday's above below. Perfect bounce off of that.
So what are we looking at here?
Dolby remembers.
I'm short two. Short two in the NQ.
Not a goldfish.
I am a goldfish. Just got short two from 30,063. We'll see how that works out.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I'm about to. 73% long tilt in the ES. What are we looking at?
Dre, if we close below 60s, I'll join you. Or I guess I'll join you short.
I'll try to get back to 30,000. See if we just buy 30,000s. Let's see if we go test that thing. Last trade 30,000. I'll take one off there.
Dre, killer.
How's it going? Dow catching a bid. Yes. Going back just a little bit. Crude oil, $89.72. Crude oil just has found its channel. 78% long tilt in the NQ right now. 78% long tilt.
Man, I was so early for this.
The longs or the shorts, do. Oh shit, they're gonna skip some of this.
Both.
New 5 minute. We got number 5 minutes top. Yeah, Richmond Fed, not the biggest market move. You're in.
Yep.
What price did you get?
21 quarter.
I'm sorry, 021?
21 quarter.
021 quarter. 021 quarter. Do they want to go test? Do they want to go test the 30,000s again? These markets.
We shall see. Microsoft down 1%. Meta basically flat. Google basically flat. Apple up 0.87%. 2-year yield still above 4. 10 is 4.46, so it's below 4.5.
Selling a third.
Nice, adding into it. Nice, Mandy. Oh, we're
beneath 32s, and we're out. Up 155 on 3 contracts.
You're out? Should I get out?
Yep. I don't know. That's their 30,000 that you talked about, Dre.
It was, but I thought it was going to keep going lower.
I think if we break this, it's toast.
Yeah.
At this
If
point,
not,
Dre, especially for chopping around 30,000, see money,
Yeah.
take money, scalp it up. We might chop here around 30,000 if
Oh,
Dakota's seen a few things around his time, man. Here in these markets, I
you ain't
wouldn't put
kidding.
it past 30,000 just being a chop fest.
Oh, here they come. Oh, I think there might be some more room to the downside.
nah, Dre. They ain't.
I think goldfish, baby. Goldfish.
Nah, they're not coming. Not yet.
They're not coming.
No, it's
Just
not
swim around
low
the
enough. It's not cheap enough.
This is all Micron,
cheap
Jack,
enough.
correct?
What's
Well,
cheap?
semiconductors in general are moving the most right now. Be interested to see like the next sort of big events we have coming up. Well, PCE tomorrow, but really we all eyes will be on. We got Micron earnings in 2 weeks, I think. Also, we're getting closer and closer to that SpaceX IPO.
They're gonna get
See
really
if some people sell their Micron to buy SpaceX. Who knows?
Who are those mechanisms? Mechanisms, 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes till top of the hour. We will get the Richmond Fed. Not the biggest market mover. 50-50 on the tilt. And the buyers are going to fight the good fight.
And Mandy, cheap is 28,880.
What am I short from?
That's cheap.
Thanks for the answer. Appreciate that.
28,880. 880 has been a very pivotal kind of decider level for the quarters, I've noticed.
It is a
I don't
pivot
know what
point.
reason.
It's support 1 with our pivot indicator.
Well, that's
We
today.
Barkin?
That's today. I'm talking in general. I've noticed that in 24, 23.
Short 2.
The 880 has been
Back
the
in?
magical number.
Yep. Oh, I
price?
try to get into
What price, Mandy?
16. Looking for a swing below 30,000.
Okay, short two.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna hold. Just gonna chill.
Again, another rejection off the MA on the 5 minute, which is my yellow line. Looking for a target of 78s, maybe.
What's the gap? Where's the gap in this? It's not like 500s, right? 600s.
It's 5 something, yeah. 395.
Well, you never know. You never know. That's 78% long tilt now. Just 67% long tilt number in 60 seconds.
Dre, you still in or you got out?
I'm still short. Yeah. I'm still short.
No number can phase you, right?
Oh, no, I'll get out before the number. Well, this from Richmond Fed? Nah. Actually, I'll just give him a reason. If it hits my stop, I'll get out. And it looks like that'll be the case. Oh, what a power rally.
Yes.
Man. What a rally.
Jeez.
What? Oh, Richmond Fed's just going to come out booming. Absolute. Just an incredible
Richmond.
And
what year is it?
Booming.
Okay. But in the chat, I love Doom.
I remember a guy named Boomin.
Metro.
I wonder what happened to
Boomin?
him.
Oh,
Yeah.
In the chat, if you know, you know. Do you remember what
Right?
Doom is? All right, number coming at you. Richmond Fed expected 4. Average actual, who cares?
Yeah.
Haven't seen it yet. Just waiting for it.
Hey, that's my guy, Derek. Solid trader.
I know.
Recently, he bought a brand new Tacoma with his payouts.
Let's go.
All right. Looks like crude is showing some signs of life. I'm talking like 10 cents. It just moved higher by 10 cents.
Hey, 10 cents, 10 cents. Imagine if you have 1,000 of those.
Scratch that. It's back to where it started. Back to $89.87. Look at crude. Crude so well, babe. ES on the move higher.
Ooh, Richmond Fed. I don't even know what it means, but it came in 13.
What a beat.
The hell is a Richmond Fed? Let me look this up.
13. If that's not a reason to make new all-time highs in equities, I don't know.
Maybe later.
Are you guys still short?
I am. I might cut this sucker.
Yeah, I don't like this here. Not at all.
See what we do at anchored VWAP. I need a
We got
rejection here, or I'm out.
7-3. Also, Jack, there's headlines before the bell rang regarding, this is from Iran State TV, that there is a draft of the initial unofficial framework for MOU. Was it Memorandum of Understanding? Memo of Understanding? Something?
Yes.
Okay. So an agreement on perhaps the agreement. Mandy Flap, look at this ES go.
Yep. Is this the buy?
Yeah.
Here's view up. We got overnight view up in the ES pretty much. We got right back to it on this 18-point turnaround to the upside. ES trading 75,
Long.
43. Mandy long.
Sheesh. 30,000, man. The tease.
Ain't that wild?
Looking for 118s.
It was 18 and a half last year.
Yeah, wasn't it? That's right.
Yeah. Yes, continuing to catch bid. 20-point turnaround. 20-point turnaround in the that Richmond Fed. I'll tell you what. Last 15 minutes, ES up 20%. Pretty much clawing back all those.
I'm out of one.
All that stuff, man. What price you long from, man?
68.
Last trade 093.
The Richmond Fed Composite Manufacturing Index is a monthly economic health check for factories in the Mid-Atlantic region.
Right on.
Anything above 0 shows growth.
Yes.
Take that for what you will. Someone was asking for gamma levels. I don't have too much. Until the to the downside, I mentioned 75.18 to see we start the gap, and then there is a pretty big positive gamma level down at 74.75, which is 74.93. It looks like we're bouncing now.
Damn it! I want to take that short right there. Damn. Gamma. Just like
Why
that.
the short, Dre?
Why the short? Volume on this, the volume on this push higher was pretty weak. It's pretty much, it looked like it's just absence of sellers, more so than actual buyers coming in. Damn it. More sellers just stepped in right there. Damn. Okay, with that being said, trader tones. Who in the chat? Who's using the trader tones? Who's using the trader tones? Got some clever ones. I know if you have George. I'm looking at you, George. Got
Did you hear mine earlier on my loss? That was a good one.
I did not. Maybe the chat.
Shout out to James.
All right. So you guys don't know what I'm talking about? Well, here, take a load of this. Get a load of this, and then we got a hoe coming on the other side. But trader tones, Topstep X. Let's go.
And you shall feel the pythons, brother.
Yo, you got filled.
Back at it again at Krispy Kreme.
I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Order filled. That's what Trader Tones used to say. Order filled. It was that guy in the lower right-hand corners.
Order
voice
filled.
right. Yeah, boom, boom, just like that. What's up, Hogue? The Delta Don, Rick Hoagland's brother in the house. Happy Wednesday, Hogue. ESMQ moving around. Let's break it down. What up, John Hoagland?
Good morning. Good morning, Mandy. Good morning, Doom. Good morning,
Morning,
Jack.
Hope.
Good morning, Andre. Good morning, everyone. Well, we saw something in the opening call that actually kind of played out very nicely in the NASDAQ today. We had a value area acceptance play, and it played out almost perfectly. We were looking at the overnight inventory being exceedingly long. In the overnight last night, we did put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour, and we're not looking for that. to be a lasting high. But what we talked about was during the opening call, we said we're going to look for reacceptance inside value from yesterday. We're going to see it chop around a little bit, and then we're going to see it trade to value low. And that would be a very interesting spot for an execution that has put in our low, at least for now. We're kind of heading back to value high. We could range here. We could continue this push to the upside. To anybody's game, we got to see how these headlines come out and how things continue to change. But just looking at that value area acceptance working out as well as it did and as quickly as it did, a pretty decent opportunity there. S&Ps, we also talked about in the opening call about a pullback towards weekly kickoff high, 75.25. Put in the high on Friday, left it as the high. It didn't get any acceptance above it. A little bit supportive yesterday. And where did it trade down to today? Almost to the tick, within about 2 points of it, putting in the low against the weekly kickoff high. We're starting to see the market rotate back higher. Finally, we did see a new all-time high in the S&Ps. But again, in the extended trading hour session, we don't look for those to be lasting highs. So I've been looking for opportunities for longs throughout the day today, and we got them pretty much at value low in the NASDAQ and weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. We're still long crude oil. It ain't doing much. It ain't moving much, but we're still long the opening range trade. We've got about 52 ticks in it right now. I'd love to see us take out the initial balance high, get through VWAP, and head all the way back up towards that 91.80 weekly kickoff low that we found resistance at on Monday, traded above it, failed it here, saw some continuation. Would love to see a pullback up to that level, especially sitting long from the opening range. Gold was looking very enticing down here at 44.53 even. Now remember, this is a new contract. This is the August contract, so you've got to adjust all your levels, and the weekly kickoff level was adjusted to 44.53 even for the August gold. We took a look below it. We're seeing rejection. Do we see continuation? Good question. We did have a failed downside auction at the low here. So looking for this market to get back up to initial balance high for gold today is 44.96 half. And hopefully you've got a lot of green on your screen. It's been a tough morning. I know we've seen some pretty decent trades here. And there's lots more opportunity coming up. Anyway, that's my story for now, and I'm sticking to that. We'll see how this plays out. Doom, how are you doing, pal? Doing all right?
Not so great, but I'll bounce back. Always do.
Right.
Here you go.
This trade is teasing me. It's giving me the blessing. It's sitting above my entry. Let's see. It's still valid.
Yeah, you've been pretty active today.
Oh, man.
It is.
They are trading this thing up. Also, bottom of the hour, we will have those initial balance high, initial balance low prices noted. Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session in the ES and the NQ. They just no headlines. Again, crude oil, gold. Well, gold's been continuing to find some buying. Gold up about $30 in the last 20 minutes or so. ES, NQ. NQ is really the moving around here. They just hammered it by about 100 points. No headline.
Yep. I got stopped out at that.
Doom, what's your position?
8 micros from 18. Even.
Long or short?
Short.
30.018. I got 400 on the bid. NQ 30,400 bid 400 times. 400 times. Was that filled? 30,000 evens. 30,000 evens. NQ bid. That was
short
filled.
too.
Can't chicken out now.
What was that? 910.
It's me. I'm short.
Man, Cucumba is cooking, but not yet.
Here come the sellers. More selling. I'm gonna put in some new.
Where are you short, Mandy?
Oh, yeah, wow.
89. I might just get chopped up today, but it's set up for a sell.
Wow.
For sure.
Wow.
We had a rejection off the EMA. We have on the 5-minute.
50-50 tilt. 50-50 tilt. Again, that 4 lot. I will not. That doesn't just. They don't just stick that in there for no reason. And it was filled. Again, 30,000 evens.
What was that on the ask or the bid? Because I skipped
on the bid.
it.
On the bid.
On the bid. Okay.
Yep.
Good.
I'm thinking
NASDAQ Delta is negative 7,200.
No
ES
kidding.
negative 2,000.
Say no more. I'm scaling out. Here we go.
Maybe you're short.
Yeah.
Can't lose money now. Done with 1 micro that I added.
Let's go,
74 in a tick. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, well, so be it.
Yeah, Phil. Come here. Come back. Oh, I'm long. Stab it.
I still consider that it's going to hit 912.
Well, watching gold continuing to grind higher here. Gold up about. Oh, more buying here in gold. Gold really starting to accelerate to the upside. Gold up about $40 here. $40 in the last 20 minutes. Gold now trading 44.85.
Yeah, it's looking for IB high.
What price is that?
44.96 and a half. 44.96 and a half.
496 hook. Okay. Dow going bananas. Dow is on the move. Dow continuing to find buyers. New session highs in the Dow. Dow trading 50,826. All-time highs in Dow, 51,209. Again, we made new all-time highs at ES and the NQ earlier. Again, also, don't forget, we will have where to go. Yes, the president has a cabinet meeting at the top of the hour in about 45 minutes. We will be able to, we bring that to you live here at Topstep TV. Thousands watching all across the globe. I forgot to ask, if you're so kind, please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click notify.
I'm looking to short 18.5 on NASDAQ. Come on, film me. Oh, by 1 tick. All right, we in. Let's see.
Price?
18.5. I'm risking 45 and a tick.
Crew just popped a little bit. I don't know what that was.
Well,
how many is short, Tom?
Just one. One NASDAQ, 18 and a half, and I have a micro from 74 and a tick. Again, NASDAQ.
Right. Well, the Dow. Such a high Dow. Dow on the move. Dow on the move higher. ES also finding some buyers.
Sheesh, come on, NQ. Just sell off.
You heard her.
I'm itchy on the finger here. I'm keep an eye on that dome. Bouncy.
This is the moment of truth. 15 minutes, about on the hour.
I think so.
There is a tug of war going on here in the NQ as we trade 30,002, 16 now. They want to go test the 30,000s again. In the chat. Yeah, pray for Hogue doing the trade recaps today for morning highlights. 2 scalpers. It's gonna be a tough one.
Oh my gosh.
Don't worry.
So
It's so good.
Hogue, you can just say
it makes sense of it one way or another.
Just doing a short, took some points, left. You'll see him in a day or two.
All right, we're gonna. I want to add a third, but not yet.
Shorts. Deep test.
Oh man, I'm dancing on a thin line here.
It's that
There's-
delta. Negative 7,200, Hogue. Negative 7,200 in the NQ.
Yeah. Yep.
That's amazing.
-7 now. Negative 7,000 now. Negative
7,000?
1,000 in the ES. It's coming off a little bit.
Yesterday was okay. What's Micron stock doing?
Oh, come on. I need a rejection here at 35s, 37s. This is not looking good for me. And today is not my day. Thank you.
Tough day, man.
That's not true, Andy. I think you've had some really good trades.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No. It's the market just it's super tricky right now. You get a trade.
It's super tricky. It might even be worth just sitting on hands, man. Like, let it.
I think it's more of us adjusting to what the market's given, what the market's changed. That sell off right off the bell. There was your follow through. Right now, we're not getting the follow through. It's see money, take money, count your blessings. Maybe. I mean, remember that short you took from what?
I know, right?
And it was just completely
somehow
kept going.
All right, let's do a fleshy flush. Come on.
Also, don't forget to tell your friends, tell your trading buddies, tell your family. Another couple
We are
hundred.
rejecting. Well, we're right at the anchored VWAP right now, off of New York Open. Shout out to George.
Come on.
Somehow lived another day.
Roll over, you beast.
Still have 2 minutes on this 5-minute candle. A 1-minute candle closed below 22s would be really good for this trade.
We got till 50-50.
Not, I might just cut it. Yeah, Bobby, I'm still in. This is a long trade for me. I mean, we are in this top zone. We're gonna draw a box here. This is probably a good point later today to not enter in this chop area.
You're seeing some rejection there. I mean, we're seeing the rejection to the upside. It's
chop right there.
Yeah, Dow continued to.
It's going to be the no-go zone from now on.
What's that? 500 out of the bid. 500 out of the bid. What do we got here? What's that price in the NQ? 30,020. Bid 500 times. 500 times. 30,020. These are level 2 data on Topstep X. Again, don't forget we saw a 400 lot coming on the bid at 30,000 evens. That was filled. Now 30,020 bid. 500 times.
I feel like it makes sense. The size has been in the NASDAQ today.
That's a huge size. Huge size. Again,
I'm out. I'm not sipping it. That's too much for NASDAQ. I was watching them last night distributing 300, 150, 400 lots, kind of sneaking them in, out.
We're gonna fill this.
I'm not up for this. What am I up here? $2,162. All right, we can chew for now. Was it 10-20? Okay, good stuff. Not my place, not my time. I can always wait.
Good recognition.
Give yourself a break.
Yeah.
Everything I have on the background is showing me bullish. The Tick Index, the Voice PD, VIX is kind of so-so, but the possibility of this sweeping up just a little bit lower and then reversing is what scares me.
Phil. What was that? What was that? What the heck was that? That 500 lot was filled.
All right. Yeah. You guys want to know why I got short? This 5-minute candle below my moving average.
What?
And, we were respecting it really nicely for a minute. All right. Let's just continue pushing. Let's flush down into mid 800s.
That's where it's at.
Filled on that bid. Again, just huge selling.
That's all I feel, yeah.
What in the heck?
Wow.
ES selling off now, NQ selling off. Crude's not doing much. This is just we are seeing size being traded, and ES gold's grinding higher. Crude's been between $89 and $90 throughout.
Shout out to Dakota. 30,000 again.
Yep.
I bought one MNQ, 997 even.
What the heck was that? Man, you short.
I'm still,
Wanna hear a
I'm
crazy
still in this,
stat,
still
Andre?
short, still two.
Yeah.
In the first 45 minutes of this session, all right? More premium options premium was traded in Micron than in the SPX.
Wow.
I know what this is all about. Yeah.
Wow.
This is
More
all
than
Micron.
SPX? Wow.
This is when Jessica Inskip joins us here in about
billion in options premium.
This is all
in Micron in the first 45
This is
minutes.
all Micron. This whole thing is all Micron. A lot of interested.
I bought
profit taking here. A lot of profit taking going on here, Jack.
540 and a tick long.
I'm short a third contract.
What's your price, Mandy?
89 quarter.
29,000. 989 quarter.
All the way back to entry. Wow.
Yep.
That was pretty close.
Did you guys? Yeah, look at how close this was. I don't know
Way to
how I
stick to your
didn't get
stops.
stopped out. Look at that.
It was well placed.
Yeah, I feel like that's a W in my book, you know, like my stop loss is respected. That's a huge win in the sense that I quote unquote can read
This is
a little bit.
What?
To point out the semis index is down to changes every so often when I'm looking at it. Down 2.25%. Now Nvidia's off 2%. Biggest mover in the Mag 7.
Again, 6 minutes bottom hour. We'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low. Rice's white headline here: White House on X indirectly denies the Iran state media reported that the MOU between the U.S. and Iran indirectly denies.
What the heck
It
does that
wasn't
mean?
us.
What does that mean?
Indirectly.
Jack,
We
that's,
give it
that's
out
your
the comment, but it
translation.
wasn't
It's
us.
like,
I don't know how you deny something indirectly.
That's how you do it. That's how you finesse it.
Who comes up with these headlines, man?
Crude between $89 and $90. Pretty much for most of fast markets right now. I'm long. Get out of here with that
I'm
indirectly.
long as well.
But here goes crude. Now crude popping. Crude above. I'm out of the longs. Crude.
$90.
Crude catching a bid. Gold selling off.
This will kick me out and then run.
This is wild, man. This market's these are.
Yes. Wild indeed.
I want to get along with that size. Unless they're taking, I don't know. Crude can now trade $90.14 now for 15 cents. All right, more so. Who's short? Hogue?
I am.
Andy short, okay. Doom, you long or short?
Long, micro NASDAQ and ES. I'm getting a small beating on ES from 540 even. Yeah.
Out of one,
Yeah.
got two left. Looking for another one at 24 quarter.
Nice. Again, headline. Headlines continue to get about. White House on X indirectly denies the Iran state media reported draft MOU. What is it? Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. and Iran.
Getting divorced.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
More buying here in crude. Crude. About 75 cents here.
Trying to break lows on New York.
Tremendous patience, Mandy.
Thank you,
Tremendous
Hogue.
patience.
New lows.
Is this a
Who said the
100-point
lows are-
banger?
who
Can
said
we
the
get
lows
this
are
in?
Nice, Mandy. ES, not quite 2 session lows, but we are selling off. We are.
Remember,
Here it is, 912.
gratitude turns to greed at break even.
Oh, I love that. Let's get this 7500 SPX.
Hey, what do you got for IB high? ESNQ.
Let me get those set up.
Oh, good. You guys say what? ES probably around 47s, give or take.
Yep, 47 exactly.
Okay.
Good eye.
Should I hold them short?
Lows aren't it? Oh man, more. Mandy,
Is this my? This is pretty awesome.
thought it wasn't your day, Mandy. Thought it wasn't your day.
I'm out.
Good job, Mandy.
I'm up. I'm green. I'm 55 bucks.
Oh, how about that? The markets are giving
Nice.
opportunity. Nice job. Markets,
There
there's
you go.
opportunity. One, give it up for Mandy. You're just watching the
Good job,
emotional
Mandy.
roller coaster. You're watching the P&L roller coaster.
Just follow the rules. It's set up again. That's part of the plan. You're not supposed to hit 100% every time. A loss is to be expected at some point. If I got out of it, if this hits 89, I'm going to be pissed. That would have been 100.
Get out of here. You're going to be pissed. You just made money being short. A lot of it, too.
Forgot about the tattoo, right, Dre?
Yeah,
that was almost 100 points. That's crazy. This is a wild market, you guys.
It's all NQ. NQ is ES is in a 25-point range. Gold seen some buying, but this is NQ getting completely sold here.
Specifically, 30% of the NQ semis are now down 3%. Micron. You just call this show the Micron Hour. Micron is actually, if my eyes don't deceive me, just flipped red barely.
Wow.
It's an absolute war going on in the options, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is complete. This is straight up funds on funds trading right here. This is
they're putting on their bandoliers and just
that's what this is.
Screaming. I would love to hear the floor.
Who's got the best computers right now? Who's got the best algos?
I'm developing a phone for traders.
What's up?
I'm developing a phone for traders, but it's half prototype. If you guys are interested, I'm going to show it to you next time.
Okay. I'm excited.
Hey, it's 2026, the year of the tech, the AI revolution.
Oh, Gap.
The Matrix.
We got a lot to go.
See, I feel like a perfect phone for traders would be like one of those jitterbugs they give to our elderly
kids.
Oh, yeah, so that they, they can just call 911, but they can't trade 0 dates.
You're funny. Yeah, my grandma has one of those. I can see her dialing from the other end of the room the number because the buttons are so big on it.
And
my dad's not getting scammed, but I need to get him one just because I swear he misdials me like 8 times a day now. It's getting out of control.
Maybe he does it because he's a little bored. My dad does that to me.
Is it still acceptable to call it a butt dial, even though there's no like buttons and it's not in your back pocket?
Yeah, that's what I call it.
I think he has his hearing aid connected to it. He doesn't know how it works. But
oh yeah, I forgot they have the hearing aid connections. That's right. Okay. What about?
Oh, come on, all-time highs. Let's see it. 912s was the price, man. 912s. It's great to enter and immediately be drawn down.
Are the lows in? Mandy, Doom. That was a fast hour on fast markets.
Yes,
saw some fast P&L swings. That felt so bad.
We're just trending with NQ. That's all.
Before you do a couple words before you get out of here. Good stuff. See you in the chat, Doom Lord. A couple words and let Mandy speak her piece. I'm having a bad day. Doom, go ahead.
On the lookout on Friday. I'm bringing in a demo phone for traders. You'll love it.
Nice.
Okay, Mandy. Just not my day. It is your day. I'm just messing
Trey,
with you.
thank you.
Go ahead, please.
No,
That
yeah.
was good stuff.
Followed the rules. A loss to be expected, but that's part of the game. We have to be able to accept losses, and that was a good growing exercise for me. Somebody was asking how can they learn a little bit more about those moving average crosses. I think we talked about it on Power Hour a couple weeks ago. Mandy in the markets.com. I have that all set up now, so I can get a cool push to the Discord if you guys want to learn a little bit more. And yeah, thanks for having me,
plug my
guys. Always
Discord
fun
next
with you
time.
guys. It's always a pleasure.
was
It was always a
awesome.
pleasure.
Fantastic stuff. Fast
Have a
markets.
great day.
We'll take a fast break. We got because payouts are getting faster. Let's take a fast break, and then we got more on the other side of this. AeroPay, hit them. People are a big fan of this. Let's go.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster. With automated approvals and real-time payment processing, approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Trade well.
There he is, Mr. 30,000 himself. Star of slow markets, lower left-hand corner. What is up, Dakota?
What is
Wow,
going
wow.
on? These markets are pretty wild, man. We have, I don't know. I checked them in the middle of the night, and we were at 30,000, almost 400, and I'm like, oh, okay, we're just going to just grind higher. And then I looked at them, market open, and we're down here minus like 400 points from those highs. So I bought it. This is kind of where that sell-off from yesterday was. These, 880s, 900 level. You can see that move from yesterday kind of hanging out there. So I decided to enter a smallish position for how I'm trading this account, looking for maybe a bounce up to 30,000. 30,000's been that number I'm looking at this week. And yeah, we're seeing volatility in these markets. Like, just as I'm speaking, look at this. These like 10, 20-point moves every time you blink your eye. This is
Day bombs.
This
Yep,
is wild.
We're hitting here. By the way, I just talked to my guy Jay. This is some of the highest volume we've seen in the NQ for the first hour for about 2 weeks. The volume we're seeing traded here in the NQ. ES again, range. Dow not doing much. Gold not doing much. Crude not doing much. This is what we're seeing here in the NQ. This feels like some big boy. We're swimming with the sharks here. This feels like
yeah, Andre. Let me show you all
Citadel.
something.
This is Citadel and Goldman.
It could lead to this volume. The bears have been getting beaten down. We have a possible. These are daily candles for the semiconductors. We have a possible bearish engulfing forming here.
Yep.
Has it worked at all so far? No, but you never know.
And this is the most selling we've seen in a while.
It's a whole couple. What do you got for initial balance high for NQ and initial balance low? Then I want to hear about Delta. I'm guessing Delta and NQ is big time negative, but go ahead. Let's get those
So initial balance high in the NASDAQ, 30,187.50. Initial balance low, 29,888 and a quarter.
Yep.
We did just take a little look below that, and we rejected there. So there's a potential fail downside auction now. Potential. Remember, so that's potential. As far as Delta's concerned, in the NASDAQ, it's negative 8,500 right now, congruent with direction.
What's ES?
ES 75.47 even is the initial balance high. 75.25 is the initial balance low.
And Delta?
Is that right?
Yeah, man. It's not doing anything. This is all NQ.
25.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. We do
the
one back above 90.
75, 25 is also weekly kickoff low. Delta in the ES is negative 2,100.
What do you got for IB high?
News headlines here. The White House calls reported Iran MOU a complete fabrication. White House also saying, quote, nobody should believe Iran state media reporting.
I'm seeing those headlines. However, Crude oil is between $89 and $90 throughout all those headlines, all deal on, deal off. It's the reason why Hoag's like, is that right? The 17-point range in the initial balance, or 22-point range in the initial balance, whatever.
Yeah.
It's NQ.
Yep. It's all NASDAQ.
It's all at NASDAQ. It's all NASDAQ. Oh, we were about 400 points lower. Here comes 30,000. Dakota, what do you got? What do you got?
Yeah, that's my take profit, Andre.
Long?
Looking for 30,000 here.
Get it.
Yep. Long from 90. Yeah, basically 908, 907. Long 6. Tighten up that stop loss. And I'm looking for 30,000 to be an ultimate target. I'll peel a couple off. On these breaks higher. Take a couple off here. Look for that 30,000 level.
Yeah, man, they just. Wow.
Man, we're seeing big moves in both directions.
Is our reversal down there or anything?
Not yet, Hogue. If this 5-minute candle does close above, like, say, 950, sure. You're looking at a potential failed downside auction. We still have, 22, 23 minutes left. I don't want to sound too confident in this, but 30,000 is such a big round number. I don't see why we don't get there.
Just don't let the market hear you.
I know. Every time I think that, I mean, it's like all last week, it's just, hey, we're going to get to 30,000. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
What do you got for Delta now, Hogue? In NQ, it was just negative 8,000.
Negative 8,300.
Yep. Right when they get up,
I have the 40-point sell-off, and we already recovered it.
Yeah, they hit the bid
and
right
more.
around here.
There's 990s. All right, here we go. 30,000. Can we see it?
Can we see it? Can we see it? Dakota says, "Can we see it?" Pretty sure here.
But it's a profit.
We got tilt.
I can see it. I don't know if I can touch it.
I'll touch it.
30,000. 30,000. There you go, Dakota.
There we go.
I'm short. Did you take profits?
Yep, I took profits right there. 30,000. I got one on for a runner.
Okay.
One on for a runner.
I'm short. They've hit the bid, whoever they is. They've hit the bid around these prices. Unless clear for takeoff to the upside. However, that negative delta seems to increase. That negative delta seems to increase right around these prices in the NQ. ES is just range to range. Dow, chilling. Gold, chilling. Crude oil, chilling. This is star of the show is the NQ. Star of the show is the NQ so far. Again, cabinet meeting, Trump cabinet meeting, the top of the hour. We will have that. We will be bringing that into live. Of course, then we got Jessica Inskip joining us. Couldn't have better timing on that. I'll be around, I think, right around the Euro close, about an hour from now, as well as another contest, Jack. More contests.
Oh, yes.
Another more 50K.
More awards.
Yes.
100. 50K no activation fee combines awarded sometime during fast markets today and again in the afternoon.
In the afternoon also?
Yes. Doubles are best, Andre. Doubles are best.
Indeed.
That's loving it. That's loving it. Why did I enter this trade? Well, it's probably simpler than you think. You see this sell-off that we had yesterday? We had that big rally, and then we had that following sell-off, that big reversal up at the top. This is that level that we came down to, these 29,900s. We actually got down to like 880s, and we found buyers stepping in there. We also have this big round number, 30,000, and I'm looking for this market to hang out around this week. Obviously, we could be a few hundred points above or below. So we sold off today. It was a massive sell-off, right? 400 points from these highs. Yeah, over almost 500 points from those highs. Got down to the same level, these 880s. And I put on that risk. Sure enough, here we are breaking through these 30,000s again.
Yes, we are. We're rallying now. NQ ladder. We are on the move higher. Dakota, nice runner. Shout out to CPN in the chat. Thank you guys for all you do. Just took a $730 payout, and now I am up 317, going short on the MNQ. Oh boy! Congratulations, job well done.
Beautiful.
Yeah, remember, as these indices get higher, the point moves just keep on going. At 30,000, a 1% move in the NQ is 300 points. So
are they going to
it
change
ain't like
the
it
tick
used to
value
be.
anytime soon? When will they
Well,
change the tick
they
value?
already have micros. I mean, that's kind of what happened. You know, we had the big S&P, then the mini, and then eventually they just retired it, the big S&P, because like what we call the mini, we call it like the big contract, but it's called the mini for a reason.
Ooh, here we go.
Maybe we get some nanos?
Did I just throw up a gang sign? You think I'm in a gang? There's no gang that would have me. He had an emoji in his post that was like rock on, so I was just doing that.
Yeah. What gang are you in, Jack? ES a little selling here. Crude showing some signs of life. A bit of an uptick here, $90.52.
Gold got hammered.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well,
we're at
now.
44.38, down 1.5% almost. Nasdaq's
Better
found
not
its
get
happy
hammered
place.
without me.
What's the play here?
I think that was the play. We buy this dip to 30,000 in Nasdaq.
I'm short as that. Well, I'm an idiot. I'm short. 50.
I'm all up for scalping back and forth around 30,000. Very similar to yesterday. I mean, look, that's a 50-point sell-off right there.
What's Delta now, Hogue? Probably lighter. Feels lighter.
Nasdaq negative 8,300.
Okay.
Yes, negative 2,000.
All right.
There's tons of volume being traded today too. It's all NQ. It's all the NQ.
There's nothing special that happened today, was there?
More buyers crude. Crude on the move. Crude finally. Crude was in a $1 range for the first or so.
What's special, Dakota, I think, is that it's very rare. Like, I don't know if there's a comp really for what was going on yesterday with the semis, like Micron. I mean, it's kind of unheard of for a company of that size to be up 20% in a day that had it wasn't earnings, it wasn't news, it was simply UBS way upgrading their price target.
More than that, Jack. More than that.
So a lot of volatility. You know, when that's up 20% and then it was up 9% pre-market today, there's just a lot of trading going on.
Sheesh. I heard you say the options volume or the premium was just.
It's true. In the first 45 minutes of trading today, more options premium was traded in Micron than the SPX, which is cuckoo bananas.
Wow.
Also, NQ today. Seeing more volume. Most volume we've seen traded in 2 weeks today in the NQ so far. We're swimming with the sharks today. NQ trading, we're swimming with the sharks. Crude continuing to push higher here. $90.73 last trade. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
I mean, you think of it, we are up over 30% in like 2 months in the Nasdaq. 30% in 2 months.
Yeah, I do know. Micron did get a very strong endorsement from some very powerful folks on May 22nd. Lo and behold, 4 days later, up 20%, 22% to be precise. Who needs UBS when you got the real power players really endorsing it? 50-50 across the board on the tilt. Let's get the Topstep TV tip of the week. We've been waiting on this one for a minute. If we're good to go, bring this one in. We bring a new one every week here on Topstep TV. All right. I know what it's going to be. Anyone in the chat, do you know what the Topstep TV tip of the week's going to be?
We were watching yesterday. Was it showed yesterday?
Maybe. Dakota, what was it? What was it? That's a TV tip of the
Don't
week.
eat yellow snow.
It is. Wow. Nobody. Okay, interesting. Noted. There it is. There's your there's the answer key. It is review your trades every week. No one got that? My oh my. Okay. I think I know why. The markets were actually cruising. Yeah, review your trades every week. Assess performance metrics, 100%. Identify recurring errors. Just strategies needed to track progress over time. Dakota.
Yes.
Veteran, seasoned trader. Been around. You've seen some stuff. When you assess your performance metrics, the first metric you go to is what?
It is. I'll show you. It's nice because on Topstep X, the one thing I look at is profit factor. We talk about trade win percentage. We also talk about average win versus average loss, and you can't really those are two. Yeah, you can't have one without the other. Let's just say that. Profit factor is the most important thing.
What is
whether you're making money or
factor?
losing money? Then I'll take a look at my risk reward. What's my risk reward? And then finally, I'll look at my trade win percentage. But profit factor is the most important for me. I review it every other week. Every other week. Some traders review it every day and they make adjustments, and I think that's the wrong thing to do because you over adjust and over analyze. You'd be like the Cavaliers. It's man, statistically I'm winning, but you end up red every day.
Mm-hmm.
What is profit factor, Dakota? What's a strong number? What's a number that needs improvement?
Anything over 1. Everything over 1 is a good number.
What does it mean? One means what?
Positive. What's that?
What does 1 mean? I see 1.
One means that you're break even. Yep. Anything above 1 is positive. And right there, it's the ratio of your total profits divided by your total losses.
Keep the math on your side. Keep the math on your side. Also, again, top of the hour. The president is scheduled to begin a cabinet meeting. We haven't seen too much from the White House. Haven't seen too much of anything. Richmond Fed really got this thing cooking.
Yeah.
So let's just recap here. Gold did see some rallings, did see some buyers, but now gold is in a range. 44.76 last trade there. Yes. 20-point range today so far. Dow 300-point range. NQ 400 some odd point range.
Yeah. Is lows in? Are the lows in for the NASDAQ? Why not? Why not?
I think there's a lot of profit taking that's happening right now. There's a lot of profit taking right now.
I think that could be a good reason why the volume's so high today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Hey, who's trading ES? Who's playing this range in the ES, by the way? You ever getting lower end right around 75 30s, give 28s. Upper end around 45s or so.
Yeah, it looks good. I just wish it was a little bit lower. I'm really hoping we get down to 75.18, 75.17.
Well, here you go. This is the lower end of the range right here. Stacking bananas. Where you been? What's up? Stacking bananas in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, there's a range here in the NASDAQ right now. Back and forth around 30,000. Profit taking is a word for it. Yeah, here we are back at 30,000. These 970s, 980s.
Look at these shorts.
These 020s.
It's really cooking. Hey, Dakota, when you said you're going to kind of play around, Flyer Jim, what's up, man? Shoot.
Hey.
Yeah. Awesome to see you. Dakota, you say you're going to kind of, you're trading, but you're market generated information. You're kind of just going to, how do you say this? Play the 30,000 magnet trade, if you will.
Correct.
Correct. So does that mean shorts, I guess, for higher? And how far away? Obviously, longs. What price? How far away do we have to be from 30,000? You know what I'm trying to say? Would you be
Yeah, I
getting
know
short?
I know what you're trying to say, right?
get
If,
short
if
up
I'm
at
looking for this
100s?
market to hang around 30,000, like how far down would I be willing to buy it? How far
Right.
up
Thank
would I be
you.
willing to sell it? But my answer is it depends
Yeah.
on market structure and price action. Today, when we started selling off, there was a great point of reference from yesterday during fast markets, right? We had that big sell off earlier that luckily I caught a piece of it on their way down. So 29,900, that's a good support level. Watching the price action, so I'm fine looking for longs down there. If we start to rally, then I'm going to do the exact same thing. If NASDAQ rallies, maybe we test 090s. There might be an opportunity to short that. You can see there's some levels of resistance here around the 100, 105. Maybe we can come up and test where we were during the slow market session, maybe 153. But that's what I'll look at. I'll look at price structure depending on how fast we get there, how long it takes. Maybe we get a 3-bar reversal. But yeah, if we rally up to these 093s, 090s, maybe 100, and we get a 3-bar reversal, I'm definitely going to short that looking for 30,000.
Oh, did you hear the news, Dakota? Jack has MNQ pulled up, locked and loaded. MNQ time.
Wait,
Yeah.
Jack has.
Well, if we don't get right now, I'm still looking at MES because we have this 7,500 thing I want to play. But I was telling Dre earlier, it's like we're just trading the semiconductors right now. So why not just trade the beast that has the most semiconductor in it, like 30% of the NASDAQ? Because what I'm worried about is, you find the right short or something, but it's a rotation into like software or stocks that have lagged this rally. And so the ES doesn't give you anything.
Snagging bananas. Nope. I've been on a spiritual journey. Trading will do that to you. I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Well, all right. Crude oil catching a bit of a bid, continuing to push higher. $90.97. Session highs there. 98 cents now, closing at 91 bucks.
Oh, what do we do here in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, we'll have the cabinet meeting. We'll get that video up. We'll listen to it. I don't know, how do you say this?
Sell a spread. Sell a spread here at 30,000.
When Jessica comes on to join us in about less than an hour, 40, 50 minutes. So they'll have that up. She'll be we'll be front and center with her, as opposed to we keep an eye on the cabinet meeting. Just know that there will be comments coming out of it. However, I just want to hear what the next quote unquote great stock is going to be at this point. Micron is great, to quote the White House.
Intel was great.
Yeah, I know, man.
Intel was really great. What will be the next one? I don't know. Oh,
it's incredible, man. Then UBS comes out of nowhere. It's like, triple price target, 1,560.
Yeah.
I'm
coordination mechanism. That's mechanisms, baby. I mean, look at it, because ES isn't doing anything. ES 25-point range.
I'm pulling up the triple Q's gamma right now. We're getting into dangerous territory, boys.
Still short this stupid NQ. What am I short from? 992. I'm short this NQ for so long now. This is wild. 30 minutes. No.
That's true. Well, guess where we're at in the NASDAQ? 30,000.
30,000.
Yeah, man. Short for 30 minutes. Market's not doing nothing. 50-50 tilt. Click subscribe, click like, click notify. We got more 50K no activation fee combines coming your way. Well, at the end of the month, but however you got to answer the question, fill out the form. Bada bing, bada boom. And the winners will be notified end of the month.
We might get a little sell off here in the NASDAQ. Maybe down to 950s.
Something might be done. I don't know. I got my tinfoil hat on big time today.
There we go. Let's see, 950s maybe.
All right, Dakota. Now you're watching 4.
Watching for longs.
Watching for longs, okay.
That's what I'm looking for. Well, I'm already long one, this runner, but I don't mind adding to it.
This is right before the cabinet meeting. I got you. It's,
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
5 minutes.
Mhm.
You're short though, right?
again,
Yeah, I'm short from 992.
There you go. Once we
That's-
do post that form, it'll be pinned to the bottom of the chat where you see the Topstep daily levels right now. If you want to check those out.
Oh yeah.
Somebody mentioned the semiconductors. They bounce a little bit, but are selling back off.
See you right away in the 70. Oh shit, I'm out. I covered it. Eventually, this is gonna be. I'm flat. Yeah. Look at this. Look at the NQ ladder right now. It just vaporized for a second.
Just nothing. Yeah, look at the selling coming in. Nvidia's down 2.6.
This is like Citadel and Goldman going bananas today. This is them just showing off their
cover on that short.
This isn't it worked out. We saw 500 lots on the bid. 500 lots on the bid in the NQ getting filled, mind you. About
really
40 minutes ago, we saw 500 on the bid of 30,020. 500 bid that was filled. And an hour ago, about 50 minutes ago, we saw a 400 lot on the bid, 30,000 bid 40 times. And
on the
filled.
Okay.
Bid.
Okay.
We're now trading 50 points lower.
Interesting.
About 4 points of the session lows in the ES.
I'm consider adding to this position here at these 940s, 930s for long. Back up to 30,000. We got the top of the hour coming in 2 minutes, so I kind of want to see what happens there.
I'll tell you what, this ES ray, I'm looking to get long this ES down here. What can we get? What do we got? Oh, right here, 26 is 20, 70. Last trade, 75.29. Session low, 75.25.
Hour, just a minute.
Just a minute. What do we got here? Every time we got down here.
Look at the buyers trying to hold it up. If we get pumped right back up to 30,000.
Yeah, we'll get Dakota's screen shortly. There it is. No need.
Top of the hour, 50 seconds. Again. Crude, just chilling. $90.80. This is the top of the hour. What else we have? We have any speakers today? Noon Central, we do have a 5-year note auction. Oh yeah, where's crude? Where's EIA? Today's one. Oh, it's a shortened week holiday. Yeah, so that might be tomorrow. Here comes the top of the hour.
Here we go.
Then after that, we'll take this long.
What we do here in these 40s.
Give me this. All right. Took the plunge, long one ES, playing the range, 75-30 quarter.
Range, man.
All right, I'm adding to this position here at these 40s.
All right, what's your position right now, Dakota?
Long 5 from 937. I was long 1. I had my one runner from 906, 907 right there.
Where are you going, ES?
Now I'm adding to this.
Okay.
I'll add if we could break above 56, 57. I want to build a position here.
I think we may well try and test that 75.18.
We are?
We
I'm just
could be in
long.
Nice target.
Where'd crude go there? I'm thinking about getting.
All right.
Go to long. What's your average price?
I just added some more to it. Long from 935, full mini, 10 micros.
Micro. Okay.
Let's see if we could get this rally going. I'll still can build a position if we continue to hold and see good market structure.
Yeah, I'm gonna
down here.
All right, cool.
Like I said, ultimate target is going to be these 30,000s.
Yes, it will. All right. Well, Dakota, we'll let you manage that. Long 10, MNQ, bottom of the hour. We got Jessica Inskip joining us. We got the London close. But before then, we haven't seen Dr. Volatility yet. Dr. Vol, get in here. Can you see this market moving higher? What's up, James? Happy Wednesday.
What's up, everybody? Yes, hello, happy Wednesday. Hope you're all doing well. We've got some big news here at Topstep today because we have just launched 3 brand new communities. Do you prefer Twitch or Kick over YouTube? Because if your answer is yes, it's your lucky day. Now you can catch Topstep TV from Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and inside Topstep X. Whether you're trading at your desk or on the go, you've got options now to stay tuned into the market moves and tradertainment happening on Topstep TV. And that's not all, because we also have an official community hub on Reddit, our Topstep community. Think of it as the new unfiltered trading floor. Post your wins, share setups, ask questions, get feedback from other traders, or shared feedback with the Topstep team, because we're in there. You helped us build one of the biggest and best YouTube communities. Now it's time for us to take over Reddit. We'll see you over there. I know Andre's going to be chiming in because we're going to be dropping the links to all 3 new communities in the chat. So go ahead and join them now. That's right. We're going to be dropping the links for Reddit, Twitch, and Kick in the chat. Dolby will put them in there as needed. Go ahead, click on them, and follow us. I told you guys, we're everywhere. We're unstoppable. Then, when you're done following us everywhere, come back, because if you're new here, first of all, welcome. Second of all, I'm about to talk about group coaching. Group coaching, it's a dedicated time in our show where we take your questions and answer them live right here on Topstep TV. If you've been watching the show and you have any questions about chart patterns you may have seen, trade setups, indicator names, anything that you have a question on, group coaching is going to be the best place for you to find answers. We're going to drop a link in the chat. We're going to pin this one to the chat, so it's going to be there whenever you need it. Go ahead and click on it, fill out your question, and then be back in your seat at 12 p.m. because you just might hear your question read live on air. Each day, we are joined by 3 experts to sit down and give their hot takes on all your burning questions, and today is no different, as we're joined by Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. That's right. If you've been watching Topstep TV and you've been having a burning question for Deanna, you are in luck. She is going to be on group coaching today at 12 p.m. Central Time. So go ahead, click on the link, get your question in, and get educated. Again, that's at 12 p.m. We'll see you there. Be sure to show up early, get a front row seat, and bring Hogue an apple. He likes greens apples the best, I heard. Anyway, before we get back to the charts and our last and final guest, if you guys, some of our chat, you might be old enough, you may remember the bicentennial quarter from 1976. With how little cash is used these days, you'd be forgiven for not noticing there are 2 special quarters out there for America's 250th birthday. A third variant will be released into circulation Monday. The Declaration of Independence Quarter features Thomas Jefferson on one side and the Liberty Bell on the other. Jefferson authored the document that started the American Revolution, then served as the country's 3rd president. Quarters featuring the Mayflower and Revolutionary War are already in circulation. Constitution and Gettysburg Address quarters are coming later this year.
Damn. Happy 250th. Happy 250th. Who we got? There he is, lower left-hand corner from Estonia. Mr. Henrico in the house. What's good, my friend? NQ. Trading wild.
Hello, guys.
Whoa.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up?
Good to see you. Talk to me.
Enrico. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Yeah, it's been quite slow day. Had few trades on the combines. I'm taking this combine journey really slowly. I'm really enjoying watching sometimes Dakota's slow market, seeing how he builds up the combine account as well, and having the same approach. I'm not rushing it. I had 5 accounts. I had to reset 1 account. I didn't copy trade them. I kind of traded them separately and blew one of them. So now it was a nice kind of reminder to take it slowly and step by step. I don't want to reset any more accounts.
Sometimes slow is fast.
Indeed.
Doing it right.
Indeed.
A lot of traders, when they get a combine, the first thing they want to do is pass it as fast as possible, and that is definitely not the right approach in my own personal opinion. But I'm glad you like it, man. I got a lot of requests to do this combine by the community, and social media kept asking me, "Can you just show us how you pass one?" And yeah, hopefully I'm doing a okayish job.
Yeah, the thing is, when people pass their combine really fast and then they go XFA, they will kind of plan to trade XFA with their main or real strategy, but they don't have any confidence in it anymore because they traded not their strategy in the combine stage. So as soon as they hit the XFA, they start trading their strategy, they take some losses, and then it's like, oh, it's not working. And I think like practicing what you will do on XFA on combine is always a good choice. You can maybe do a few more micros here and there, and maybe take a little bit bigger size on few trades, but don't go all in, don't full port and so on.
You got to dance with the one you brung.
Exactly.
What does that mean, Hogue? What if
Well,
I want to upgrade?
we hear a lot
what if
of
I want to
traders.
upgrade?
Start a new combine.
Beware.
Yeah, dance with the one I brung. What if the one I brung just ain't cutting it?
Well, the point of it is, you got through the trading combine, trading your strategy. Hopefully, yeah, you can full port it to get through it, but that's not going to be following your strategy. If you follow your strategy getting through the trading combine, you follow that same strategy when you get into the XFA. If it was successful for you in the trading combine and your strategy is continuing to pay you, then keep doing the same thing in the XFA. We talked to so many traders, so many people ask that question during group coaching. I do great during the trading combine. Once I get to the XFA, everything falls apart. It's dancing with the one you brung. It doesn't change anything, the fact that you're moving from combine to XFA. It's the same thing. Look for the next good trade. And if you do that, you stand a much better chance of continuing to learn, grow, spend time in the XFA, get better at it, get better at trading, get better at being a person. It's that consistency that's going to get you there. It's not the full porting. It's not changing everything once you get to the XFA. It's keeping everything the way you got there. That's why we call it dancing with the one you brung. You were successful in the trading combine. Just keep doing what you were doing in the XFA. You got a much better chance of surviving and growing. And the longer you stay in it, the more you give yourself the opportunity to continue to learn and to grow and to improve as a trader. That's the goal. Yes, everybody wants to make money, but focusing on being a good trader first, the money becomes kind of a secondary function. The money just comes when you're a good trader. So focus on being a good trader. My suggestion for everybody.
Yes, I like that.
Very good one too.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah. Also to that point, speaking of dancing with the one wrong, let's see who took that advice. Let's take a look at some of our live funded leaders. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. What kind of numbers are we working with today? Mark.
Oh man.
Today in this market, Mark up 55 large. Kiara up 34.
That's impressive.
Andrea up 33. Harry up 18,000. Hans up 17,000 bucks. Big numbers. It's got to be NQ, right? This has to be. We'll check in with those names. We'll check in with those names and P&Ls throughout the day, but job well done. New session highs here, crude oil. Again, the president's cabinet meeting was scheduled to start about 10 minutes ago. It has not begun just yet. Let it close bottom of the hour. Jessica Inskip will be joining us.
Here. Well, update on that crude oil trade. We haven't changed a thing. Stop hasn't moved. We're just sitting here watching it continue in our direction. There is a target, 91.44 up here that I'm looking at for possible exit. Then we've got 91.80, which is weekly kickoff low above that. Just monitoring right now, but we haven't changed a thing.
I'm taking a couple profits here at these mid 70s. See if we get to that 30,000 level again.
Go to
get me a take profit there.
What's that?
Still nothing out of the cabinet meeting.
What do you got for that Delta NQ?
Negative 9,200.
Is it really?
Yep. Negative $3,000 in the S&Ps.
Delta NQ was nothing yesterday. Yes, where was that? Okay. Interesting. Let it close bottom down. Enrico, what do you got? You got levels, prices of interest.
I'm waiting a little bit for us to get out from this range situation that we are having right now. I usually want the market to start moving before I look for the trades, because if I would look for trades right now, I might get caught when it starts moving, and I usually want to wait for the action to really pick up some space. But in terms of levels, I think for NQ 985 will be the first level to get through, which is the 200 EMA on 15 minutes. And it's the same 200 EMA 7537 on ES on 50-minute 200 EMA. If we close candles above it on 50-minute candles, I will start looking for longs. But right now, it's really choppy for me, at least. As I said,
Enrico,
I'd like to. Yeah.
You're in your head. I can hear it. You're in your own head. I can hear it. Sit up in that chair. Enrico, shows Enrico love. I can see it. I can feel it, man. You're a good trader. You're a hell of a trader. And this market's changing on us totally. I can feel it. I can hear it. However, your reads are still good. Today's different, right? NQ is getting absolutely demolished. ES is doing nothing, right? Snitch, all that, throw it out the window, right? It's just the markets have changed. It's getting trickier right now. The process is good. The markets are going to change on us, and it's going to be costly, because the only way we learn lessons in trading is by losing money, and it sucks, but that's just the reality of it. You had a hell of a run, and these last 2 weeks have been a pain in the ass because the markets keep changing with what we saw the semis yesterday, deal on, deal off. It's tricky as hell to trade right now. Don't beat yourself up right now. Don't beat yourself up right now. I know it's tricky, and this is not, Rico, you think this is the last time this is going to happen? You think this is the last time you're going to be profitable as hell? Get ready for this. This is what you signed up for,
Yeah,
Rico.
I know.
This is what we all signed up for. So
I know.
Just
it's the spiritual journey, right? As someone said in the chat. But no, Andre, that's why we have trading buddies. You are the best at trade. I mean, that's why we have trading buddies. That's why it's amazing to trade with other people together. Trading is super individual activity. It's super lonely activity if you do it alone. And as you said, yeah, it's coming from such run that I had, and now kind of like getting chopped up in the combine stage and building everything back up. Yeah, it's. But I mean, I think we discussed this in one episode as well. But you can't like take one thing away from me in trading, which is obsession. And I think like everyone who wants to survive those harder moments, you need to be obsessed with this game, and you need to have that healthy obsession of watching the charts, adjusting to the market, as you said, and just picking yourself back up again and again after.
You're good at this shit, man. You're good at this shit. These markets are crazy right now. You see what the NQ is doing today? ES isn't doing anything. Gold's not doing anything. YM's not doing anything. You signed up to trade the NQ. This is the devil. You made your bed. Now we got to sleep in it, man. I'm with you. This is what's up. You're a hell of a trader. You had a hell of a run. It's not always going to work.
Enrico, you are a good trader. I know you are. I have full confidence in you. You are going to be just fine in the long run.
Get ready. This ain't the last time this is going to happen either, man. This is not the last.
Of course. It was not the first time as well.
There you go, man. There you go. We got this, man. We got this. Don't beat yourself up, because for our cabinet being still a little bit we're still waiting for that to get started. Jack's has some nugget tidbits. I'm going to jump for a couple. If that's cool. Jack, take it away if we're good to go.
Yeah, that was a heck of a way to jump out there, Andre.
Yeah,
spitting fire.
Yeah,
hype this up. I'm ready.
All right. Well, we're close to the session lows right now in the ES. I'm still glued on seeing if we can get to that 7,500 SPX. 75.18 in the futures. That would be Dakota is out.
Yep.
Rico's flat. House accounts. Ooh, nice. Still riding one MCL. We're trading $90.88 in the July contract there. Bitcoin just below 75,000. VIX stuck to about 17. Let's see if the range continues here.
Amazon's up 2%.
Crazy stuff. We got Nvidia's down 2.6%.
Jack, I
All
think you might get your
indices,
chance
I mean,
down at 18.
yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, we're only down 0.5% from settlement in the NQ, basically scratch in the ES.
We're dragging value lower. We got a poor low or a weak low in the S&Ps. Seeing some aggressive selling coming in here. Delta's now negative 3,500 in the S&Ps, negative 9,400 in the NASDAQ. We do have a failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, but we continue to move value lower, thinking we're going to see a little bit more range extension to the downside, which may take you down to that 18 level you were looking at yesterday, Jack.
Yeah, and that turned out to be, we didn't get much of stops below it, but it tested the top. I mean, once again, you can see it. It just tested that Globex open, tested the gap, and then just couldn't get through it. Love to see him try again today.
There's some other confluences down there as well. Value low from yesterday, 21. Value high from Friday, 15. You've also got the 200 session simple moving average coming in at 15, let's just call it, on the 30-minute chart. So definitely a little bit of confluence down there if you're looking for opportunities. If we do get that chance to participate down in those levels, I like it.
Yeah, we're looking a little heavy. I'd love to see a push down.
I mean, it hasn't been easy to short, but on the 30-minute since 7:30 this morning, it's been all red bars.
Yeah.
Wiki bars, but
I have a hard time shorting
we'll
this.
see. Yes, shorting in the hole after the last 2 months is difficult.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Most of the Tech 9 stocks is green too.
Micron is in the red again. Semis are still off their low, but down 2.6% on the day. Well, as we hang around here, I'll probably regret doing this. But Hogue, Dakota, Enrico, you mind if we hit a few news stories real quick?
Hit it.
Oh, let's do it. I love this.
Yeah. All righty. I promised you, and we'll keep an eye if we break these lows. I'm more concerned if we get to that 7,500 SPX. But to put that Micron to $1 trillion in perspective, it took them 48 trading days to go from 500 billion to 1 trillion in market cap. Nvidia took 490. Things are accelerating mighty quick. Also, people are getting bullish. Next here, the consumer expecting stock prices higher a year from now rose to 55% in May, the highest since 2024. This shows sort of the difference between expectations and reality. You know, the S&P 500 is up 74% of years, Dakota, and the consumer is always bearish, but they are getting pretty bullish right now that we will be higher in a year. And next, I have a story. We're hitting lows right now, so let's pause because I really want to talk about this story. Guys, let's take it down and pause for a little bit and take a look at these lows here. But it's a great story of FOMO.
Great story of FOMO.
You get ready for
There's
it. There's
that little range extension in the ES.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I still like these longs. I like the longs, so I'm gonna try and build position down here again.
Okay.
NASDAQ holding up a little bit better, Dakota, for sure.
I like longs here as well. We're seeing a bit divergence between ES and NQ as well. ES has now taken out the range lows NQ haven't. So it kind of gives cheap idea for the NQ. Let's see. I might jump in with you, Dakota.
Yeah, I
There we
started with
go.
2, so if I take a loss, I'm taking a loss on only 2 contracts. Nice thing about micros, scaling in, scaling out.
That's one thing I'm practicing. I want to practice adding to a winners. I think it's one of the hardest things in trading because you don't want to mess up your entry, but at the same time, if you really have a good trade on your hands and you see it going your way, you're getting your confirmations. That's kind of what I'm trying to get next in my trading. How to add to winners, how to get the confidence to add to winners, and so on.
It's helped out my trading dramatically, at least from the risk management side, right? Because if I'm just completely wrong, like what it's looking at right now, and we keep selling off, I'm only going to lose on 2 of these contracts, which is like $200. But then, when I do get into a good position, based on the way I'm trading on this account, that's $1,000, $1,500. Being able to build into a bigger position.
We are getting tantalizingly close to the Sunday Globex Open and 7,500 in the SPX. Semi is also testing their lows of the day here. Let's see if we can do it.
ES is getting close to the cap. The cap is 7517. Do you see the same?
Yes. And yesterday's lows.
Yesterday's lows as well now.
Very gingerly approaching it. Got about a 25 point in the ES gap to fill below that.
Weekend gap
added.
Yeah.
I added a little bit down here on that rejection of these 890s. I'll add if we could break above 913s again.
What I'm looking to see right now is a little bit volume coming into buying. I really like when we are on this support level that we are right now. As soon as I see any bigger buying volume coming in, that's when I'm looking to enter, but I'm not seeing it yet. I always think that seeing the buying the bottoms is a little bit easier than the selling in terms of volume. I think it's a little bit more clear for the longs rather than shorts. So I'm waiting for that kind of volume candle to come in, and that will be my entry trigger right now.
We're fighting for it anyway. They're not giving up those lows just yet.
They are not. Right now, Micron is down just 0.3%, was up 9% pre-market. NVIDIA is down 2.6%.
I'm in full position now. I want to be in.
10 now?
Many full 10 contracts here at 908. Exactly the same trade that I got in when coming on air. 10 from 908. So let's see if we can find the same amount of buyers that we did earlier. Push up to 30,000. Can we see 30,000 again? I don't know.
Yeah.
Dakota's going back to that well. Little.
Yeah. Potential failed downside auction now in the ES. You're looking good.
The main difference is
Didn't
timing,
take out
though.
the
We got
session lows in the NASDAQ. I like that. You're looking good, Dakota. 30,000. Here we come.
Let's get it. We got London closing 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes to confirm failed downside auction in the ES. Bitcoin's back above 75,000. Little rally here, 75,200 in the spot market. Crude, $90.88.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm seeing a little bit of buyers in crude, but then some buyers are stepping in on Nvidia. So if that means anything here. We held. So far, so good.
Mm-hmm.
Semis are holding.
All this positive talk. Let's get it.
Let's see, we're still waiting on. Go ahead,
Sorry,
please.
Jack. No, I just wanted to ask, is the NQ delta still as negative as it was? I think it was minus 9,000 before.
Delta negative 9,700 in the NASDAQ and minus 4,600 in the ES.
So when would you see this as a divergence? Because I'm the longer we hold the support and the delta keeps growing, the more it's showing as a divergence, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to read like this because overall, so far, the delta has been congruent with direction. Like sellers, aggressive market order sellers have been able to push price lower. But if you get to a spot where you see delta continuing to get deeper into the negative, but price isn't able to move, that's when you start to kind of sense that a little bit of that divergence, which I personally am not yet. Make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. I think you were the first one who taught me in Topstep TV. That was probably almost 2 years ago, in the beginning of my trading, about short squeeze, how it's related to delta and so on. And I was in a short, and I remember you were on air saying squeeze, 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 and I was getting squeezed.
Squeezy,
short. Squeezy, squeeze, and I was getting squeezed. And I remember like that was a really good lesson for me to understand what is a short squeeze, and I was firsthand experiencing it.
Yeah, and sometimes it seems very clear. Other times it seems a lot more vague. And there's a lot of times when delta doesn't help with anything. I just keep an eye on it for those times when it does.
London close, 60 seconds.
Let's do it.
Right on
What
time.
we got?
Squeeze on now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When good to go. Oh, we dipped beneath initial balance low in
Yes.
ES.
So far,
What's that?
nothing but rejection there. Failed downside auctions. We'll see.
I'm feeling that too. I'll get the questions in. Group coaching. Get the link. Click get those questions in. Hogue, Deanna, and Hope also. See in the chat. A lot of interest in when said form will be dropped. Stay tuned. 50-50 tilt. London close.
Really quick, Dre. We got interrupted before one last story I wanted to share because we were making new lows in the ES at the time. But, you know, we've been talking about FOMO or having a tough time. I saw something on Wall Street Bets that is an interesting story from 4 days ago from the Jeffer. Remember, Topstep's on Reddit too. You can post us there. But 23 years ago in college, I sold all my stock to buy my future wife a $1,000 engagement ring. If we go to the next image, he has the email from Ameritrade dated 4/23/2003. Sold 67 shares of NVIDIA at $14.48. And then they entered it into, you can see it next here. How much would that be worth today? $1,884,000. So, FOMO, man. Hey, you can't think about things these way because if you were around then, you could have also dropped $1,000 in NVIDIA.
You
It's
could have
all
bought Bitcoin for
easy
a buck
come, easy
too.
go.
That's incredible.
Exactly. But I hope that hasn't put a damper on the marriage. So I love when people post their L's too. It's tough.
Hopefully they're still married. Can't put a price on love.
London closed. London has closed.
Well, that just sealed it up, Jack.
There we go.
Never selling my NVIDIA.
Little pop there. Little pop. Crude
I'm
selling
with
off.
you, Hogue.
Crude seeing some downside pressure. Saw a little pop there again. President cabinet meeting. We are awaiting for that. So, Dakota, you long? I bet you're long.
Yeah, I'm long.
I knew it.
I was long from 907. I'm going to take some profits here at these 60s. So I'm going to take a little bit off and hold strong for my 30,000 target. 30,000 target. Let's get it.
Nice trade.
Magnet play. The magnet play.
Yeah, Hogue.
How many
I'm
left
with
you got, Dakota?
I got 7 left from 907. But I'm with you. I remember we was buying NVIDIA down there at 999s last year during the tariff crash or whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, tariff crash, DeepSeek. There's been some great NVIDIA moments along the way.
All-time highs. I don't know. We still got Amazon up 2%. Apple up 1. Green Apple. NVIDIA is coming off its lows. But oil's back down to $90 a barrel.
I only see one place to trim the risk on this crude trade, and that's break even.
Live it, Hogue. We're still waiting on the cabinet meeting.
Yep, still waiting for the cabinet meeting. Indeed. Okay, Hogue, you got your work cut out for you with all the scalping, all those trades getting taken. You got prep for morning highlights after this. So, a couple words, Hogue. We've seen the failed downside auction, but we'll see you here in about 30 minutes or so. Good luck, Hogue. I'll be tuning in. See what you got.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of trades. I'll do my best to kind of focus on direction. Be too many trades to put on here. There'd be nothing but balloons on these charts. But it was a great morning, tough morning, good risk management by everybody. Enrico, great to see you. Keep up the good work. Dakota, Jack, Andre, we'll see you all in a few.
See you, Hogue.
Thank you, Hogue. All right. Again, we will have Jessica Inskip joining us here shortly, the research director at stockbrokers.com. Definitely going to be leaning on her for her guidance, her expertise, her insights on what we've been seeing today, last couple of days, what to look forward for. PC tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
But semis. How's Micron doing, Jack?
Well, isn't that the question? Micron is now up 1%. They've been anywhere today from pre-market up around 8-9% to slightly in the red. Right now, they're up 1%.
Premium still cooking?
I'm sure it is. I'd have to look it up. I saw that stat in a tweet they put out there. I'm sure it's moving all over the place.
Is the volume still pumping?
Let's take a look.
Premium cooking, volume pumping.
Crude's pulled back about a buck off those session highs. Last trade $90.25. Gold kind of rounding its way to the upside. About $10 in the last couple of minutes. White House, here's a headline.
30,000.
White House on Iran. Negotiations are proceeding nicely. Trump has made red lines clear. Red lines clear. Again, the cabinet meeting was scheduled to begin about 35 minutes ago. We will be bringing that to you if it does take place. However, we got more important things. We can wait on that. We got Jessica here. Probably a forum coming soon.
All right.
Got a 5-year.
Crude down to 90. Crude down to 90. We seen it. Yeah, it's at 87.77 today. Okay.
Oh yeah. Still got that gap out there too.
I'm ever so close.
What do we got for
pressure still on the metals, gold and silver?
A little selling here in the ES. I got the 30-year 5%, the 10-year 4.46%, 2-year, 4.03%. Maybe some relief there.
We got inflation data coming out this week as well.
Oh, PC, maybe. PC. Jack,
yeah,
that's going to be a big one, right?
Glass is going to be over it.
Well, let's Jessica about that as well.
I mean, yeah. Well, let's let Jessica answer that.
Yeah, Jessica, you're going to answer that one. Good luck. PC again. We will. That is the Fed's, or what was the Fed's preferred inflation metric. However, Warsh, the new Fed chair, looking to tweak that a bit. ES. Enrico, what do you think?
I imagine he'll come up with one that says inflation's lower. That's just my guess.
Something called trend. 100%. That core PPI, core CPI just wasn't getting the results. So here comes a little selling.
Yeah, for longs, I want to see the price above. I really want the price to break that 29,967. That's the 50-minute range low on NQ. We didn't break it. We tested it again. We didn't break it, so I haven't seen any really good confirmation to enter yet. I'm still looking for a trade. I really like the Coda trade. I was thinking of longs at the same time, but didn't enter. So maybe now it's going to give us a new chance, or there's also a chance that we're going to break this low finally, right? We've been trying to test it multiple times. We'll see how this low reacts now.
Fair enough. VIX still holding at 17, below 17 for the VIX.
Take anything off?
What's that?
Did you take anything off up there when you were long?
Yeah, I took some off at these 970s. I still want to hold for 30,000. Like I said, 30,000 is my line in the sand this week for the NASDAQ.
Question, Dakota.
So if I get an opportunity to get in a position and have that as my target, I'm going to take it.
How many times have you executed this type of trade? How many times have you gone back to the well?
This would be four this week.
For this week. Gotcha.
Yep. Today this would be number 3.
Have they been profitable? Have all 4 been profitable?
All work out.
Right. Okay.
No. Most of them have been either profit or scratch.
You taking any shorts? Have you initiated any shorts for that?
Last night we did.
Can we go back to the well here? ES hanging right around initial balance low. Actually, is an initial balance low. ES trading 75.25. Keep in mind, yes, S&Ps. If we're talking about 25-point range, give or take. NQ, NASDAQ, we're talking about a 500-point range or so. I mean, new all-time highs. New all-time highs printed in the NASDAQ about 3 hours ago. All-time highs of 30,379. S&Ps also printing new all-time highs, same time. 75.70 and 3/4.
Crude chilling at 90.
I think we're going to break the lows here.
It's looking
all right,
heavy.
Well, all right, fellas, that was quick. Dakota, a couple words to let you get out of here. Then we got Jessica coming up, but a couple words for Dakota, and then Enrico and Jack. But
nope, I think that's it. Yeah, I just flattened that last one, 2,200 for this session. Seen a lot of chop, a lot of froth. I think the people on Wall Street would say. Let's just see. Let's see. We got inflation data coming out, which is going to be the headline of the week, in my opinion. And risk management continues to be the key factor, I think, for all the traders.
Very good. Mr. Enrico, talk to me. Talk nice to me. You got this. What's up, man?
No, I mean, today's been amazing, even though I didn't take any trades. Having trading buddies like Trey, like Jack, like Dakota, and like Hogue, it's amazing to have, especially on those moments where the confidence is not so high. So you all say something in the end. Plan your trades, trade your plan, have a nice risk management. Don't full board your combines. See how Dakota is doing it. I think he's giving a really good example on how to play the combines. And yeah, trade well, everyone.
You guys, Enrico, see you again. Jack, we'll see you again today. But fantastic
Yeah,
stuff.
keep your eyes open. 7,500 SPX level down there, 7,518 in the futures. Do we take out some stops and then off to the races again, or do we try and close that weekend gap? That's what I'm looking at there. We're very near right now, so keep your eyes peeled. That's all I got, Dre.
Thank you, fellas. All right, with that being said, let's bring in the expert. We got Jessica Inskip joining us, a research director, stockbrokers.com. Jessica, welcome. Fantastic to see you again.
Hello.
All-time highs keep printing. Just give me your general thoughts on how we got here, where we're going, and we got a lot to talk about. Just give us your initial takeaways on how things are going. Welcome. Good to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you again. Multifaceted. We've had some of the best earnings that we've had since 2021. And I think that's making a big difference because ultimately, when we're trying to understand inflation, yields, what's happening on Iran, all of it is an impact on the consumer, which then impacts earnings. So that is a great underlying current. But what's really supporting the rally, and something we've talked about a lot and where I last left you, is even if we have good earnings, if we have high bond yields, they compete with each other. And it's difficult to justify that because then valuations are then challenged. Bond yields have come off and thus fueling a rally. So if there is the continuation of bond yields, at least normalizing, stabilizing, coming down, then that helps fuel an additional rally and a leg higher. And it seems like a peace deal is on the table. We'll see what happens with this cabinet meeting, but I'm trying to check sources, and there is activity indicating that that could happen. So that may give us a huge relief rally. It may be what the market's looking for. I think that has more impact globally on global markets than it does more domestic, because we've been looking through it a little bit, but it would have an impact on yields. And then that's where I'll really see the understanding. And then, of course, retest that again once we get PCE.
PCE, yes, PCE is tomorrow. Again, Fed's preferred inflation metric. Can we talk about Micron? Micron making new all-time highs yesterday, up 22%. Based simply on UBS tripling its price target, and all of a sudden, boom, we're up 22%. I know there was an endorsement of a Micron from some folks out of Washington, D.C. Semiconductors. Essentially, semiconductors are fueling most of this rally in the NASDAQ. You talked about it. What's the next one, Jessica? Are your sources telling you what the next semi company will be to take this thing even higher? But what are your thoughts in general about how we're seeing these rapid, wild moves and Micron or other companies like that?
Lots of theories, certainly. So I do believe in the AI narrative, and the AI narrative is broadening, meaning it's broadening within technology. So it is, yes, fueled by semiconductors because that's the components that we need, but it's also broadened into energy because of data center build out. It's brought it into hardware. It's challenged software, but anything that is touching artificial intelligence, creating a bottleneck, that's where I'm looking for the next opportunity. So, for example, I'm looking at data center expansion and compute. We need that in order to have the next leg higher. And we also need memory, which of course leads to Micron's huge astronomical change upwards. But I do think that there is creativity and expansion, because in order for these models to continue to progress, we also need additional compute, which means we need additional infrastructure. That's maybe even a decade it's going to take to build out. But I think there's opportunities in industrials even because of that. So I'm really looking, I think there's this theme of space coming up.
Yes,
meaning we've got SpaceX IPO, but beyond that, we're talking about data centers in space. Google has Project Suncatcher that they released at the end of last year, which is we should hear more about that later on this year. When I was over at Google I/O, we talked about TPUs in space, and so data centers in space could certainly. That seems on the horizon right now. I feel like we can use our imagination because things that didn't seem possible are happening, and they're happening even more quickly than we've realized. And it's showing up everywhere, as in artificial intelligence is now a bigger part of GDP. You see it in inflation data, even with the prices of storage going up. Yeah.
How do we see it in inflation? How is AI creeping into inflation? Obviously, we see energy prices. How would AI work its way into inflation? Prices going higher.
So we categorize individual pieces, as in literally oil will be a component in there, hardware will be a component in there, and then we add it into specific categories. So this is where, like, you're looking at a broader index, you go into sectors, then you go into individual companies. You can do the same thing with CPI or PCE or any of those. They're an index. We look at the year over year change, but then you can go look under the hood just like you would a broader index like the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100. Choose your index. That's
Right.
what it is. And I did actually pull the spreadsheet of trimmed PCE so I could see what was
Trimmed. That's what it is, right?
That's
the
what
word
you were
trimmed.
looking for earlier.
Yes,
Then
thank you. Thank you.
I
Oh, real
decided
quick,
to pull it while you
Jessica,
had it.
we did drop the link. We did drop the link for the form link has been dropped. Get in there, get those questions, get those answers in there. All right, Jessica, back to you. Get those answers in there. And the trim PCE. This is a newer approach to inflation. What is the difference between current PCE and trimmed?
So to give you a idea, I pulled the actual detailed document. This is data collected by the government. So you can go to any of the government websites, BEA, and find this type of information. It is public information. To give you some context, there are literally doing this real time for you. I'm going to
Put you
give
on
you
the
how
spot.
many cells
I put you on the spot.
completely are in here. It is over 100, about 175 data points. And
Okay.
trim PC. So what you can do is you can pull it and it will show you what's cut from the bottom, what's cut from the top, your trim point, and what's actually included, and it color codes it. And so and it takes the extremes. So that's why I say it cuts off the tail, but if you want the actual detail. So for example, on our last one, eggs were not included. The cost of tax preparation, the cost of small electric household appliances, prescription drugs, clothing materials, sewing items, cereals, televisions, those are all cut from the bottom. And then if I go to the extreme end from the top, fuel oil, gasoline and other motor fuel, computer software and accessories. So there is where some of your AI is going to come in. Other road transport services, railway transportation, water transportation, domestic services, games, toys, moving storage, air transportation, women and girls clothing. So you can see how it's really categorized. There are so many items, but it's a trimmed mean PCE, meaning it's taking the extremes on either end, which, like the excluding food and energy, the thought is to take away any short-term inflation shocks. And Powell, and traditionally we exclude food and energy because energy can seep into other places, right? If we raise oil, it's going to go into transportation costs, it'll go to things like that. By the time you actually act with Fed policy, because of the long and variable lags, the shock is gone. So therefore, but they can only look through that if inflation is well anchored to 2% per Powell. But now we're not looking at Powell's thought process. We're looking at Warsh's thought process.
Warsh indeed. Jessica Inskip bringing the heat here on Topstep TV, research director at stockbrokers.com. We just had another headline hit. President tells PBS News that Iran would not get sanctions relief in exchange for giving up highly enriched uranium. What was the reaction here? Markets, NQ still staying offered, chopping right around the lows, trading 29,900. Okay, Jessica, looking forward, right? Looking forward, we're future shares constantly looking forward. What would continue to fuel this rally? Is it just, I mean, earnings were fantastic, right? Seems as if the bonds have retreated. We got some relief there with rates. Crude back was just beneath $90. Seems as though there is a deal. We're getting closer to a deal. What are your sources? You have sources. We never have people on here with sources. What are your sources telling you?
Sure. I do. Sources are people.
I know. Well, you're our source now.
That's true. That's true. I love the way you frame that. Sorry. It's all data. I aggregate data, and I'm an analyst. That's really what it is. And then I am lucky to have people to bounce ideas off of, and we discuss together. Nonetheless, it is really yields is what I've been focused on, and it's understanding the impact of yields. So having the market's gotten used to this uncertainty of an Iran deal, but anything that gets us a step closer is certainly a positive. Now, let's layer on what's next that could fuel a rally higher. It's a focus on rates. It's understanding Kevin Warsh. And so it is economic data. We've got data today that the housing market is feeling the restraints of what's happening with yields, with mortgage applications and really, really low downturns. And that may be what the housing market needs. We've had overinflated housing prices, and it does need to cool down a bit. But in order for that to happen, we need rates to go lower as well. So it's the supply and demand pull. PCE is actually going to be extremely important because last PCE print that we had, we've had, yes, inflation, and we had some wage increases, but any wage increase that we had was completely eaten by inflation. So from a real terms, it was actually negative, and that's bad for the consumer. So I think any type of cooling off from a PCE perspective would give us a short-term relief rally, but I don't think it's enough to give us a trend higher. But there is this open question of how is Kevin Warsh going to interpret that, and how is the market going to interpret that? So what I'm going to watch immediately is, as soon as that number comes across, we have all the details. What is the reaction of the SOFR curve? What is the action of the 2-year, the 10-year? And is there anything else along that yield curve that is moving more than others? And that will tell me how the credit market is interpreting that. And that, to me, is more important in supporting a rally.
Good stuff. Fantastic. Yeah. Core PCE month over month expected increase of 0.3%, year over year increase of 3.3%. We also have a GDP quarter over quarter, second quarter estimates as well. If we do see growth slowing down, actually, I'll ask that question later. We saw Kashkari, Fed Speaker Kashkari from Minnesota, came out yesterday saying the longer this war does go on, it could turn into rate hikes. We saw what happened. Is a lot of it predicated on this, what's happening in Iran subsiding, or will that need to stop in order for even the thought of rate cuts to be priced in or even discussed? Is that the first step?
I think it depends on the interpretation of Warsh, but I actually disagree with that statement from that Fed chair, because there are constraints that are showing up within the consumer. And the reason why I say it's an open question, if I hear Warsh saying we should focus purely on inflation and remove the unemployment picture, then we look at them with the risks. So is the risk to inflation increasing higher versus the risk of unemployment increasing higher? And then the Fed acts based on the weighing of risks. So when we say the words neutral, where is it in that territory where risks are equal? And right now they're competing with each other. And therefore, because I see risks to the consumer being constrained, which then is risks to unemployment, but I really would rather label that from employment rising to consumer constraints. And if consumer constraint are trading down, for example, I believe I said this earlier this week, Costco earnings, that's a red flag to me, or maybe a yellow flag, where they are saying that the consumer is trading down from beef into poultry and chicken. They haven't seen that since before the great financial crisis. So trade downs are indication of consumer constraint. And if there's additional consumer constraint, then that should eventually bleed into GDP. Now, if you were to go look at what happens with every recession that we're in, the first thing that tends to stop is initial business investment. And what is most difficult about this time right now is business investment is mainly, that's that AI that we are saying shows up in GDP. And even if the consumer is constrained, we've learned Meta, all these companies will make layoffs to free up the cash or raise capital to spend more on artificial intelligence, which will then show up in GDP. So following the rule book isn't going to work this time. And that's okay. Markets are dynamic. That's why I love them. And that's why they're fun to trade. So we have to just pay attention to consumer constraint. You stop business investment first because you're preparing for consumers aren't spending, your earnings would go down. But if you are spending elsewhere, you have to be a little more tactical. And there's so much more data to sift through. It makes it a little more difficult, but it's also it makes it a little bit easier because there is more data, if you will. So it's a complicated scenario, is what I'm trying to tell you.
It's so complicated, Jessica, because if they drop the maximum employment mandate in that dual mandate, then that's just leans hawkish. If they're going to be fighting inflation, the employment side of that was kind of if you want to stimulate employment, you kind of, dovish, you cut rates. If all they're going to be doing is fighting inflation, how do you cut? Anyways, we'll save that for another time. Anyways, Jessica Inskip joining us from stockbrokers.com. The cabinet meeting has begun. PC coming out tomorrow. Can I ask you something personally? Do you just love this the markets right now and how fascinating of a time it's been? You've been doing this for a while. Can you remember a time that you'd have no idea what's going to be happening for that upcoming day? Do you remember a time like this?
It was when I was working at an active trading desk. I do recall a time with this, and there were tensions with China at that point. And that is interesting that we thought about that. But no, I do love this. I've been doing this since 2009. I don't think I know how to do anything else, to be honest, nor do I want to. But you're welcome to ask me anything. No worries.
Robot like us, absolutely got passion for the markets. Jessica, where can the people find you on the interwebs? The cabinet meeting has begun, but Jessica Inskip, this research director at stockbrokers.com, always bringing the heat, always bringing the knowledge. Where can the folks find you if they so choose?
Yeah, just search Jessica Inskip. I post mostly on Instagram and TikTok. Recently went viral on Facebook. It's just me reposting things on Instagram. I don't know what's happening over there. But
you went viral.
A bunch
of viral.
How exciting. I know. But what I've been watching is the equal weight clocking a new high and having a weekly close with a new high. And we are seeing that. And that is very positive. So now it's just maintaining that, which will help support that rally higher. And anything that will support that now is at least some type of a step forward with peace talks. The cabinet meeting is a step. The market is absolutely going to love that because we have more certainty. The game is removing uncertainty. And then, of course, PCE tomorrow, anything we get on GDP, but my eye is more on PCE. But all of that is to understand bond rates. Just know that all of that information is what informs the bond market. So without taking in that information from just a trading perspective, it's just looking at yields. It will give you your indication. That's why technical analysis is a beautiful thing.
Fantastic stuff. It's all about fixed income. With that being said, great stuff, Jessica. We've got morning highlights coming up after this. The form's going to be up for a couple more minutes. Topstep TV, let's go. We're cooking today. Come on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Welcome, traders, to the morning highlights. Thank you again for joining me. And hopefully you're seeing lots of green on your screen. The markets have been challenging today. They are challenging every day, but every day is a little bit different. But again, hoping you are trading well. Thanks again to Jessica Inskip for her knowledge and experience in the macro view here. We're going to start by looking at the opening range trades today. As usual, we did take the opening range trade in gold. Market was really, as far as context is concerned, in a little bit of a short-term downtrend up against an important inflection level, the weekly kickoff level. Kind of like the idea of longs down here. The market did trigger us into a long down to the 5-minute chart. Got triggered into a long 1 micro. It was a pretty big opening range. 44.90 was the entry point. It did start to pay us a little bit, but of course the market did turn around and eventually come back down and hit our stop at 44.70. We're still in the opening range trade from crude oil this morning. As always, thinking about context, the market has been in a downtrend. We are contrary to that trend. With our current position, we are long. We're still holding in this trade. We did get pretty close to the first target I would have had for this trade, and I did have an order in up there to get us out. Now let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. So here is our overnight. Lots of shorts in the overnight. The market did trigger us into a long. It was a kind of a bigger loss. We bought one at 89.30. The original stop price was about a $70 loss on one contract, but we've moved the stop now to break even because we did see some continuation above the initial balance. We are back to the initial balance. We're going to see if that initial balance can provide a degree of support. If not, we're fully fine with this thing pulling back and taking us out. It's these opening range trades are kind of meant to be all day suckers. Like, we want to hold on to this and get out at the high at the end of the day. That would be a tall ask as far as the actual kind of bigger context in this market. It is in a downtrend. This would require some sort of news, which we may have just seen some come out. We've got a little bit of kerfuffleation going on here. I'll keep my eye on the wire to see if something did just come out. We're seeing buyers coming back in above the initial balance high. Yes, we did have Doom. I believe Doom came in short 1 MES and did take it a profit on that. I couldn't quite make out where that position was. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Well, let's take a look at the context here. So we did put in a new all-time high in extended trading hours, above another extended trading hours, all-time high. This market is pulling back. Obviously, we are maybe starting to see a little bit of profit taking. We did see an increase in open interest to the short side yesterday during the regular trading hour session. Those sellers certainly still seem to be present. Delta right now is negative 5,600 in the S&Ps, very congruent with direction, not necessarily too deep. Let's see if we find some opportunities if this thing does continue this move to the downside. Let's take a look. The NASDAQ, again, in context on the 30-minute chart, another new all-time high. In the overnight session, we don't expect those to be lasting highs. We got a lot of balloons on here, and I could only put a few of the trades that were taken on each of these charts. Otherwise, this is all we're going to see. Let's take a look at the 5-minute, and we'll take a look. So Doom came in short 1 M&Q, and it said 303.43. Got out of that at 301.50. So a good start here for the fast market segment here for Doom. Doom then was looking a little bit more aggressive later on. Now, we did have Mandy get a couple of longs in here just before 9 o'clock. She got long 2. MNQ 30,007 got out of those very nicely at 30,065. Doom got short 1 NQ 3018, took a little bit of a loss on that, 30,030. Then Dakota came in and looking for longs pretty much the whole session He did get long 10 MNQ. He's always piecing in and out of things, but overall, long 10 MNQ, 29,935, exited out of those in large or on average at about 29,975. So a nice trade there for Dakota. And another long Dakota found down here, long 10 MNQ, 29,908. Got out of a few of those up at 29,960 and ended up basically kind of scratching the balance of those as we were kind of getting near the end of fast markets. So there's a lot of the trades that were taken today. Some good trading, good risk management. It was a tough trading day. Make sure you watch yourself, and let's take a look now at the quotable quote for today. Okay, Robert Stevenson tells us, don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds you plant. Yeah, we're all here to make money, but we're all also here to get better at what we're doing here. And getting better at trading is the best way to continue to profit. One of the best traders I ever knew told me he was not focused on the money. He was focused on becoming a good trader and making good trades. And as he did so, the money started coming in. He actually considered what he was earning by being a good trader a byproduct of making good decisions. A byproduct of making good decisions. I had never thought of that, but it certainly made a big difference in my trading over time. So we may be heading to the cabinet session with President Trump. After that, we go to power players. Looks like we've got Antonio R, Jay, and Dolby coming up for power players. Trade well, everybody. Do something kind for yourself. Do something kind for somebody else. And we'll see in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. There's still lots to do out here on Topstep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Trust and focus on the intelligence, and with the intelligence community, they all respect. It's amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax too, and revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. It's people are very interested in it. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it. But we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy. So just say hello. And Thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't like it. He's a good man, Ellen. And Scott Bessent, you talk about a guy doing a job. It's been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the Fraud Task Force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the President and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the Fraud Task Force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the Fraud Task Force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim.
Antonio, are you any trades right now?
What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut.
Kind of weird. We're like viewing him from behind while he's speaking. Also, look at those little like white tops on the water there. What is that? You don't get like roofied or something?
Roofied.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, and in the middle, our power player for the day, Antonio. Welcome back to Topstep TV. How are we doing today?
Doing all right. I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing good. Watching these markets, watching the NASDAQ, trying to figure out what to do with 30,000 here. We'll see if we get some trades. We are going to get back to the president's cabinet meeting in just a little bit. But Dolby Time, how are we doing today?
Doing good. Doing great. It's beautiful outside. It's just unfortunate that Trump is literally speaking right now, but that seems to be how that works. Also, a lot of crazy volatility has already happened. So let's see if we settle down into a range. It looks like NASDAQ is on the bid here.
Yes, it is catching a little bit of a bid through 30,006 evens last trade in the NASDAQ, 75.31s last trade here in the S&P. We got crude oil trading $90.20. I'm curious if the house count is still in that trade. We were long from 89.30, so got at least a full dollar in the profit on that trade.
Nice.
Hogue, if you're listening, let us know. And we got gold right now trading 44.72.50. Any levels that you guys are looking at for potential opportunities here? Of course, that big 30,000 level in the Nasdaq's big fat round number. Any areas of interest, Antonio?
Well, I'm still waiting for them to complete whatever short that I was looking for from, yesterday evening. I had a draw on liquidity. It was yesterday's New York low around 29,827. But then we also have yesterday's low at 744. I made a rookie mistake and set a buy limit on the shorts, and that didn't take long to lose 1R. But I also lost 1R last night trying to short. So right direction, right idea, just too early, and then rookie mistake on the second attempt. But it's playing out, so can't be too mad. It's good.
Did you have a
risk
downside
management.
target for that short?
Yeah, the downside target was yesterday's New York low. That was my draw on liquidity, and that's 29,827. And if it extended any further, then it'd be 29,744.
All right, so maybe looking for some more downside here. Dolby time, any levels that you're looking at in either the Nasdaq? You focus on the Nasdaq, maybe look at crude here.
We'll focus on the Nasdaq. It's moving
stuck.
pretty good. Moving pretty good. Kind of interested in getting long Nasdaq. Kind of bounced off the 30-minute range low. I just want to see if we can continue with momentum to the upside. We're only down 0.3%. I don't think settlement's all that far away from here. Maybe we can get back up to VWAP. Settlement's only 30,073. So let's see if we can get long like 29,960.
60s. Looking at the pivots,
We'll get an order in.
29,969 is the pivot in the Nasdaq. Yeah, go ahead, Antonio.
I was just gonna ask Dolby, are you looking at the overnight VWAP, or which one are you looking at?
5 minute. So I guess it's 30,058. So whatever the standard VWAP is.
Okay, yeah, I've got the overnight at about 056. So yeah, same area.
Okay.
But yeah, that's right up under the mid range of New York. So if they can stay below that, I think the shorts are still valid. But it's not so convincing right now because they're making higher highs off of these lows.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get long here, Antonio. It's like, yeah, are we stuck in like a 30-minute range between 29,885 and 30,025? Sure, but I'm not super interested in really just getting short NASDAQ just because there's a range trade, presenting itself up around like 30,025. We have a nice little range over range here on the 1 minute. And if we just move our chart over, we are in an uptrend. So I don't want to make any assumptions on shorts in the NASDAQ. I feel like as a range trader, it's really easy to get chopped up, trying to nab shorts in bullish markets, just because it's always going to appear itself as a cheap trade, right? And sometimes just getting long, getting with the trend, and not betting against, kind of the trend of the market is the best thing to do. But you could also define the trend on different time frames as well.
Yeah, it seems like I get in on maybe the first or second attempt at whatever move it may be lately. And
right. I mean,
then they
like yesterday, we bought some highs in Power Hour and ended up being a great trade. And as a range trader, you would have gotten stopped out. You've been trying to find cheap shorts, but it rallied a bunch of points. So
yeah, so that would have been the wheel on the the wheel trade for a range trader.
Yep, the old wheel trade.
Flawless Mac Trading says short is definitely the right trade. Looking at the tilt right now, 54% long in the S&P, 65% long in the Nasdaq, 50-50 in crude, and 50-50 in gold as well. Dolby looking to get some bids in around these 960s. I got a full session, regular trading hour view up, 29,987 in the Nasdaq. That full session's up near 30,050. So we'll see if we get filled on a couple of these bids. I don't hate the idea of a long either.
I don't either, but if they can stay below this VWAP, then it looks like I said, the shorts may still be valid because they haven't completely taken out my draw on liquidity, which was, like I said, yesterday's New York low.
Right.
And London low was the actual low of the day. So Unless they give out some crazy headlines, I'm thinking the direction may still be short because it's holding where it is. It may give a little bit more slack to the upside, but maybe not much. Can't call it at this very second because I would have still been in this short, and I probably would have had my stop loss at about overnight VWAP 56. Just
We
to
did have a
protect the
ton of volume trade today. We're almost at yesterday's volume, and we still got 4 hours left to go on the trading day. And we know that some of the highest volume is traded at the end of the day. So today has the potential to be one of the highest volume days we've seen all year. Dolby, you know, I look at some of these tape bombs and volume, spikes. Normally, in a normal day, we'll have anywhere from, and I'm looking at 400 contracts or more that trade in a second in the Nasdaq. Normally, in a day, we'll get 4 of those. In the first hour and 15 minutes, there were 9 of them. So somebody had some inventory. Somebody had some inventory they needed to get rid of this morning. You heard Andre mentioning it during fast markets as well. He said, something's different about this volume. A ton of inventory adjustment in that first hour. So we'll see what we get for the rest of the day.
It seems like they teased it. It seems like they teased it yesterday with yesterday's New York session.
Absolutely.
And then today it just went buck wild.
Market has been known to do that. I really think the
But
openings.
we have rightfully so had a flood of headlines in either direction. So that's the actual crazy part about it. How crude is mainly consolidating, but everything else is just getting busy.
Right. Well, I mean, what do you do? And Iran media says one thing, then the U.S. media just says they're wrong or don't believe it. I mean, what do you
surf the choppy waves in the middle?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do as a trader? And the algos are picking it up regardless. They're not going to know what's real.
They don't know which way to go with it, so sometimes it's going to go in the wrong direction. But if you look at market structure, it's probably going to be setting something up anyway.
Right. I mean, that's all you can do is trade your setup, but it is frustrating if you're trying to get into a trade and then all of a sudden news comes out and completely changes everything. Those are our markets.
For me, the way I trade it, I guess maybe I don't hold on to trades for too long unless they're doing what I want. I've taken a couple trades today, and it's just been, kind of see profit, take profit, right? Where it's I'm trying to look at the last trade I took on this account, but what did I do? I got long from 30,046 with a 2 lot in the Nasdaq, spiked 50 points, and I took the money off the table.
Nice.
And ideally, I want to be able to hold trades longer, but I just don't know that we have the environment for that, right? Unless you're somewhere near the extremes of the day, you identify those extremes, somewhere up near those highs, right? If you were getting short from 350s, depending on where your stop was, you had a long way down. But especially now in this environment, see a couple points, take them, and probably accept that the biggest move of the day it might be over.
If you like your shorts, this is where it gets kind of cheap to have shorts. Kind of like the 30-minute range high here, trading just above 30,000. Kind of retesting.
And they've got all these equal lows down here.
Mm-hmm.
Equal lows at the 880s, 878. That's the only thing that makes me still like the shorts. All those equal lows there.
Equal lows.
They just weren't.
Would you take a short right here, Antonio? I know you're flat.
Let me see where we're at. 30,000 even. Actually, I would be interested in shorts here, and I would have my stop potentially over the overnight VWAP. So let me see how many points that would be. I'd be looking at about a 75-point stop on this one. If I was to enter here, because that'd be the second entry, like a pullback entry from the original short.
I mean, 75-point stop gives you a lot of room for activities.
Yeah,
Yes,
but that
it
would
does.
mean you would have to have a smaller size,
Mm-hmm.
just to accommodate for, you know, the proper risk.
Right.
So it'd probably be like 1, maybe 2 contracts. Yeah, it would be exactly 2 contracts for that 75 point stop. On the micro, it would be for me, because that would be a $300 trade for risk.
For risk, yeah.
See
Well,
it.
it looks like the short would have worked out a little bit there, but you know, there's hindsight capital for you.
Hey, it's helping it get down to your entry there in the 60s, Dolby.
Exactly.
We do have
Exactly.
Secretary of State Rubio speaking right now. Cuba is in a lot of trouble. We'll be working on it. Hopefully, there will be a good outcome for them on Venezuela. He says 10 million barrels of oil have been delivered to the U.S. We will give a negotiated diplomatic route with Iran every chance. So Rubio speaking right now. I believe the president's meeting is still going on, cabinet meeting, but looks like he's given the mic to Rubio for now.
Okay.
See if that
Wait
does
for a
move the
headline.
markets. Oh, you know there's one coming. You know there is one coming. We got oil
Mhm.
selling off a little bit here. $89.79 in oil. Tilt flipped short there. 57% short in oil. The S&P right now trading 75.29. Shout out to Jack during fast markets. Called out a level 75.18 in the S&P. That lines up with 7,500 in the SPX, and we traded 2 points below that, trading 13 points above it right now. Curious, anyone in the chat? Let's get a vibe check. How are we doing out there? Who's in a trade? Who's scouting a trade? Who's up and locked up for the day? That's where I'm sitting right now. Locked up about $400 from that gold short last night. Man,
Nice,
Dolby.
nice.
That gold
Did it do the
short.
thing?
I hate to be hindsight capital, but damn it. If there's ever a trade you wanted to hold on to, that was the one.
Did it do the
what are we
thing
gonna
where
do?
it sells off $100 for like 5 seconds, then bids back up again, or is it something
No,
else?
it just sold off all day. It
Mhm.
just sold off all day. We talked about it during the opening call. During slow markets last night, actually. So we'll review this one during At the Buzzer. But there's a trade that we named after Coach Paul, and I named it after him because when we see it, it ends up being the trend for the entire day, and that was
The
the case
Paul
in gold
drop.
today. So the Paul drop, you know it, Antonio.
Hey.
Very nice Paul drop.
It looks like
in,
there's a
gold last
question
night.
for me in the chat
Oh yeah.
What do we
take it.
got?
for the levels. Actually, I make those myself with the rectangle tool, and then I label them myself, and I just save it as a template.
Homemade.
So, I mean, if I was to draw it out on the chart here, it would look something like this. Let me go to a blank space. I just mark it myself, however long that session is, and then I'll just open the box up and label it with the template. Let's say it's Asia
Oh, nice.
session. Mark it. It says Asia on the side.
Oh, that's pretty cool. The save template and everything
So
there.
they were
Saves
asking
template.
how I got those levels. I manually put those there every day for however long the session is, because Asia is this long from New York Eastern, from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. So mark that out and then label it same thing London, same thing New York.
I like that. That looks sharp. I'm sure someone out there could probably code that as well. All the smarty pants coders out there.
Yeah, it looks like Orlando asked the question. So if that answers your question, man, hopefully that answers it.
Nice. That's a great
Good
question.
stuff here. We are in the range for now. Rejected up at those
Yeah, we are.
320s and sitting right at that regular trading hour view up right now. These markets are going to move. Not really seeing anything on the order books. Again, a ton of volume traded in this range earlier this morning. So I'm not surprised to see the market to get kind of glued here. Scanning to see if there's some other opportunities out there, but a lot of the markets seem to be doing the same thing. So we're going to read through some of these vibe check. Darth Buddha up 600 on the day and locked out. Dan Emmons happy to be flat. Rich from Ganja says, I'm 500 away from blowing my XFA. Well, slow down, size down, take the next good trade. Don't worry about trying to get back your XFA in one trade. That's a quick way to speed run losing that account. But just take it slow.
Yeah, size down. I mean, one micro that's a lot of room. $500 is a lot of room for a micro.
$500 is a lot. Yeah, $500
You
is a
could
lot.
easily
I'm
make it
curious. Yeah, I'm curious if you are trading the Nasdaq. I don't know if right now would be the time to suggest trading a different market, but even
Good point.
sometimes we talk about scaling down in the Nasdaq, which is fine, right? And that's probably the right thing to do for most Topstep accounts. But even if you're trading micros, you're still dealing with the pace of the Nasdaq. And I don't know that it
could be a good one. The Russell could be good.
Yeah.
Dow could be good. Oh, Dow's kind of moving right now.
I think
There are
YM
markets
would
that could
be
better.
YM would be a one to size down too.
About to say, yeah, I need to clarify. There's a little asterisk next to YM right now.
It can be pretty crazy.
Yep. Okay. Well, still doing range over range here in NASDAQ. I mean, this is not looking all that bearish, at least structurally.
I like the hold.
Up at these highs.
Yeah, I like the hold there so far.
I'm with you on that.
Staying below overnight VWAP, which is also good.
Of course, anything can and will happen. This could change. We'll see.
Put this here. 100. Move down to 75.
Gold catching a little bit of a bid here. 44.80.70 last trade here in gold. Got a VWAP 44.86.60. Looking at the quote board here, very similar to what we saw this morning, but we got RBOB gasoline futures down 1.94%. Actually, wheat just took over. Wheat down 1.93%, silver down 2.03%, and crude oil, our biggest percentage mover, down to the downside still. Crude down 4.18% from settlement. We have cattle to the upside up 1.56%. Lean hogs up 1.9%, and natural gas, our biggest percentage mover, to the upside up 3.95. That is a move in natural gas.
Yeah, I take a look at gas like once every 3 months, and
it's always
never the right time.
It's always a huge move. It's always a huge move. Anytime I feel like I look at it. And Dolby, your favorite story, food prices are continuing to rise. Cattle up almost 2% today.
That's bad.
Sheesh.
That's bad. We don't like that. We don't like that. We don't want to see
So you traded in the wrong market, Antonio?
Trading the wrong market.
Hey, man. The one thing that is pretty nice about some of the ags is there's no overnight trade in cattle. It trades from 9:30 Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern, and that's it.
And they get done
overnight,
early.
They get done early, get their business done, and get out of there. Not a lot of speculation going on, so you can find some directional moves. Not suggesting anybody trade cattle, but shout out to Coach Hoop in the chat. We see him talk about it all the time, and we're mentioning it because it is the number 3 percentage mover to the upside. Pretty nice breakout trade here.
Hope says cattle cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. Did they drop the form already?
Yes, we did.
Yes, it is. Form was already dropped, but stay tuned in the Topstep TV. There's probably another one coming around the corner. I don't have the schedule for that though, so Golfer Trader, just stay tuned. The range is definitely range right now, Dolby.
It is. It is quite rangy. I am not trading the RTY. I did pull it up though. I have the M2K up on the side here. If anything presents itself, it's basically in the same range that NASDAQ is, it's slightly different. I'm gonna see if
A lot of the
can
same
get-
across the board.
Yeah, it probably is. Market is
That's fine.
waiting.
These are the times where you distract yourself with something. Chat is the perfect time to ask some
play some
questions. for
music,
either.
play some chess,
Yeah.
something.
Get your drumsticks. Get that practice pad out.
Yeah, I used to do
What?
that.
What,
I need to get
Dolby?
another
What
one,
would you?
matter of fact.
Let's try something here. What would you define as the range in the Nasdaq right now?
I like the 30-minute range. So, like my rules for like defining a range is that you want at least like 3 candlesticks that are like relatively equal highs or lows. Obviously you can have like a little wick on the outside, and then you want to be able to draw a line through all 3, the middle of them. So the reason why, like say for example, I wouldn't consider the 1 hour range is because I can't really draw a line through the middle of it, right? Because this 1 hour bar here is so big. But if you go down to like the 30-minute, we have like a much tighter consolidation of candlesticks here, right? There's like 1, 2, about 5, I think, 5 30-minute candlesticks. So I would define that as the 30-minute range.
Okay.
And then also you can kind
So-
of use the volume profile as well, Coach Jay, to help you kind of define the range, because in a range, you should see like valleys in the volume profile, right? And we can kind of see that on this range, on those lows.
Got you. So I'm looking at a high of 30.24s and a low 29.877.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So I want to see something here, because one of the things I use to measure the strength of a move outside of a range is the volume leaving that range, right? So I have, if you could pull up my charts real quick, I execute most of my trades on a 3-minute. So again, anything we use here, chat, is for education and information purposes only, should not be considered any type of trading or investment advice. But what I'm looking at is the volume on the bottom of my charts here, right? So we have Dolby's range, and you can, I'm on a 3-minute chart. But if anyone wants to keep track of this, I'm going to say that unless we get consecutive candles of at least 8,000 contracts or more on a 3-minute period, we're not leaving this range.
Not leaving it? Okay,
30,000
cool.
30,024 at the high, 29,877 at the low. Unless we see consecutive, and price may leave this range, but if it's not consecutive 3-minute candles of at least 8,000 contracts, I think we fall right back into it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if there's any volume to pick up. But I think if we start to trade outside of this and it's on like 1,000 contracts of volume, I'd be more inclined to kind of fade this and go back the other way. But until we see that volume start to pick up above the average, I think we stay in this range. So we'll see. We will see. Again, there are no guarantees in trading, but
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
I mean, there are like some like additional kind of subset rules as well. So like, for example, Jay, for like larger ranges, like 30-minute, 1 hour, especially the 4-hour, the range, the run out of the range will be greater depending on what the like time frame of the range is. So if it's like a 1-hour range, it could run stops for like, I don't know, 60 or 70 ticks and then get back within range and then technically still be a range. So kind of like depending on like the market you're trading and like that market's personality, like you might want to place orders in a way that takes advantage of that market's volatility or personality. So maybe the rule is, we're not putting our entries like right directly above that range. Maybe we want to take those and put them a little bit further up to anticipate, a more violent stop run, get filled, and then have it come back down. You don't want to have super tight stops on, say, a 30-minute range or a 1-hour range because there's a greater chance of that getting tagged. And it's still being a valid trade. Crude selling here, 970.
Yes, it is. 89.70s in crude.
On these, I don't think we're going to get filled.
Shout out to all the wheat traders. Wheat just made a new low of the day. I do have that chart up on another platform for some reason.
Whatever. Just gluten.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Let's see what we got here. Tilt building to the long side here. 68% long tilt in the S&P, 69% long nice in the NASDAQ, and 63% long in gold. Tilt is looking for this breakout here. Let's hope we get it. But at the upper extreme of this range, tilt average price 30,013 is pretty much right here, right now. Do we get this breakout?
Maybe utilizing the volume bars would be helpful too, Jay. To kind of see how it behaves. Is that what you're looking at?
That's exactly what I'm looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have the price, right? 30,024s. Price can trade above that, but if it trades above that high and there's no volume behind it, I think there's a higher probability of fading it. If it does trade outside of that range with about 8,000 contracts, then the way I would look at it is the low of that candle is now your risk limiter, right? Where you can take a breakout of the range and doing it on the candle that traded the volume outside of the range. So let's see what happens here. We got price trying to, but there's really no volume behind this move right now.
Okay.
Let's see if that does change at all.
Do we take that short? So here's the kind of the push outside of the 30-minute range. So considering this range is almost 150 points, even if it runs, let's say, a third of that, I mean, we could be getting up into like 30,070 on a wick, and it could still pull back down again. It could still be a valid 30-minute range. And that would get
Let's
us
see.
kind of close to the VWAP, actually. Pretty close. Should just bought those 80s.
Oh yeah.
Hindsight capital, baby. Crude's still selling 89 underneath 89.50. Wow.
Let's see. A little bit of a volume pickup here. But is it enough? Is it enough to sustain price outside of this range? Man Cave long from 983. Nice job.
Yeah, I'd like
I
to
do not
mention
believe
the
Ted is on today.
He
Ted
is
is on
not.
sometime later this week, though.
Yes, he is. I think it's a reversal challenge, actually. Should be fun.
There you go.
Tony, I've got to get you on the reversal challenge sometime as well.
Yes, sir. Just let me know.
Will do. Uh-oh. Someone says NQ is lying.
That's Top Trade who's been looking for a limit down for 2 months. Top Trade, we love you. But I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't know that I fully trust this move. Could it go? It could, but I don't know that I would take the trade. We got Hegseth speaking right now. Iran can't build drones or ships now. He also says no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. We got the president also mentioning we're working hard to get California oil reserves open again.
Okay.
Gold
Do we like
catching a
these
little bit
shorts
of a
here? They seem insane. Shorts up here seem insane, but insane is sometimes what you have to do.
Sometimes it's what you got to do. Let's see.
Yeah, that might be a
Where would the
eyes
risk go?
and press the button.
I don't know if I can do it, dude.
You
I
don't
don't
like it,
see
don't
where
take
you
it.
could put your risk on a short here. Besides, I mean, I really don't.
Antonio was saying 75 points before. We eating some of that.
maybe
Yeah, and it's still
55.
valid. That 75 points hasn't gotten taken yet. It's not stopped out yet.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
I mean, I
support
don't
becomes
really
resistance
see
at
anywhere to put
55.
risk.
Full session VWAP is at 54s here. We'll see what happens up there. Top Trade saying, I'm the #1 fade. Every time you see me say NQ flush, just buy it. I've been wrong 99% of the time. Hopefully you're fading yourself. And I think it's become a bit in the chat now, looking for a limit down. But I trust me, I know I've been there. It's like, it has to go down. And then finally, the day it does sell off, you don't have an account to trade it.
Or you're long.
So
you finally
right.
capitulate.
Yeah.
Right. You're like,
fine, I'll
give
buy
up.
it.
That's like the definition of the reversal challenge is that exact thing. That is like the microcosm of
Yeah.
I can't go down anymore. Capitulate, then it reverses on you.
Trading thing is hard, man.
Then you end up,
Trading thing
is
then you end up
hard.
ordering a new phone.
Yep, new keyboard, new phone, new monitor. That's why I bolt down my desk. My way I can't throw it out a
Here you
window.
go. Bobby Firm says, man, I thought it was just me. Nope, we're all in this together. That's why we say it. I know some people don't like when we say that, but we are all in this together. There are not many things that have happened to one trader that has not happened to
One
us
trader
all.
that hasn't happened to everybody.
Exactly. It's all shared experiences here. That's why we do this thing at Topstep TV. Hopefully you appreciate it. Hopefully it's helping you with your trading journey. Hopefully anything we say on this show is hopefully you've learned something or been entertained. That is the goal at the end of the day. Still
This
catching a
looks
little bitty.
bullish. Yeah.
Where's the volume? Are you guys going to sustain this move?
I'm using these
I
volume
think
bars.
it's pulling
or
the
volume
move that you
candles.
were talking about. No volume, just to fade. But
yeah,
you're wrong. It can
Price
get
is
real
king in the
Super
end.
Saiyan real quick.
Yep. Price is king. This thing is, I'm not sure.
But that would
Maybe
be just
VWAP.
such an ugly candle if it did that.
Here we go. Okay, somebody on the bid now here. 100 lot just stepped in on the bid. Now they're going to try it. Yep. Here we go.
Yeah, I figured.
Let's try it.
This one
did get
ugly
pulled.
Super Saiyan candle.
Actually, I'll put a short in. I'll put in a one lot here at 56. It is pretty close to the VWAP on the 5-minute. Also, we had a bounce overnight at 1:50, 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Maybe it will come up and touch that and then sell off. Kind of like a support becomes resistance trade.
Yeah. I think the same because it is
Just the
still
one guy.
holding Asia low, but Asia low is not too far away from here. It's actually at overnight VWAP.
Just dip a toe in the water. See if we can get like a 1-to-1 on it. Go from there.
Let's see.
The way they're
30,000,
dragging it out.
42.50. Yeah, go ahead, Antonio.
I don't like the way they're dragging it out. It's just so suspenseful.
I mean, Nasdaq is a
selling off a
script
little bit
trader.
here.
It knows how to make a good story.
Dow selling off a little bit. S&P's right back at settlement, 75.36. The reversal challenge is Friday during power hour, the last hour of the day, last hour of the week.
Every Friday.
Every Friday.
A little fun game to play so we're not getting biffed up into the weekend.
Let's see what we get here. You got some offers in, you said at 56?
Offer at 55 half. Just
offer
one.
at 55
Just one.
half.
Yeah, just trying to see if we can get a little like support becomes resistance rejection, also up at VWAP. But I mean, if you just isolate this trend, I mean, we're still doing, range over range, higher highs, higher lows.
Getting a little jumpy here.
To the upside.
Getting a little jumpy. Reminder to everyone, we do have a form pinned to the chat. Group coaching is coming up after this, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 p.m. Central. Today for group coaching, your questions are going to be answered by Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. So get your questions in. And that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there. Ask Coach Hoop about cattle prices. And here we go. Are we coming back down into the range?
Or it's an opportunity to buy. Take your pick. Because if you're doing range over range, you'd be looking for longs around 30,020.
Right. Hit that thumbs up, turn on your notifications, and subscribe to the channel while we wait for this to cook.
Yeah. There we go. All right, so we marked out 24s as the high of the range earlier. We did have a candle that closed outside of that range, not on the greatest volume, but we did have a candle that closed outside, and we are testing that high now. Let's see. Tested the high and bounce for now off those 24s. That might have been the buy the dip opportunity. Still long, 68% long in the NASDAQ, 63% long in the S&P.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on what your philosophy is as a trader, I guess. Are you trying to like bet on what it's going to keep on doing what it's been doing, or is it going to change its personality, do something else?
And the thing about that is you could be a different type of personality on any given day.
I got multiple personalities. One of them's a good trader. I just haven't figured out which one it is. Maybe I have to go through my
Can't pinpoint them
my
in a
900
lineup.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go. Are we going to sustain this move? S&P's already back at full session VWAP. The NASDAQ looks like it wants to go get it.
Just under. About 10 points under.
We got our offer in at times.
That would be insane if that offer was like 2 points too stingy.
Oh, that's a daily occurrence. Antonio. This stingy Meister over here, man. I gotta learn to press that sell market, buy market button every now and then. The amount of times
There we go. Looks like you're gonna get it here.
Come on, tag him in.
Looks like you might get it here. We got Besson speaking right now. Prices are transitory. Oil will be lower when the war ends.
Nah.
We've been hearing that since the war started, but yeah.
Yeah, when?
Right. That's the question. The question is
whose
when.
press release? Whose press release are we believing for that? Let me know.
Question is
I'll take
when.
number 2.
It's gonna be TMZ. Are they gonna break the news?
Mr. Rogers.
Rogers, yep. PBS.
We do have a 5-year auction
Snopes.
at the top of the hour as well.
Okay. Not quite, but still doing range over range here.
Yeah, they're toying with people right now.
It is channeling higher. Like Antonio, like you said, we are making higher lows since we made that low of the day. My question still is this enough volume to sustain outside of this this range here? And so far, none of those volume bars. And again, this may just mean that I don't trade in this range, but none of those volume bars have been super convincing just yet. But if you were to get long, I think the stop goes 30,002. Let's see what happens.
I would have it. Probably have mine at 965.
Way out of the way. Get this right
Way out of
back
the way.
into the range.
A little bit of a So
Right
this is
back
a good
into the
example,
range.
right? So check this out. I was talking about how 30-minute range, like longer time frame ranges, can kind of extend its range and get back within. Look how relatively small this little wick is on this 30-minute candlestick, right? So we have like our 30-minute range defined. Like this is nothing on a 30-minute chart, but in reality, that is, let's see, row 25s up to about row 50s, 48s. So that's about a 25, 30-point move to the upside, and then it sold off. So you kind of have to, use a little bit of discretion when it comes to trading those ranges. Now, if I was trading crude, I'd feel a lot more comfortable placing those entries like much tighter because crude does not run ranges like NASDAQ does. So it is kind of like market personality dependent. But this is a situation which you could have identified the range at 30,025 and been like, okay, this is the range, but this is NASDAQ. So let me start stacking orders maybe 10, 15, 20, 30 points above the range to accommodate for that run. Now, is that too stingy? Maybe not. This is the game we play.
Yeah, hopefully what I was mentioning with the volume earlier made sense as well there, where we saw price trade above, but none of those volume candles were above the average. And this is where, if I was taking a long there, to me, it would have to be a see profit, take profit trade because the volume is literally showing that no one else is buying it above the high of this range just yet, right? So you're always susceptible to one of these pullbacks. Now, if you don't use volume, if you trade on a higher time frame, maybe it doesn't matter. But for me, trading on that 3-minute time frame, right? We had a 20-point extension above the high of the range, and that's probably about what you're going to expect before you see this fall back in. And none of those 3-minute candles were above 3,000 contracts. So, good idea, Dolby, up there with that short because there was just didn't get you. But
less talking, more trading. Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, you had the offer in. You had the offer in.
Yeah, we did. It was in there. We were trying to participate. We were only off about like 6, 7 points. I mean, that's not as bad as what it normally is, like 2, 1.25. Something keyboard throwing worthy. Send you on. I want that to happen.
But good.
Oh man, the segment's already up. What the hell?
Segment's already up. I think I learned something there. I think I learned something there for sure. Anytime you're sitting at your charts, make sure it's valuable screen time. Sometimes when you're at your charts, the goal isn't to make a trade. It's to process the information that's in front of you so you can use it for the next time. And I think we did that there. Good stuff as always, guys. Antonio, we'll see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
Trade your plan your trade. Make sure you use a stop loss. Risk management. Don't play with it.
There you go. Dolby Time, we're going to see you later for Power Hour.
Yes, sir.
Awesome stuff. Well, group coaching is coming up next. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Hogue, Deanna, Hoop, coming at you next. If you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Group coaching coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
There were people from mental institutions, and Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful place, and it's only going to get more beautiful. Yeah, please.
President Trump, thank you so much for having us in here today. What are your thoughts? Why do you think that Joe Biden is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing them? Do you think that he's trying to hide something, and maybe Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche could comment on if they will countersue and release those tapes to the American
Are
public?
you talking about it with respect to his book?
With respect to his
Well, I'd
memoirs.
like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again, and I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be a very interesting reading for people.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control it?
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Mr. President, thank you. How much economic pressure do you feel to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, you have to say, the United States has so much oil that we are an exporter of oil. So we have plenty of oil. We're very lucky. We're blessed with the greatest piece of land in the world from that standpoint, and we have more than anybody else. And now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil. And we're getting along very well with Venezuela, by the way. It's being run really beautifully. The big companies are moving in. It's going to be amazing, because it's also, like us, they're very blessed in that sense. But we have natural energy that no other country has. We have more than anybody else. So it's really a world problem, because most of the world doesn't have that. And we're making it available. During the closing, I don't know if you've seen some of the satellite pictures, boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like, I used to say, the Long Island Expressway with cars. They're lined up, and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, they're coming to Alaska to fill up their boat. They're big boats. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons. Even bigger than that now they make them. They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear. Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the 1s. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up, and they're right now heading to Texas, and they've already filled up, and they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot of boats, you have about 1,500 boats in the strait wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
But the American people, sir, are seeing higher gas prices.
Yeah,
now, it's come down a little bit, but it's still $4.45.
Oh, it'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it, when I was in Iowa, we had, we're driving by, and we saw gas stations, $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the 3 that we saw. We had it down in some places below. Now, we can't help California, where they charge so much tax that, you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California. But we had oil, we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
Does that give you more urgency?
But regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency, Mr. President? You've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are still high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you, the primary urgency, if I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices that we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used.
Welcome, traders, to group coaching. Lunchtime here in Chicago. Get a sandwich. You've sent in some very good questions. Please keep sending those questions in. If you have anything during the session, the link is still up there. You can send us questions, but we do have some really good questions. And again, thank you very much for sending those in. We've got Deanna, Rockstar, in the middle. We've got Hoop, other Rockstar. On the right-hand side, I'm Hogue. Deanna, how are you feeling today? What's going on?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's a beautiful day here. So in England, we're having a heat wave. So it's a bit toasty in the office, but in general, it's been a beautiful sunny day. So I spent some time just kind of catching up on some tan, mostly. And doing some coding and, bit of everything, bit of trading, bit of coding. So, yeah.
Very productive Wednesday. Nice.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I saw earlier you had a couple of decent trades on too. It looks like you had a good morning.
Yeah. I also had a really smashing one in full copper, which unfortunately couldn't do on Topstep.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
that one was very nice. So yeah. So I'm up a nice chunk today. Not to be sniffed at.
Nice. Excellent. Any trades currently on?
No, nothing right now. Potentially stalking another copper trade, but again, that might have to be a micro on these accounts. We'll see. I would like to see Trump first stop talking.
Yeah, right. Right.
Yeah, and then maybe we can look at a trade. Yeah.
Well, we've got a crude oil position on from the opening call here this morning I want to talk to you about. But first, I want to see how my good friend Hoop is doing. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good. I got my tradies out last night, this morning. Let's put it that way. I was extremely happy. Shout out to the tech team for rolling gold when they did.
Oh yeah.
So I love just getting into that full contract and watching it move a little bit. So trade some gold. We got caught sleeping at the wheel on natural gas. It's moved pretty good today.
Yeah, well, this is the hot weather, isn't it?
Yeah. That's kind of what we always assume. When it moves, it's always cold, but when it gets hot early, it does drive the natural gas. So, I heard Jack say it this morning, and for the two people I'm in this session with, I traded a fair amount of NQ this morning. When I saw it at 30,300, I'm like, you know what, man? I got to get the trader in me. So took some scalps out of the NQ and the MNQ today. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So D, you are not only our metals expert, also a metal in energies.
Yeah.
We're still long from the opening range, the 1 minute opening range, 8 to
Saw that.
801. What do you think of this thing? It's it's given up the
So-
initial balance high. It got almost within 10% of my target, which I was looking at. Didn't quite get there, so I couldn't 10% it. I've taken the risk off on it. What do you think of it?
Right, so let me just move some lines here for the initial balance so that everybody knows what the hell was two are talking about. So this was the initial balance low.
88.76.
And roughly, there it is. Okay, roughly 90. A few ticks off.
Yep, 90.02.
All right,
Yep.
so
You got it.
So the thing with failed auctions on crude oil, when it gets super late in the day, they're not like, I know that it sort of tried to give up the initial balance, but it actually stopped kind of almost halfway and started turning around. What's happening right now, we have a very big level in the options, and that's the 90 level, which is a gamma wall. So it's a pretty massive level, and they were not able to sustain the price confidently underneath it. In fact, every time they tried to go under it, somebody's buying it. They tried to go under it, somebody's buying it. With the time of day right now, I wouldn't mind this kind of crawling back outside of the initial balance and seeing whether it can slowly crawl back to somewhere near this supply at roughly 90-80. But once we get this late in the day and the failed auction hasn't happened, it's actually really likely that the failed auction won't happen at all. And in that case, we're looking for maybe some kind of a continuation, especially if they reclaim this 90 level. So I say give it at least another 20 minutes or so and maybe decide then. But for my money, I would still hold this purely because there's no failed auction, right? Where's your stop now?
I can show you. Hang on. MCL. 2 ticks above our entry.
Okay.
Our entry's 89.30.
Yeah, just keep it there. Just keep it there and leave it for a bit. And let's see what they do for this these last sort of 90 minutes of or 80 minutes of NYMEX. But we'll know more. We'll know more pretty soon. 90 level, very important. So a third option would be that they just kind of pin it in and around 90, and then it doesn't really go anywhere. It just kind of oscillates. But that's still fine. You should be safe.
Okay, so we're seeing it pretty much the same way. There's nowhere else to really follow this stop up that makes any sense.
No.
So we leave it here.
Yeah.
We leave it here. We'll see what happens. Alrighty. So got a few questions here. One of them I'm not quite sure I get. I just want to address Eileen. Oh. Well, we're getting some movement in the equities here, folks. We're seeing the NASDAQ heading back down towards its lows. S&Ps also. I'm sure that's something somebody said.
No, can't be.
Not seeing anything major here, but a pretty decent spike to the downside there. Testing down to the lows, session lows. All right. So I'm not quite sure what the implication is here, but I can tell you, Eileen, that there's no difference in the sim between the combine and the XFA. It might sometimes seem that way, but the difference is probably inside of you because you're no longer in a trading combine and you are in an XFA. So, there's no difference between the two sims. It's only one sim. That's all I kind of want to mention on that. And good trading. Eileen, hopefully things work out very well for you. Of course, we're looking for everybody's success here. So I'm going to go from the top here. Miriam is asking, is there a good indicator for NQ? Well, I'm sure there's a lot of good indicators for NQ. It just depends on how you look at it, how you look at the markets, time frames, different tools, different ideas. It's such a broad question. It's a very difficult question to answer. I don't trade the NQ much. I'm a profile trader, so the tools that I look at are probably not tools that you're looking at. So not being an NQ trader, and I don't really use indicators. I use levels. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to help you, Miriam. But if anybody else, D, Hoop, if you have a favorite indicator for the NQ, if you trade the NQ, what would that be?
I mean, I used to trade it.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Go ahead,
using
Dee.
anything different. Yeah, I wasn't using anything different. It was still profile based, but I was zooming in to smaller time frames and then just looking at tape just to get like the timing a little bit better because it's so crazy. But yeah, so there's, I don't think there's like one universal indicator for NQ that works. Just like anything else, right? Some things work, some things don't. The real question is, do you connect to it? And does it give you a good read on a day-to-day basis? And if the answer is no, well, you have to keep searching, looking, tweaking, adding, taking away. It's a fun activity. But yeah, so I still use profile. I still use VWAP, Globex VWAP. I would still use gamma levels, you know. So yeah, to me, it's always the same, no matter what I trade.
Yeah. I mean, it's auction process, no matter what it is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Hope you did some scalping in the NASDAQ today. What were you looking at?
So when I look at that, obviously, Hogue, from being an ES trader most of the time, like Dee said, I'm watching, and once again, watching that dome will give you a freaking headache.
Yeah.
When it's moving, it doesn't give you the same information that an ES dome might, just because of how fast it moves. But you can still see where some size is, if it's getting filled. I'll use a 3-minute with VWAP, but I also use range charts. I use like a 22 range chart when I'm looking at NQ. It just, once again, most of the things I look at are like ES and that are on a 4 range, but because the NASDAQ moves so fast, you just have to kind of expand. There's so many, and this is one reason I stay away from it, is you can always find a 20-point scalp, right, Dee? There's always a 15 or a 20-point scalp waiting for you. The question is how many paper cuts do you take trying to find good trade location? How quick are you exiting? So when I'm in scalp mode, like you can see right here, I mean, for the last, and Jay was talking about it, we kind of came up to VWAP a couple times and it failed on the 3-minute. And that's just, I'll look for little scalps inside there, but Hogue, it's definitely a different switch when you go from trading ES to NQ, just because of the speed and just there's not as much liquidity. Once again, it probably a little more clear, watching like probably a little deeper, you can see on Bookmap. But I'll just use a smaller time frame chart and just see if I can kind of Dolby it and find ranges where I can find good trade location. But with the way it was moving this morning, it wasn't that easy. Shout out to, by the way, Mandy and Doom. Being in that environment and watching the market move 300 some points right on the open from a guy who gets to watch chat a lot and watch traders, Shout out, man. It's not easy trading in that environment, especially on TV.
For sure. So,
Yeah.
Miriam, if we knew you a little better, we had the opportunity to kind of talk a little bit about your time frame tools, that kind of thing. We may be a little bit more help, but it's such a broad question and such a broad subject that we need a lot more information. But I hope that we did help you to some degree here today. Shannon wants to know how to deal with losses. How do you deal with losses? Well, one of the things that I kind of learned in my first few years is you can't take them personally. They're not an affront to you. Some people think of them as fees. You're paying a little bit for information from the market. Some people would look at it as tuition. You are learning. You are always going to be learning in the markets, and there will be intuitions that will be paid. But dealing with losses is something that we all deal with, and again, something that we can't attach to our personalities or who we are as a person. Shannon, I'm sure you are a wonderful person, and taking losses in futures trading can make you feel pretty crappy, right? But it doesn't change the fact that you're still a wonderful person. Don't attach anything in trading to who you are as a person, whether it's wins or losses, because it's just going to cause you problems and open up weaknesses. And the futures trading will open up weaknesses without your help. I don't know. What would you tell Shannon? How do you deal with losses? That's just such a unhappy part of trading, but a necessary part of trading. You're going to have losses. We got to learn to deal with them. What do you think?
Just quickly, Hogue, I think they're rejecting
Yes.
90. They're rejecting 90. I would take this off. Because I wanted to see them crawl back over 90, and it's a pretty big level. And if they were going to crawl back over it, maybe they will at some point, but this is a bit of a dangerous time of day for reversals. So I would just, book it and be done with it.
We're out. I took your advice. I didn't
Nice.
think it was going anywhere anyways, but
Yeah.
what do I know? Right?
Sorry, Hogue.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
no,
Hogue.
you're getting into that. Time is a level day for D, right?
Mhm.
We're getting
Yeah.
close, getting that maybe a reversal swing, and I was gonna say, I knew D was watching it. Accepting loss, it's part of what we do, but it was probably one of my bigger weaknesses early, especially when you worked in a competitive environment, Hogue, right? Like on the floor, you're all,
Oh, yeah.
bumping up against each other, yelling at each other, and you're fighting for a trade, right?
I
At
feel like
times,
everybody
right?
sees your losses, not just you.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
They're laughing at you.
And I think that's why Hogue, because of where we came from, it was a very visual, like winning and losing environment. I think it was funny. Doom and I were chatting last hour about every time you're very cautious about how you have when you have a really good day, you just always feel like the trading gods are listening. And when you get into that mode and you start losing, that they really come out and lean on you. So accepting loss is part of our business. It's not easy. It's not in our nature, especially if you're competitive. It's just trying to control the loss, right? That's got to be the main focus. And like we always, I know the three of us especially talk about Tom Hugard and accepting, the best loser wins. It sounds weird, right? It's the truth. Accepting loss is part of what we do. And shout out to Coach Paul. Losing gracefully is part of what we do, right? So being a good loser isn't always that easy either. So just you lose, you move on to the next trade, you journal it, and on to the next trade. There's always going to be another one.
Thanks, Hoop. What do you think, D?
Yep.
Yeah, so something that Hoop said that said there about the controlled loss. So I'm just gonna tag onto that with if you're worried about losses, you're very likely oversized to either the relation of the account drawdown that you have in a combine or XFA, or the account balance if you're trading elsewhere with your own cash. Losses should be like little stings, but if they're taking away 25% of your overall balance, that's what's going to
Like a
hurt a
leg.
lot more. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're going to feel more like a muppet than if the loss was only a fraction of the account balance. And because it is prop, I'm always a little more aggressive, but for me, 4% per trade, and then whatever happens, three trades in, I then decide whether to keep going or to stop on the day. Why? Because there's a equation that kind of works on 3 trades a day and 2 are multiples. So if you have 3 losses, you're not reading the market well, just walk away. And in that respect, you would be looking at a 12% overall drawdown of the account balance, not 50, 75, and then living on, hope that somehow you're going to turn it around. So I'm just going to take a wild guess that just by asking this question, whoever asked it, sorry, I forgot the name, that you're maybe a little bit oversized. And that's why losses are bothering you.
Awesome. Thank you. Instead of Eileen kind of trying to clarify the question, why the sim environment responds more aggressively when trading in funded as opposed to a test account. I respect your experience in trading, but if you ask me, the live account, if it's your account or a sim or a funded account at a prop firm, the live account is always the toughest to get a fill in. Sim tries to, which sim is, of course, is just simulated. The sim tries to emulate the live account as good as it can, but I don't see that there's any more aggression in either. I think trading a real funded account is a little bit tougher sometimes to get filled on, but I don't see that like the test account or anything is more or less aggressive or responds more aggressively. I'm still missing part of the question, Eileen. But it's just part of the game. Your sim is trying to emulate the live account, the live market as well as it can, and so it's
Except, Hope,
Flip
let's
it
be
to
realistic. Most people are quite aggressive because they want to pass in 2 days or less.
right. That's true.
Again, that's
Eileen
probably a
has,
part of the problem.
Eileen has, she says she's got 30 years experience, so I'm sure has a good strategy, and again, we look forward
Mhm.
to her success. The next question is to elaborate on the concept of an island top. Okay, so I'm just going to do this real quick, guys. Here is a blank chart. We're going to take this blank chart and we are going to chart 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. You notice they're separated. These are regular trading hours only. 4 days. A 5th day that there is a session gap, and then the next day gaps back lower. All right, this is your island top. It can be a powerful reversal pattern, whether it's an island bottom or an island top. It doesn't even have to be just 1 day. You can have several days. I'm going to remove this. You can have several days. So here we go. Here's another day, and then the gap lower, and that is your reversal pattern. That is your island top. The expectation would be if we can't close the gaps to these regular trading hour session days, that the market is likely to continue to push lower over time. Does it work every time? Absolutely not. Does anything work every time? Absolutely not. So here we have a potential for a 2-day island top in the NASDAQ. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove the extended trading hours and put on regular trading hours. So you can see that the gap, the weekend gap, creates a session gap. This is that session gap. Now we've got 1, 2 days in range. If we were to, for example, open the market tomorrow below that gap and start to range below there, that would create an island top, a 2-day island top, and it would be a reversal pattern that could continue, that where we could see price can continue the push to the downside. Now, you got to keep in mind, we are talking about the equities here, and the equities do amazing things. They are extremely resilient. You might be better off looking for island bottoms or island tops in some of your commodities, for which you've probably seen some pretty good examples. That's probably why you're asking the question. In some of the other markets, like crude oil, we had a pretty good island bottom back here. I think it was a previous contract month, so it's going to be hard to find. But I'm pretty sure this was an island bottom here, and the market did continue to push higher from that level. But that is the basic idea of the island. Well, this is the MCL, hang on, of the island top and the island bottom. There's another word for it that they use in candlestick on daily charts, but I don't like to use that word. I prefer island bottom or island top. So we do have a potential island top. Well, no, I wouldn't do this in crude, because the trend is already to the downside. You want the island top to change direction in a longer time frame. You want the island bottom to change direction in a longer time frame. So we're not seeing that here. Okay. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, cattle had an island bottom. They can be powerful moves, though. You say that, especially in different markets outside, like ags.
Yes.
Back in March, we had a limit down day, and the gap opened up lower. And once we hit, and there's your secondary thing, right? The 200-day, was right along where we stopped. And look how powerful that move off the bottom is. When everything, we always say when everything looks the worst, be careful in commodities, it can turn around.
Yes.
And with ags, it can do that. And so just identifying them and being aware of what's going on and what the longer term move can be is, like you said, they can be really powerful. So be aware of them.
Yes, they can. And Harrison, I appreciate that. The other name is Abandoned Bunny. I've never heard of Abandoned Bunny, but it's much better than the other one. Yes. All right, we're going to take a minute. We're going to bring Gabe in here for a special announcement. What's up, Gabe?
What is going on? Good afternoon. It is time for some live funded P&Ls and payouts from yesterday, 26. Let's go ahead and start out with some payouts. Shout out to all the traders taking money out of the markets and making it real, hitting the bank accounts. We got Lai took home $41,858. We got Scott, $15,429 payout. We got Yang, $12,045 payout. Kieran Jot, $11,840 payout. And John Michael took $11,599. Great job there to our live funded traders. We got some P&Ls as well to break down here real fast, and we'll get you right back to group coaching. We got Eddie $35,012 trading the NASDAQ. We got Isaac, $28,944 trading the NASDAQ. We got Sem, $19,883 trading the NASDAQ. Hui Huang, $14,490 trading the NASDAQ. And Alvaro, $13,907, also trading the NASDAQ. But that's what I got for you guys for the live funded P&Ls and payouts for yesterday, May 26th. I'm going to send it back to you guys for some more group coaching.
Such impressive numbers, man. Such impressive numbers. Unreal.
Crazy.
All right. I'm liking the fact we have a lot of female traders here asking questions. Perfect. Love it. Jessica's asking, what is the best tips you have for a trader who feels like giving up due to their trading plan is no longer working with the current market? Do you just give up? What do you do? What would you tell Jessica?
Well, you don't give up. None of us would be here if we gave up. You tweak, you look for weaknesses, look for what worked, what didn't work. And here's the thing. You might have a day where you think you didn't do well, but it's not all going to be bad. There's going to be parts of the day and some decisions that were good. And yet, when you make the next bad decision and it doesn't end in a favorable result, you then start to question everything. So I would really look at the plan and what you're doing on a day-to-day basis to quite a granular level. So what was done well, what wasn't done well, and what harmed you the most that day. If there is a pattern that keeps coming up every day, that's what you need to work on. For some people, it's moving stops. For some people, it's levels. They may be using levels that are not working. So that's a problem of a trade location and maybe even a strategy. Do you have ways to figure out the sentiment on the day? Are you aware of the statistical averages, the ATRs? Are they exceeded? Are we coming up to it? And are you doing your trade right into that level that frequently can cause a reversal? So things like that. But, again, without me knowing much deeper about what you're doing right now, it's kind of difficult to point you in the right direction. So for now, you have to do that for yourself. So, yeah, but it's all about tweaking, changing things that are not working, and keeping things that are working.
Always adapting and learning. Hoop, what would you say?
Yeah, I mean, that's the humbling part of trading, right? We go through periods of market state where we see everything, clear as day, and then it becomes clear as mud. That's why anything I've done in my whole life that's ever, like you said earlier, will test your patience, your ability to bounce back. And this is why I think so many people gravitate towards trading, right? It's never the same thing every day. I have to be careful 30 years around it, being it, complaining and moaning about rollover. Okay, get over it, dude. If you don't like the market state you're changing in, don't trade in it. Go find something else, or you call your own self out a lot in this business to me. Have patience with yourself. We're always, I think, D, you put it the right way, tweaking it. I think some people go and try and revamp the crap out of everything, and then they just go down this, taking in all this info, and oh, look at this setup, and careful how much tweak it, and you can go down a different path. So just like Dee was saying, try little tweaks in it. Once again, take a little time off if you're really feeling frustrated. And once again, this is the beauty of doing it in sim, right? Yeah.
Sometimes, Jessica, it can just be as simple as correctly assessing the current market state. I mean, if you're a trend trader, you want to trade trends. The market's range bound. Size down. Practice. Work on your strategy for ranges. To me, they're two different strategies. But don't give up. We would miss you, Jessica. We would miss you. Jamie Rowe is asking, do you recommend footprints? Do you recommend footprint charts? Now, I've played with them. I've looked at them. I haven't really found a good way to assimilate them into the things that I'm looking at. Do I recommend them? Depends on you, Jamie Rowe. What are you used to looking at? What's your time frame for trading? I find looking at footprint charts in my time frame is helpful when I'm looking for an execution. But if I'm a scalper, I may be able to find more opportunities by looking at the footprint charts. Dee, what do you think? How do you feel about footprint charts?
I'm like you, Hog. I've looked at them. I resonate more with Bookmap, I'll be honest, and it's probably because we both look at slightly longer time frames, and I do believe that Footprint is about chasing very kind of scalpy opportunities that are over in a blink of an eye. And I want to hold my trades longer. You know, my average trade time is always between like the shortest one recently was like 45 minutes average, but I'm usually floating between 75 minutes and 100 minutes. So and especially in my markets as well, they are quite thin. So maybe the signals are not, first of all, as frequent, and they're not, I don't know. To me, I just prefer to look at something like gamma levels, for example, and profile, and to try and match it to the day type, and then to try and take a pretty decent chunk out of the day, even if it's like 30% of the overall ATR. But going down like that granular, I just don't think, for me personally, it doesn't serve the correct purpose. There's a lot of information in there, but I'm also a bit older now, and to me, it's very labor intensive. So it's not for me. My eyes are not working as well, and trying to find clusters of zeros and stuff and all of that, or loads of things traded in for a very short period of time. I can see that on Bookmap a lot better as like a sweep, or a large trade that just appeared, or a heat map. To me, that stands out. So maybe if I was maybe younger, I would have gravitated towards Footprint more. But me personally, I just can't. It's too much. But I've had a trader who actually successfully blended what I teach, so the whole methodology, and he was using Footprint for entries, and he was doing amazingly well. So again, it can be useful in the right types of situations and for the right type of trader. But personally, for me, it's a no.
Hope, you much of a footprint guy?
I've looked at. Yeah, I've looked at them. I'm with D. I kind of like Bookmap better. I think it's, once again, maybe because it's more visual. I actually messed around with volumetric candles too, where you can see, I kind of like that too, because you can see more of delta, and you're getting a little bit more idea of how much volume is trading in there. But I've messed around with footprints, but if I agree with D, I would say, after exploring it, I like Bookmap would probably be more. I think I agree too, because the bubbles are a lot easier to see, and it's just a little more. I'm not having to get in there with a magnifying glass and really get in there and dig and see the.
Yeah, it's like
I hear you,
Footprint
D.
Plus.
I'm with you. Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Hey, Hoop, what do you think is the best risk to reward ratio in a 50K combine for Kemar?
Have to give me a little bit more of what market you're trading a little bit. If you're in a 50K, depends what you're trading too. most of the time I would say, I'm a
It's a hard question
scalper,
to
so
answer.
I would say anything I trade, I try to be as a scalper a 1 to 2. Hope you and I have had this conversation because I get caught micro scalping too much. Where 1 to 1, and even negative risk reward, like you've seen, like watching Mandy trade early and watching her adapt, you can get caught spinning your wheels a lot at 1 to 1 negative, and then we got my partner here, D. She can go 5 to 1, 6 to 1. It just depends
Sometimes.
what your strategy is and what market you're trading. There's a lot of context there that would have to be had. But I'm more 1 to 2, 2 to 1.
All right. D, I know you're a big fan of much more reward than risk, but there's kind of a gauge, right? Like if you're 50
There is.
50, I mean, if you're 1 to 1 and you're right half the time, you're going to bleed out eventually from commissions.
Yep.
If you're 2 to 1 and
Paved
you're
the
right
way.
40% of the time, you're still making money. What would you say, D?
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. So I'm really with you and Hoop. So I think 2 to 1 intraday is actually a pretty large risk reward. I think some people are confusing like swing trading where you don't have the time constraints, so you can hold trades for longer. And then that kind of accounts for bigger risk reward. But intraday, the opportunities like that come for 5-6 R, they're once in a blue moon. And they're usually when the markets are turning around from important, let's say, supply and demand areas on large time frames, and then you find yourself in this unwinding position or new business stepping in to the long side. So those are beautiful days, but they're rare. So we can't rely on them every single day. So I mostly go for 2 to 1 if I can, but I'm not shy. So I'm going to take 1.3, 1.4. I'll even take a 1 to 1 and 0.8 if it's a range day, because there's nothing like it's the day is not allowing you to get any more than that without some messing around with like stop sizes, and that never goes well because stops should be where they are. They should be of a particular size, either structurally or based on the volatility of the product. So when you start mixing and matching because you want to eke out like a little bit more reward, that's trading your P&L, not actually doing what the market is doing and just following it. But depending on the trader's combination between their hit rate and their risk reward, this question can vary for every single trader here, and there's no right or wrong answer. Some people do extremely well with higher accuracy and 1 to 1 or slightly negative R, but obviously those systems, like Coop said, you can spin your wheels a lot of the times on days when you're not getting the higher risk reward, right? Or higher hit rate, not risk reward. For me, again, because of the way I was taught to trade, I do go for larger R multiples when they're available, but if not, I stick to 2R, but I will cut it off early if I see that something is not quite happening or the time frame for the trade that I was planning is gone, and now I'm in danger of holding a trade for too long and missing out on a little bit of a buffer trade. But my buffer trades are usually 1 to 1. They're never really super negative risk reward unless the trade kind of didn't even do that and then it just stayed flat. And to me, that's a mental trigger, and I really try to avoid days like that. If I'm going to hold a trade for multiple hours, I wanted going in my direction. And I actually did an appearance for a UK trading group. It's actually by someone who was on Topstep TV. It was Francis Green's group. So he rented this beautiful house over the previous weekend. No, actually, it was this weekend. Nice, time is flying. And I did a little presentation. So we were actually looking at gold popping massively on like a 5-minute time frame, but the candle was too big. So there's a whole discussion between the people who were there. It's like, oh well, I would hold that trade, and I'm like, what? You're gonna hold it for 3 hours? Like we're looking at a 15-minute time frame here. And it literally went nowhere. It was just like range bound. And would you really hold it for that long if the price is not making any headway? So, there are definitely situations where you mismanage an entry and then you end up being in a unfavorable position that's just dragging along. That's not what I do, right? So if I've been in a trade for like 40 minutes and it's not moving, I'm going to cut it. I don't care what it does after 2 hours because I wanted it to move at this particular time because my stats and the probabilities of that time of day say that this sort of a setup should already be done by a certain time of day. So if that starts to break down, I then cut it. So is there such a thing as good risk reward for a 50K account? Very dependent on the trader, the combination of risk reward versus hit rate. So it's not just an isolated thing where, time frame. Yeah, some people trade off 1 minute charts, some people trade off 30-minute charts, and everything and anything in between, right? So it's not a one size fits all, I don't think. So it depends on the trader.
Excellent. All right, we're going to take a minute here and we are going to take a look at today's live leaders. Some pretty big numbers here. Mark L up 55K. Markets like this, just amazing. Andrea P 37.8. Harry T 30,000. Kiara G up 29.8 and Hans 17.3. Some fantastic profits from obviously some very good live traders. That's pro ball stuff there. Great job, traders. Make sure you keep it or a large part of it. Make sure you don't give that back. Those are some great profits. All right. We've gotten I mean, I can't tell you how impressed I am. We've gotten more questions since we started than we had when we began. Either we're doing something right and we're stirring good questions, or we're not giving good answers. One of the two, and I'm hoping it's the first one, that we're just kind of getting the blood moving in your brain to say, hey, you know what? I've got a question about that. But thank you again for all the questions. Let's see. D, here's another
Don't got
question
enough
about
time
failed
sitting out
auction.
for that one.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
No, I just Citadel said, "What is the meaning of life?" And I said, "We don't have enough time in this segment to go through that one."
Oh my good. Yes.
Trading. That's the meaning of life.
Yeah, trading.
Yes. Helping others. Philip has a question about how you determine a failed auction. And how would you enter a trade once it's confirmed? What would you be looking for? Standard reversal patterns on a lower time frame? Like maybe a 3-bar reversal? It's always nice when that is involved in a failed auction. But D, I'm going to send this one to you. How do you determine a failed auction?
Yeah, a great question. So for me, a failed auction has to start with some sort of a pop in the directional move that we initially started in. And then it has to usually end up with excess of some sort. What's excess? It's a wick. It's a wicked candle. Now, to me, back in the day, obviously, we all know that the original definition of a failed auction is when a 30-minute time frame falls back and closes back inside the initial balance. Now, that's all well and good, but unfortunately, a lot of the times, when that happens, you're already too late. So I like to use this combination of sweeps and wicks on low time frames to front run those, because a sweep tells you there was a shakeout and they failed to sustain the move in that direction, and therefore they failed, right? Now, of course, they can succeed on the second try. It could be just a breather before they go higher. But for the most part, you will have a sweep followed by excess and then a reversal. So for me personally, I don't always wait for the full failures on a 30-minute time frame. I will front run them and then I will watch tape to see whether there is follow through. If there's no follow through, I will cut it. I find that to be much better for something like crude oil that once it goes, it goes. Like you don't have time to think whether the 30-minute time frame is finishing. It just drops, and you're either in or you're not. And that's why crude oil can be a little bit scary sometimes. Once they make a decision that the auction has failed, the reversal, especially in and around the euro close, is extremely fast. So there's no time. If you're maybe trading a slower product like copper, for example, you have oodles of time to wait. So that I don't mind for waiting for the textbook definition of a failed auction, but that will also be a case by case. You know, if I am thinking that maybe there's a potential for an immediate fade because I saw something on the tape, maybe an exhaustion of selling if we pop to the downside, I might try a front run there as well. You know, so for me, tape is definitely an ally in determining the failed auctions in like the way I do things. But you're absolutely right. By the time that a 30-minute bar closes, there are very, very few opportunities to kind of get on, because textbook definitions are usually not what happens in real markets. So you have to see how your product moves and then adapt. So how did Mick put it back in the day? Adapt to die.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. So yeah. But for me, it is definitely tape, watching how they're behaving after they do that initial pop outside of the IB, and then whether or not they fail or whether they succeed.
Awesome. We got just a couple of minutes left, and I don't know that I've ever seen Nightly is asking, well, stating, I always see you guys trading on the 1 minute time frame. I use the 15 minute for my trading. Why do you guys like the 1 minute? Is it just better for you guys to do quicker trades? I know why. Because of the opening range trade. That is the
Yes.
absolute only time that I will ever be looking at a 1 minute chart is for that 1 minute opening range breakout trade. That's why. So you're watching in the morning Nightly. I don't think you'll see me or D or Hoop ever really looking at a time frame that short. Am I right, D? You wouldn't be looking at too many 1 minutes. I was like,
No,
where
I
is
always
he
have-
seeing 1 minute?
Yeah, no, I knew immediately when he asked. I was like, it's going to be the opening range trade. Yeah, for me, I don't really do orbs personally. So I look at 15 to 30 minutes and 5 minutes for some of my bots. But mostly if I'm going to be executing myself, it's going to be 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and then tape. And that's all I need. So tape is kind of like a low time frame anyway. But yeah, I can't trade without staring at a 30-minute chart because I don't know what's going on. I would be totally lost.
Oh, you ever look at a 1 minute chart? I know you do look at some different charts, but I don't know if I've ever seen
Not
you
even
looking
on
at 1
NQ.
minute.
Nope. I'll look at it, but
Okay.
I don't trade off of it. No. And I know a lot of the guys that trade NQ and girls do off of it. No. Yeah. Once again, you can always find a trade inside of a 1 minute, right? So 3 minutes about as skinny as I'll get it. Yeah.
All right. Well, time flies when you're having fun. This always goes so fast. D, thank you for everything, your knowledge and experience. Hoop, likewise, knowledge, experience. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for being here and trusting us with your time and having so many wonderful questions. If we did not get to your question today, we will get to your question tomorrow or the next day, but we do try and get through as many as we can, as quickly as we can. So make sure you stick around. Make sure you're here bell to bell every day. Lots of good things happening here. Speaking of which, Trade with Topstep's coming up next. We've got Terrence coming in with Gabe and Vinny Tutix. Vinny Tutix is going to be bringing some 8-finger Gavadel. He's going to share that with all of us. It's going to be a great segment. Stick around, folks. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
Well, we're back. We got Terrence, Vince with us for some trade with Topstep. It's the afternoon. Had a big day in the markets, and it's time to see what we got cooking for the rest of the afternoon. But boys, what's going on? Terrence, how are you?
Good. How y'all doing?
Fantastic. Vinny?
Doing good, Terrence. Good to be back on with you here.
Same here.
So I'm coming in hot here, Gabe. We're short 6 Dow, MYM, micro Dow.
I was about to say
We'll
six
see how this
bigs. Let's
goes.
go.
Maybe in my own personal account,
Yeah.
but not in this XFA. Not in the
I got you.
XFA.
We're seeing a little bit of selling coming in the Dow right now, actually. Where's your
Yeah,
entry
we were
at?
down here before, and it came right back up. So it's been chopping for the last 25 minutes, just in this like 50-point range. But I'm short 6, 57.33s. I'm looking to test the lows here of the day. I might move to BE at some point, but we'll see what happens. I was short MES, and I was short the Russell actually today at one point. And then Trump came on in his round table, and I was in the profit, like $200, and went back and stopped me out. So I'm down 161 on the day. But here we are. I'm going to move this to BE at this point. I don't want to risk any more if it pops back at me. So we are at free trade here in the Dow. So hopefully we can get some momentum to the downside. So let's go. What are you guys up to?
Let's go indeed. Yeah, Terrence, what you got cooking? Anything right now in the background, or are you flat currently?
You know what? Yeah, I've been watching the 4-hour candles, and today we've had 2 heavy 4-hour candles after reaching that high up around 400. So I'm thinking right now that we're bouncing around the pivot on a 4-hour candle on the MNQ, and I'm looking to go lower. I'm looking to go down to 968 or possibly 827. I don't know if we'll do it this hour, but I think lower is in the cards. And primarily just because of the weight of the last two 4-hour sessions. So here we go. Let's do it.
Let's
Here we go indeed. All right, so we got some bearish sentiment here on air. Chat, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. What's the sentiment across the board here? Let's see what's going on in the tilt.
Yeah, what's
we
the
got
chat
cooking
thinking?
on in the tilt right now? We got 50-50 split in the S&P, 63% long tilt in NASDAQ, 51% flat, pretty flat there in crude, and pretty flat there in gold, also 51% long. So really the only heavier tilt right now is in NASDAQ, building the long side. Kind of makes me also want to continue supporting that short thesis. Building a little bit of a base down here, obviously near kind of session lows of the day, kind of middle of the range. Obviously, kind of the best location to get short, depending on how much size and risk you're willing to take on here. But see if we can get a little momentum for Vince here in the Dow. I was trading 680s. He's short from 733s.
Go chat. Coach Vince is a new
Underneath
pair of shoes.
30,000.
Now looks heavy. Looks heavy, Vince. You're right on, bro.
I don't know, man. We'll see.
That's a nice 5-minute bar closure.
I felt this way before, Terrence, and then Trump came on, and it went to my stop. I was in the same position. I was up 200. I'm feeling confident in my trade. All of a sudden, the round table shows up on the screen here on TV.
Valid.
And I just watch it go whoop, whoop, whoop.
That hurts. That hurts, man.
Yeah. Hey, it's trading though, right? This is what we're dealing with. So giddy up.
I'm taking a flyer here. I'm going to sell one MNQ at
All right.
970. Let's see, where did I get in? I got in at 968.50, and I've got a limit sell too at just below 30,000. It could pop up and try and grab some stops before it goes lower. That's my thesis.
All right.
What's your invalidation on this there, Terrence, knowing we are in the middle of the range? How tight are you keeping things here?
I'm going to stop at 30,020.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So we got a couple shorts currently cooking. MNQ short right now from 68, looking for a second opportunity to add there. just a little bit above. Market is kind of hanging below that big round hole number, about 10 points off of that 30,000 level. Continue to kind of just hang around here so far, middle of the range being about 30K. See what we got for the remainder of a afternoon here. We got about 2 hours, just a little under 2 hours until regular trading hours close.
Got a little bounce there off of a little range here. We have a little 5-minute range growing in the Dow. Just popped off the lows there of that little range. Let's see what happens here, guys. Terrence, you short from where?
I'm short from 968 on the MNQ. And
Okay.
I'm just about to hit a limit at 998. So about a 30-point pop here in the last 3 minutes might get me in right below 30,000. It just took it. So now I'm in three short.
All right.
All right.
Go, let's sell off.
Retesting that 30,000 level as we speak. See if we can reject and trade right back underneath here. Stay short.
In that 100-point range in the NASDAQ.
Quite a wild day.
Yeah.
Quite a wild day indeed.
Yeah, through me, I thought for sure it would turn around to go back up after the first 15-minute candle, and caught me and pulled my pants down, spanked me, and threw me out to the side of the road, man.
So get out.
Yeah, the term we use is you get your arse handed to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure do.
On a silver platter. Here you go, sir.
They don't even give me a silver platter. They give me a trash can lid.
Oh, man.
And they're sure as hell to empty your pockets beforehand, too.
Oh, yeah. They fleece you like nobody's business, man.
Oh, sure.
I always get a kick out of Muhammad when he says that. First they fleece you, and then...
And then they take it to where you want it, right?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. This is kind of a crazy day, really.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the back half of this week's about to look like. Yeah, we're talking a little bit in the green room. I do like lower. I think that new week opening gap looks attractive, kind of getting back underneath the 780. Like, I think it was at 780 high that we made before we broke out this week. New week opening gap's just below that. I think there's some more room to the downside, but the question is, how will we get down there? Is enough volume at this price to potentially push us lower, or do we need a catalyst to help drive us there? But yeah, I mean, quite an interesting start to the week. New all-time highs, and then a 400-point turnaround from the overnight.
Yeah, just hard to fathom when it's just so much euphoria, and the market just seems to want to, just pull higher like a magnet, but doesn't seem like there's really anything that's substantial to keep pushing other than, I guess, the lack of news. The lack of an agreement just makes it go higher a lack of an agreement in Iran. But it does seem like it would be nice to have some lower structure, because being way up here, it's like nosebleed.
Yeah.
Yeah, trading all-time highs is quite the experience.
Yeah, where do you look left? How do you look
War
left?
times, putting in all-time highs.
Yeah.
Now it sounds
Scratch your head on
interesting,
that one.
Well, I guess people are still
much
spending
historical
money,
data.
right? These companies are making money hand over fist because us as consumers just keep buying stuff. If we all stop buying stuff, maybe stuff will come down a little bit.
Everybody's feeling the pinch these days, though. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I feel bad for the truck drivers and the shippers. I mean, diesel was like almost 50 cents. I mean, 50% higher. Not 50 cents, 50%.
I have a family member owns a
higher.
trucking company. They own a couple of trucks, and they're feeling it. They're feeling it.
Yeah. This looks like it's weakening a little bit at the top here. got a couple of 3-minute candles that are wicking. I'm hoping this is a signal drop down and break this trend line. The POC's right at the, if we can get below 979, I think we're going down pretty decently. 978. We can get below 978, but
Bids
as
are
soon as
coming
I
let's
in
say
see
right
if
that,
we
now.
can.
This is a bit under the market right here.
Yeah. Let's see if we can entice the market to move a little bit with another 213,000 subscriber extravaganza
There we
contest
go.
form. Let's go ahead and get that in the chat. Fill out the form. We're going to pin it in just a moment here. There it is. Obviously, you've been seeing a few of these over the last week, and there will be a couple more because we have a couple days left until this extravaganza completes. So make sure you go fill out that form, read the rules as always. Make sure you are in an eligible state here in the US. Fill out that form, answer the question. Let's see what the question of the day is actually. Let me pop open that link and find out what is this form's question. What is your go-to indicator or tool that you feel lost without? All right. Vince, what is your go-to indicator or tool you feel lost without? I got to say
just
probably
use the
profiles.
profiles, really. Yeah, profiles all the way.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
it's more of a context tool though than an indicator of buy here, sell there. But yeah, profiles.
Sounds good. Terrence, how about you, man?
you know what? The best tool I got in my arsenal, I would say, is probably VWAP. It just, I don't know if I would have the context of the market without something like VWAP. So it's either VWAP or an EMA. Pretty old school stuff.
Yeah, I got you. And you know who we haven't had on in a while that might be fun to get back? Brian Shannon. You guys remember bringing Brian Shannon on back in the day here?
Yeah, I remember Brian.
I don't know the name, no. But don't go by me.
Well, if you
Did
like
you guys watch
VWAP,
that guy yesterday on his name is Shabir, the guy in Jersey? That guy was killing it on the NQ in the first hour, the power hour. Oh my goodness. I think Dakota had him on last night too. Or was it last night? Yeah. I think it was
talking
last
about
night.
Karabi?
Karabi, that's his name.
Karabi, yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Karabi. That was good. That guy's fearless, man.
Hey, sometimes that's all it takes, right? It's all emotional, this game.
Structured and fearless. Yeah. It is emotional, for sure. How's your YM looking, bud?
Not too good. It's coming back at me right now. So this has been the story of my life in these markets right now, but I just can't break habits, right? And get into that just grabbing what's in front of me. I just can't do it. It took so long to build the mental muscle to hold on to a trade to my target that it's going to mess with my metrics in the end of the day. Yeah, I could say, oh, I got a couple good quick little wins here, but then I'm going to start missing those trades that I'm really looking for.
I hear you.
You ever get that trade where you took it off early, like, oh man, I should have held it.
Every day. Every day I get that trade.
You know what I mean? So, for me, it's okay. I'll take the stop or the break even. It is what it is. I know once the market starts to flow in my path, then I'll start to reap the rewards. But right now, we're not in that kind of market state. So we're out plus $3 on that trade.
Okay.
We'll look for the next one.
Sounds good. Flip over to my charts real quick. I actually have the contest form shared right now. So this form, by the way, is working just fine. Seeing some people in chat saying it's blank. I'm literally looking at it right now. So
I see it.
Refresh, clear your cache, cookies, try a different browser. Form is definitely not blank. So just a heads up. It sounds like a user issue.
What's the big prize there in the extravaganza?
So the contest winners that are going to get picked are going to receive a no activation fee 50K combine. And there's 100 of them for every form that we've released. So 100 winners
Whoa.
for each form. So I think there's like a little over 1,000 of these no activation fee combines getting rewarded to those contest winners.
Man, I got to get on board.
Yeah, we are in quite the grinding range here.
Yeah, I'm taking some heat, man. Taking some heat.
Yeah, I'm out. It's just a grinder. And I think we're going to stay this way, until this war is over and we have some sort of, some light at the end of this tunnel. I think we're going to stay in this kind of a market state. It's just the market doesn't want to make moves in either direction. Just doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a sell-off here in crude. You got below $89 a barrel here, 88.90s. Could kind of explain a little bit of what's going on. There's not a whole lot of news that I'm really seeing necessarily, anything across the wire. But we are above 30,000 in the NASDAQ, 75.37 half trading out in the S&Ps. We got gold also making a little bit of an attempt to bid higher here and make maybe some new session highs, 44.83. Trading out right now. Silver trading 74.91s. Dow back to the kind of Vince's entry, actually. 733 is trading.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, right back to it.
They're making a move for my stop, but we'll see. When do these guys get exhausted anyway? It's like,
that's a good question.
They're on cocaine or something.
Computers don't get exhausted, Terrence.
There you go. It's all these retail traders jumping in, wanting to go higher and higher, man.
Yeah.
They just don't believe it can go lower, I guess.
And that's why I love being a day trader, because at the end of the day, I'm risk flat. I have no risk going into the next day. So,
amen. When
they pull the rug, it's over.
See, anything happen in the tilt here? Ooh, 70% long tilt now in the NASDAQ, 63% long tilt in the S&P. Definitely building the long side, pretty flat across the board in crude and gold, but equities definitely building long.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got a nice little bid here. New session highs in gold, 44.90 we just printed. $75.24 in silver. Nice little pop there in the metals.
Yep. I just saw that. Wow.
Yeah, I missed that trade. I should have been looking at gold. Has nice flow to the upside. It's not range bound chop like the equities.
Ooh, silver looking like it might want to start testing some of the London highs. See if we can start making it above 75.50, I believe, is the kind of pivot that we made right around 720, right around the open.
I got an order in it for one micro at 05. We'll see if it comes back down to that.
05s is in silver?
05 in silver, yeah.
Gotcha.
76.05, yeah. If they whip it back down, I might get caught and run with it. They're taking out my stop here. 5 more ticks.
Look to get short. I might look to get short the NASDAQ.
This would be a good time to do it, I think. I almost want to add more, but this is probably a stop run. But you know how it is. Retail is just, they got their blinders on, man, and they want to just pump it up.
We're at value high. We're at value high right now. Just above value high, up against a little bit of excess from the G period, 30-minute candle. It might be a short opportunity here.
Interesting location for sure. I know that Jay earlier in the 11 a.m. hour was talking about if there's I think he was talking about a couple consecutive 3-minute candles with like 8,000 contracts being traded in each. or more
Mhm.
as we get above 30,000, that he'd be looking maybe for a little continuation of the upside. But outside of that, if there was a lack of volume getting above, this kind of range high, what you're looking at, Vince, would be, value area high, and
Yep.
possibly just a kind of trade right back into the range. And we did see that exact situation happen kind of as they were completing the 11 a.m. segment. So we'll see what we end up doing.
Got stopped out at 2. I still have 1 on, but I'm gonna probably. I mean, we've already hit 30 now, so it's probably going up to VWAP at 46, 40, 45, 75. So I think I'll get out of that one too and just wait for it to come back, or get in the buy side. Maybe I should just be on the buy side.
Well, 30.50 is the risk on this trade here. If I take this short, I'm gonna risk about 30.50s. See what happens here.
I probably should have stayed in.
S&P is making an attempt to take out that previous little 5-minute swing from 1150. A little pivot high in there on the 5 minutes, 75.39 and 3/4. We're just a tick off from taking out that high.
All right, so I'm short
Nasdaq's-
1 MNQ.
Okay.
Stop's going to be just above 30, just around 30.50s. This might be a short-lived trade, but we're going to try to fade this little value high here up against a little bit of excess. See what happens.
My stop was a better entry, let me tell you that. And you got it. You just nailed it.
I mean, there's
Vince,
definitely
how much extra wiggle room or buffer are you giving it above that previous 5-minute high? Because that 5-minute high
I'm
is
just at
48 quarter. Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 30.50, so not much. If it breaks out of it, I don't want to be short. Even though it could run the liquidity above it and then come right back in, but seems strong though.
Yeah, it really does. Chat was right. Okay, I'm in silver now at 05, so they whipped down a little bit, but the goal is to go back to 25, get 20 points out of that.
Got it. By the way, Meta is currently up about $16.50, a little under 3% in the last 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Not sure what's happening here across the board in Meta. Not seeing any headlines pertaining to Meta, but.
And Nvidia is up $4 off its low also. So that's interesting. That's not good for a short.
I just went long on MNQ with that news at 35, 36, and I'm looking for 62.50.
Okay.
About 30 points.
I'm thinking about maybe taking a short here in the Dow again. Where are you short?
I'm long.
He's
I'm
long
now.
Are you long?
MNQ,
Are you long?
Yeah, I'm long at 30, 37. 30,
Okay.
37. And I'm long one silver at 05.
Looks like I'm gonna be I'm gonna Venmo you some money here.
Yeah, I'll probably just be taking it out of your pocket, right?
Yeah, that's
That's not right. I don't feel
just
good
send me your
about
Venmo.
it. But
Yeah, just send me your Venmo. It's all right.
there you go. Or the opposite, or vice versa.
Yeah.
I don't know.
While
it
you're
just-
at
it
events,
just feels
I'll send you
too
mine
strong.
too.
There you go, Gabe.
All right, so S&P is making a little pop above the 75.40s here. Previous little 5-minute high from about 11.50 Central. Nasdaq still about 8 points off of the last 5-minute high of 48 quarter. Crude oil still kind of hanging near the 88 80s, we'll call it. Kind of retesting a little bit of demand from earlier this morning around the 8 o'clock. Essentially the opening range. Really the opening range low in crude oil. That low from 8 o'clock was 88.76, and we are just piercing below that right now as we speak. So possibly a A little
right,
bit
we're gonna be
more
out.
downside potential, which means possibly more upside potential in the equities if we still see that inverse correlation. Nasdaq testing the 50 level right now.
All right, you're welcome, Terrence. I
S&P
just sent
still
you a
bidding.
donation. All right.
You made the donation, huh? All right, I appreciate it,
Yep.
man.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, though. This is interesting because this is right now the G period high on 30-minute bar. So if I look at 30-minute bars right now, you can see I have a 5-minute, but if we go here to a 30-minute, you kind of see we just swept just above here where my stop's at. I might actually get short again. I don't know. We're gonna see.
I think I might get short around 60, but right now I'm going to try and write it up and close it out
Yeah.
around 60, 61.
Yeah.
It was just too strong down there. I was fighting the tide. Doesn't help. So we're right at VWAP now. It could pop up to 60, which is, I believe, the IB low for the 15-minute ORB, or the OR, opening range 15-minute. I believe, so through 30, 60. Maybe I have that wrong, but I got a line there and I can't see the whole thing. It looks like my ORB line. Do you guys watch the IB and the 15-minute or a 5-minute, 30-minute? Which one?
Well, I use a 30-minute chart most of the time, but yeah, 1 hour I look at. There was a
Gotcha.
lot of volume that came in up here at 34.49. Let's see, 30.40, 30.50. A lot of volume came in there at that price, so it's interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, I just added a silver at 90. Well, it was around 97. So now I'm in 2 long silver.
Okay.
And 3 long MNQ.
Alrighty. Interesting location for sure.
Look how the ES came off the lows.
Mm-hmm.
Megaphone pattern right now. Yeah, we came off right here. That's probably going to be the target up there on maybe a short of 45s. Coming off of these lows here. They're just straight megaphone.
I wonder if it's tied at all.
Go ahead, Terrence.
Oh, I was just going to say, I wonder if it was tied at all to this morning's strange movement, strange volume, because it went a lot deeper than most of us probably thought. And now I wonder if MOC is influencing or going to influence the way this hand, takes off. And so they're kind of prepping for it now.
That's a good question. Bottom of the hour just hit new 30-minute bar open, by the way, and settlement for crude, natural gas, gasoline, diesel futures.
$30.70s yesterday's value high. That's interesting. Interesting spot.
I'm going to get taken out of my MNQ long here any second. I hope. And then it looks like it could go up.
You said, right?
Yeah, it's right at 60.50. Okay. So we're right at 58 right now, and it's right there. The next target looks like it could be the 200-day moving average right above at 30,110. So I might jump back in at a smaller, like a 1 or 2 lot, but only if this first one is successful. We'll see. It's getting a little doji action now. Silver's going the right direction, so I'm up on silver. That's good.
Yeah, getting a little bit of a turnaround here from $75, just a few cents so far. Get a little bit more upside.
Yeah, shooting for 25, 26. Top of that last 3-minute, that long.
I'm looking to get short the Nasdaq. I might be crazy, but
no, I still like the shorts. Are you seeing any crazy size coming in? I mean, I see little spurts of offers. You know, we got like 84 contracts right now being offered at 56. We did have 100 getting offered at 50 earlier.
83
really,
at 56 there, Gabe.
Yeah,
84 at
that's
56.
about it.
Yeah. I'm going to get short right
Ooh,
now.
1,000 getting offered
just
right
got
now
short.
on the NASDAQ at 51. 1,000 offered,
short.
NASDAQ 30,051. See if
All
they
right.
pull that or if that
I'm
trades
short.
out.
I'm looking for rotation back down to 29,980s and maybe down to 28,895. Let's see if we can get something going here. If not, we'll find another one.
Offers still
You're not
sitting
crazy,
there,
man.
51
That
even.
totally makes sense, but I don't know that this market makes sense right now. I mean, what you're doing is exactly the way I would do it, but it's like, what?
Yep, nothing makes sense.
Shaking my head all the time.
All right, 1,000 pulled from 51. No longer sitting there. Keep spoofing. See if they come back and show their hand again, whether they're serious or not. Obviously, an attractive number. We got 57 contracts being offered up at 65, but that's about it.
No real volume in
Yeah,
any of
crude
these
oil.
candles.
Nah.
Crude oil
What's
making
going
a
on
little
with
bit of a
crude?
nice bid off the 88.50s, by the way. We're about 30 cents higher right now in crude, the low that
Okay.
we just printed. We did end up taking a nice peak of about 20 odd cents below the opening range low from crude this morning. Now we're right back inside the opening range. Equity's kind of building a little bit of a base here above the
103.
previous 5-minute swing.
103 at 55 and 3/4.
I see that.
105 offered.
All right.
55 3/4.
I got a time and sales up, so we'll see if we got to
50s. See if we get
fill
into
it
these
all.
50s here.
Just got pulled. $105 got moved up to 75. $60 still being offered at 60, or 55 being offered at 53.5.
Yep. Ooh.
Some of that did
That's
just
a wiggle.
fill. Yeah, we just did end up filling about 40 odd contracts at 53.5.
64 more
being
at
offered again
55.
here. Yep. Somebody's stepping in here. A little bit more just got filled. Not all, but about 34 contracts got filled at 55.
All right, let's get into the 50s. Let's flush them out. They don't want to get underneath. They're holding those 50s.
No, they don't. They want to bounce off.
Holding them 50s.
49.
They're holding.
Bouncing off 49.
Yeah. I may want to cover this and maybe sell them a little bit higher. We'll see here. Give it a couple minutes.
We got silver retesting the 95s right now. Terrence, how you feeling about that silver trade?
Taking some heat, but I like the idea so far. I mean, it feels good with that big volume candle next to it and all these little tiny nothing candles since then. So I'm thinking that it's a little pause and we're going back up. That's how I'm going to hang in there for another $100 or so. Drawdown. We'll see. Not happy, but not nervous.
Got another 90 contracts getting offered at 50 here in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to see us pull back to 29,900.
Definitely not seeing a whole lot of sustained buying above this previous 5-minute swing.
See, we get back below the half back, 30, 35s. I'd like to see us get below that and hold.
Just might do it.
You just got in a little one guy to start with that, Vince, right?
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, crude kind of retesting the $89 per barrel price level. See if crude can maybe catch a bid. Equities definitely dipping right back below the previous 5-minute swing here. S&P's trading 38.5, NASDAQ trading 32s.
All right, come on. Get the flush here. Get some momentum
good,
here.
That's a good rejection.
Come on. There
Added to my MNQ,
right,
so I'm four long now.
Okay,
see if we can get
Terrence,
inside of value. Right now we're flirting with value here. So this is an interesting level. 30-25s. If we get below and accept below that, I do like a flush down towards like the 29,980 level. But right in here is an important area here for longs and shorts. See if we reject or accept. Right now we're rejecting value, so it's good for the long side.
Break at 25, it's probably going to 995 in the short term. Little pop there on it.
See what's happening in the tilt here. Are we backing off the longs? We are. Holy crap, we backed off the longs pretty heavily. About a 50-50 flat tilt in the S&Ps now. 59% long tilt in the NASDAQ coming off of what was 70. About a 10% decrease in the long side here in terms of Topstep sim data. Our traders here. Got a 54% long tilt in crude. 57% long tilt in gold. Still leaning a little bit at the long side across the board in these markets. Dow popping a little bit here.
Yeah, we rejected value there, so that's not a good sign for the short. So we're going to see. We'll see what happens here.
Oops, so it's 1200 lot. ES 7534. I don't have the dome up for the S&Ps, but 1200 lot. Keep an eye on 7534 if anybody uses level 2 data. As the S&P open. Could be another spoofing situation, but we'll find out. See what kind of size shows up around the 50 level here in the NASDAQ again as we're getting close. Starting to see some little chunks show back up, 60s.
Terrence, you're long from what price?
I'm 35. And buyers are starting to
okay.
step in again. Yeah, 35.
Yep.
35.75, actually.
Yep. Nice.
Holding to 60.
Where'd that 1,000 go in NASDAQ? Where'd you go, buddy?
Yeah, right.
What was that Microsoft news that you
Microsoft
you
or
earlier?
Meta?
Meta. It was like 3% or something that in the afternoon.
Yeah, it was like 2.7% higher the last 30 minutes. Pretty much the start of the 2 o'clock hour, we were starting to make a nice bidding attempt. There wasn't anything really coming across the wire pertaining to Meta, but there was a nice technical buy coming in from the 610s. Now we're trading 630s. Meta did kind of break above with that volume above the previous 5-minute high of the range that it's been developing in the 625 per share region from Thursday the 7th. So we're kind of trading back above the range, maybe looking to make an attempt at filling that gap all the way back up at 670s. But interesting. We'll see. We will see.
Anything can happen.
That's right. ACH, baby.
ACH.
Yeah,
You know, the funny
they're buying value high here. This is interesting. You know, the move was down early in the session. We're above value. This is where, you know, people like myself short based on profile language. But then you got a lot of people trying to buy this value high here, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, once it gets above the value high, it's got some room, doesn't it? Up
Yeah.
to what? 51,
3100,
58, yeah.
3100.
All right, come on, let's take it up to 60. Let's go. Get it up there. We're going to close on this 15-minute candle in about 2. That might be the catalyst just to get to that level. Since it was
You're definitely seeing some size getting traded here in these offers. At 98 trade out at 43. We had 63 trade out at 51 3/4. We're seeing a good chunk right there trade out at 52 1/4.
But are they getting out? Are they getting in?
here.
Right. That's what we don't know.
That's the question. But we're definitely seeing some transactions taking place above this little 5-minute high, retesting that 50 area.
Mm-hmm. 30-50s are important. A lot of volume there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to add to this at, I'm going to add 3 at 47, 48 or 49, actually. I think we're going to get a little pop here. So 48.
So what read are you getting, Terrence? You reading volume or what's your...
Oh, I'm reading at 30, 47, 25. I'm adding 3 more lots to my 4 to go potentially to 30,103 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see here, though. You know, this isn't a heavy duty time to lots of buying action, but there is something here, and it looks to me like it will pop in the next 2 minutes.
We do have somebody trying to front run that 1,000 lot in the S&Ps at 34s. Once again, there are 1,284 contracts being offered at 75.30, being bid, excuse me, at 75.34.
Oh, wow.
And there's 688 on the bid at 36. So you got just about 2,000 contracts getting bid in those mid 30s here in the S&Ps.
Are you in? Anybody in the MES or the ES? Either one of you?
Nope.
No. No, I'm flat. I don't have any positions on right now.
Right.
No positions, Gabe? Come on. Join the fun.
Now, when I'm driving, it's really hard for me to trade because I just get so zoned in on my trades that you guys would lose me. Like I wouldn't be present.
We definitely need you to be where you are, so.
All right, crude oil taking a little attempt at trading at those 89s, 89 even. Dow made a nice bid, finally above the range. 50,770s just traded out in the Dow. Silver kind of hanging around just underneath the $75 price point. 74.96 is trading out in silver. And the bigs. Yeah, 44.85 in gold. A little bit of a bid coming back in here into the S&Ps. New 5-minute highs, 75.43 half. Nasdaq back in the 50 handle. Got a little sprinkle of some size above us right now being offered. 50 contracts on the 54s. You got 105 contracts being offered at 56 1/4. So clearly, we continue to trade and see size trading out and volume coming into this market in this 50s. Time and sales just keeps popping off with... Got my filter right now set at 5 contracts, and we're just getting a nice spread in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're just stuck at these 50s. It's volume point of control right now on the volume profile. But I'd like to see a rotation down here to 29,980s. I mean, if the longs can't take this higher, right, and they start to bail, I see a nice little rotation here to the downside. But everything looks bullish.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the ES is bullish right now. The Dow, they're all churning higher.
Just had 146 contracts pop off at 50 3/4.
What's the delta at? Let me see if I can pull the delta.
That's a good question. What is the delta at?
Let's see. Delta, NQ.
Swamp Demon, I'm looking at level 2 data here and time in sales. So on the right side of my chart on my screen, you'll see a combination of the dome. And then next to that on the right, you'll see the time in sales. So I'm looking at, I have my size filter set to 5 contracts on the time in sales. So I'm looking at all the different orders coming in. These are actually filled orders. And then in the dome itself, I'm looking at resting limits, both bids and offers.
I don't know if Hogue's around. I got Delta and NASDAQ negative 18,800.
Looks like Hogue's got 2,600 positive in the S&P and negative 9,200 in the NASDAQ.
9,200 negative. Okay. I don't know why I'm showing 18,000.
Oh, here we go.
All right, let's go.
All right, peeking back below the 5-minute high here in the NASDAQ. 40's trading out again here.
It's me. Whenever I'm in a positive trade, man, it just goes so slow. It's like we're stuck in molasses.
Like Hogue said, this time stops. It's
it does. It's so funny.
Feels like an eternity.
If this was going against me, man, this would be like blazing fast. And it won't be long before it is going against me if I'm not careful here. All right, I'm going to jump out of this. I got to take a little loss, but I think that it's
good management.
Showing like, I can get back in if I need to. No biggie.
Bounce right off value high again. Son of a.
Reserving a green day.
Yep.
And I still have the silver negative, so I'm taking some heat on that too. And usually it'll follow one of these guys higher. It'll follow the Dow higher or it'll follow the NASDAQ. And right now it's kind of really paused. Not sure what the thinking there is. It's just like not really even moving.
Oh, we got a big order there. 101 bid 37
minutes.
Power hour should be interesting.
Yeah, power hour should be pretty lively. Probably get some good volatility in that hour.
Oh yeah. We got Muhammad coming in to hang out with Andre every time.
There we go.
Be a fun hour.
That fill, Gabe, 37s, 100 at 37, they fill?
37 evens, yeah. Total of like
filled?
103.
Yeah,
103 filled.
That's what it was. Yep. There we go. Come on.
You're still
back in value here. Yeah, I'm still short, but we're battling in volume value high right here. This 38 level is like, it's like a brick wall. Every time we get it, they're buying it. They're buying it.
Ooh, 860 contracts being bid at 30,020. 20 even. 870 contracts being bid.
Yeah, they're buying them 38.
20 even. 860, excuse me. 860. 20 even.
I'm showing we're bouncing off the POC right now at 46. and it's just been hovering around that line for the last 15,
Yeah, 20
25
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal right now. Just chopping around. Right around that 50s. You know, the 50s, they're getting everybody.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like if we claim and stay above these 50s, the next big level that I'm kind of looking at is how we manage to trade around the 30,100s. Because the
Exactly,
100,
yeah.
basically the last 5-minute high from, we'll call it 9 a.m. Central, the high was 99 quarter. So that pivot, that's an interesting level that I'll be keeping an eye on as we get into power hour. If we manage to somehow stay above 50.
Yeah. I mean, if we get back down to 38s, we can't reclaim value. I might cover this and then maybe look to get short around 3090s. A little bit better trade location for the short side.
Same here. I think I might put a limit order up at right around 30,100. Oh, great!
Need to get in here.
Just bought this, and now it's dropping.
They're trying it again. Let's see if we can get back inside of value here. There they go.
Still got 860 contracts at 20 even in the NASDAQ being bid. Still sitting there.
38s is half back too.
I'm going to add to my long right now at 29. I'm still long. Long at
okay.
47, and I'm going to add at 29.
Okay. Then short from the 46 handle. Wow.
I so want to be short,
see what happens
but I just
power hour.
to see this
Go ahead, man.
strength.
Yeah, this level right here is just it's like a wall. These 38s. The only thing, if we penetrate it, maybe we'll finally get some momentum here to the downside, but we need to break through here.
100%. Yeah, I'd like to see like a nice closure underneath the like 15s.
For sure. That
15s
would do it.
Would be.
The offers are moving
start to
down.
see
So you
a
got
little
56 offered at 41 3/4. So the movement offer is lower.
Yeah. Definitely still got some interest in those 50s, but for now, I wonder if that 1,000 lot that was showing themselves earlier is just breaking it up into chunks. Because we've been seeing lots of like 50s and 100s. And
there you go.
They
wonder
just
if they're
gave it
breaking it up.
That's
All right, right back around the 50 level. All right, gents. Well, it's been a fun hour. Thanks to both of you for coming to hang out. We appreciate y'all. Have a blessed rest of your day. I know Vince will be seeing more of you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Terrence will be seeing you next week. As always, we love having you. And shout out to, by the way, there's some people in chat that are wondering, are you related or do you have any enjoyment in ZZ Top's music? Is that something that floats your boat there? Got some resemblance, apparently.
We're you know what? Me and ZZ Top are blood brothers, and yes, I do enjoy his music. All their music.
Got it. Love it.
Awesome. That's great.
All right, guys. Thanks a bunch, man. Thanks for having me. See you, Vince. See you next week.
See you.
See you, Gabe. Thank you,
guys.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Stick around, though. We got Muhammad coming back for a power hour. Andre and Dolby time. We'll see y'all very soon. This is Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Let's go.
Oh, buckle up. These two right there, the man in the middle, Mr. Mohammed, joining us from Riyadh to the right. My partner in crime. It is Dolby time. It is Power Hour, the final hour of the New York session. Let's get right into it. Mohammed, as always, thanks for joining us. Great to see you. Let's break it down. Thoughts for the final hour. Power
Thank
Hour.
you
What's up,
very
bro?
much. Let's start with ES. ES looks range today. We make a high. We make a double bottom in here. I'm looking for a short. It has to be below the opening range high. Let's look at the range high between 7,546 is a 30-minute opening range. 7,546. The low 7,526. So this is about 20 points. We tag below the opening range low and get back, and they did it again. So that give me some sort of megaphone that we are at the high right now in the 5 minute, at the high of the megaphone. If the market is rejected from the opening range high 7,546 with a strong 5 minute red candle, that is my signal to take a short. If it is accepted above it, I will start looking to buy this market until at least 7,556 or 57. That the extension higher, because when we break lower, we tag the half extension lower. So to make the balance, they would like to reach 7,557. So that balance is equilibrium now. So I'm wait, if I'm long, I would definitely take profit at 7,546, 47. That will be a target. And then we'll see if the sellers jump in. Then I will jump with them short to the opening range low 7,526.
Okay. Yes.
Joe's got a plan.
Yeah, he's got a plan. Dolby time. What's our plan? What's our plan here, Dolby?
Everyone has a plan, Dre, until they get punched in the face.
That's right.
Here's the thing. NASDAQ has had this nasty habit of rallying in the close. It did it yesterday. It was quite strong into MOC. It came out buy side. We are stuck at the top of this 1 hour range high, but we are forming a pretty nice 5 minute consolidation at the top here. And we've touched this 1 hour range high like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 or 9 times.
Yeah.
So I think this is a cheap short.
Let's do it.
Up here, I'm a little bit nervous that we are maintaining price at the range high, though. You would want to see this reject, right? So come failed moves, come fast moves is kind of the saying here. But this is not a fast move. I don't think this is failed, really. It's hanging in there pretty good. My other case, too, for a long, higher lows at the lows. We did not make a lower low on the previous dip down to the 1 hour range low. Is it?
All right.
Yeah. Carry trade definitely is a short. Even if it's cheaper, but it's scary because you know this zombie rally, you don't know when this will stop.
Yep, looks like it might be underway right now. Last trade in the ES 75.45. Initial balance high 75.47. NQ last trade 30,058. Yeah, we made all-time highs before the New York Open in the NQ and the ES. What's going on in crude? Crude trading $88.90. Gold trading $44.84. For those that are new, tuning into Power Hour for the very first time, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. How do we play? Well, first of all, welcome aboard. Welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to Power Hour. I'm going to ask Mohammed what he thinks the price will be on the close in the NQ, and we're going to put it to a vote in the chat. Will it be above or below said price in the NQ? Mohammed, in 52 minutes when that bell rings, what will the price be?
Yeah, I think I would take, when I look at the opening range in NQ, it's exactly now at the middle of the opening range at 30,064. So it's tough because we're still below it. However, I don't want to make a prediction, but it's leaning more that the market somehow will find itself above it. So if we get above it, I think above below will be 3,192.
192.
30,192.
30,192. Mohammed, you're not making the prediction.
But there is
Well, I
some.
guess you can.
Yeah, there is something that worries me. You can see here in the ES, we tag yesterday low. We tag yesterday low, but we didn't do the same in the ES, in the NQ. So NQ hold, ES make some liquidity below. I usually believe ES more than NQ, but what usually happens that NQ do the liquidity, not the ES. So that's the liquidity sweep in ES suggests that we might visit the opening range high, 30,192.
Poll is up. Get those votes in. We NQ finish close above or below 30,192. Again, lower right hand corner. You see the countdown clock. 51 minutes till the closing bell. 41 minutes till MOC. Long ways to go. So we get there. Nothing really jumping off on the tilt. 60% long tilt NQ and the ES. Quick delta update. Well, developing situation here in the NQ. Minus 9,200 in the NQ. ES right around plus 300. NQ. Pretty heavy negative delta. Saw a lot of size being traded in the NQ and throughout the day. ES as well. Use that level 2 data. Topstep X. Price of 30,000 even, as well as 30,020. In the volume profile, you can see the size that's traded. Saw a 400 lot got filled in the bid on 30,000 evens, and a 500 lot got filled in the bid 30,020. All right, that was my spiel. Now you two guys, trading buddies. What's the plan here?
It's my best buddy. I got bids in, Dre. 30,025 quarter down to 30,000 evens. We're going to see if we can build a stack below this 5-minute range. I am not necessarily convinced that this is a short. I do like that we were holding a 5-minute range up here. So I want to see. I'm going to see if bulls are back in the house here.
What are the bids? I see what you're looking at. What bids?
30,025s, 30,020s, 10s, and evens.
10s, evens. Okay. Last trade 30,048. I am short. I'm about to bail on this thing. 050. Last trade there. Yep. Mohammed still looking at.
I don't know.
Mohammed,
Yeah, I'm just looking to short this, but I need to see, a stop run around the opening range high. As you can see here, we have couple of highs. We have tagged one, so we still have 2 to go. Stops for the shorts would be 7,548. So if I would take the short now, my stop will be at 7,548, and that's an easy stop to be taken. So I'm looking for those stops to be taken out first, 7,548, and then strong red candle. Then I will take the short so I can place my stop above that pivot.
I like it, Mo.
Otherwise,
I
will
those
wait for a
ideas.
pullback similar to Dolby. Otherwise, if that is not happening, I will wait for a pullback to the 38, 36. Then I will take a long.
Got a plan, Mo.
I like a little uptick in crude here. A little uptick. Now trading $89.16. Now 17 cents. Dow trading 50,777.
Dre, how long do you think it's going to take for gas prices to come down in Illinois? I'm going to give it about 3 weeks.
Yeah, depends who you ask, but realistically, months.
Yeah, that's right.
In fall,
That is
actually,
right.
maybe fall, maybe winter. I mean, now it's driving season here.
When oil's trading at $60 a barrel, maybe it'll finally go down a little bit. Maybe.
I mean, yep. It's going to. I'm just going to creep into Main Street. Again, we have a PCE. We've got Fed's preferred inflation metric coming out tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Be a lot of eyes on that. All right, poll results are back. 61% are going with below. 30,192. Well, we are definitely in a range here. I'm starting to like the
It is
longs
stuck
as
right
well.
now.
Yes, it
It is
is.
stuck.
And the more
If we can
volume
get
that
over
trades
this, yeah, if we can get over this 1 hour range high, Dre, and form a new range, I would be interested in longs. Again.
Breakout City, real.
Breakout City.
Breakout City, I see that.
Population to range trader. See how that goes.
I'm getting out of, yeah, I just got out of the shorts. Watching ES uptick here. $75.44. ES's range today. We are talking about a 40-point range.
This is a tight range, man. This is a tight range right now. This is
not the NQ though. NQ. I'd be selling in the morning during fast markets. We're like a 500 point range in the NQ. We made new all-time highs. NQ and ES.
Yeah, this is not going down. They're holding it there. They're just sticking it there. If this will go down, it will snap very quickly, based on headline or something. Because sellers are hoping now for this to go down.
Yeah, we got that negative delta in NQ, minus 9,200. S&P's ES 100 plus 100. Saw the opposite yesterday.
Very quiet, isn't it?
In crude, so slightly, a couple pennies now. Again, $89.17. 50-50 tilt. Bonds haven't moved.
Okay.
Too much.
Maybe we just test these 30Ks. Did right back up.
This 5-minute range, Dolby, was lower ends right around 025?
Yeah, 025 up to 55. It's about a 30-point range right now. Like I said, it's sticking around up here. Like typically when you have a range, you want to see it fail pretty quick. And we don't even have to go that far back to see a perfect example of that. So when I was on for the 11 o'clock segment with Antonio, we were looking at this exact same 30-minute range. And it formed a range and then it tested and then failed like immediately. So these are 5-minute candles. Look at how many we printed in this range. It's like 6 or 7. We printed 2 and then sold off over 100 points. Maybe more than that. Maybe almost 200 point sell off. So that's a come failed moves, come fast move situation. This is kind of sticking the landing up here.
Definitely.
Yeah. This is bullish for me, Dolby. This is a bullish signal.
I agree.
We call it build up when you have a strong spike higher, and the market just sit there for a while. So they are building or they're elevating the point of control.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely
yeah,
holding
and they
up
are.
Here. 025s.
I mean, I'm down for a stop run.
I'd work for I'll work a bid down there as well. However, if it does want to turn around and actually go lower, we'll play out of it.
Wheel? There it is. Yep. There's that wheel.
Yep. If then.
Mm-hmm.
Also, but if these longs work, start squeezing this negative delta, and could be off to the races to the upside.
Other thing too is, I want to look at like the structure within the range, Dre. And we do have lower highs at highs of the range, but we also have higher lows. So we're Doritoed at the top of the range. So that's not giving me any indication, really. It's right now, it's more of the time that it's sustaining up here is leading me to lean bullish. But if we had a situation in which maybe we weren't making higher lows as well, then maybe shorts would make more sense. Like maybe if this was just flattened out completely, we had equal lows, then maybe I'd be a little bit more inclined to go short up here.
Also,
And also we're kind of
Dobie-
in the middle too.
Yeah, with the longs, if we don't get filled on the bid on these on 025, 30,000, 025, if it does start taking off and breaking out to the upside, and we do see that negative delta starting to unwind, I don't want to say shall mark it in to a long if we clear
I bid.
70s, 60s, something like that.
Yeah, then it's momentum trade. Then we're in Mo's house if we break out. Riding the Mo train.
The
Money
downside?
down. Well, if we break out to the upside, Mo.
If we break out to the upside in the NQ,
Yeah.
not necessarily the ES, the NQ with this negative delta minus 9,200. If we start seeing that thing get to minus 8,000, minus 7,000, we continue to push higher in the NQ, then yes, I will think that the
Go
squeeze
long,
might
yeah,
be
because at the same time in
Squeeze might be
ES, at that point, will be higher than the opening range high.
Yep.
So that would be considered as an acceptance of the price above. So we play the breakout.
Like that. Oh, there's a question. JMBA 1306. What do you mean by the wheel? So the wheel
wheel
trade's
play.
pretty cool. So, for example, let's say like we want to get short at, let's say at the highs here at like
50s.
50s. We want to get short at 50s. And let's say we put a stop at 65 even, right? Right at that candlestick high. What we would do is, let's say we're just short one. We would do would it be a sell stop? It would be a sell stop. Stop for 2. So then we would be +1 to the long side.
Kind of like reverse.
Right? And so then our position becomes long 1 at where we got stopped out. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
makes
you're basically you're admitting that you are not only wrong, but you are very wrong. Getting short 50s,
But
and all of a sudden it's trading 60s, 70s. And
be very careful.
Don't
be very
do it. It's
careful
not-
if you think to do it. You have to have a plan. You have to have a rule when to do it, when not to do it, because this is an easy way to get emotional. Very easy way to get emotional and get tilted.
100%. This is not the market to. This is not the market to wheel out of it. Back in March, February would be more conducive to that. 2.5s on the.
Yeah. So now we're not making higher. I'm not making higher highs. Sellers keep on coming in and kind of keeping this locked up. So this makes it seem like we want to go down and grab some liquidity if we decide to come back up here.
Yeah, we might.
But we don't know how far down it wants to go.
I'm short too. I'm short too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm short too. Just to test the water, we have 2 5-minute red candle, 2 consecutive. We never had this before. Market stays long at this area. Start to, buyers are not happy at this place. Otherwise, they will take it higher. Why they're not taking it higher? Because they are weaker than what we think. So we have 2 5-minute red candles. My stop will be just above the opening range high. But if I see red candle, 5-minute red candle coming back again, I will exit.
Oh, Mo, what price you short from, and how many times? You said short 2, MEOS?
70. Short 2 micros, 7,542.
42. Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
How 7 minutes?
This is exciting though, Dre. This is exciting. I know nothing's happening right now, but like this is so coiled up that the potential opportunity out of this range is going to be wild.
Yeah.
Exactly it.
Doom. Okay, if that's called
to
the
go
wheel,
short. I mean, this behavior at this high. I mean, if they trap me, okay, Congratulations, you win.
Yep.
Confirmation. Need some sort of confirmation, some sort of volume, some sort of
Yeah, the confirmation
headline.
will be a close below 7,540.
Yeah, but
if we close below that low, so that means they will start making lower low now.
There needs to be volume behind it, though, Mohammed. We're seeing volume coiling up.
As long as I'm looking to tick chart, that somehow is a volume movement, because every candle represents 2,000 tick, and every tick is a trade. So there is a volume behind the tick chart. This is why I like structure in the tick chart.
Take along here. It's a coin toss.
It's low probability trade, by the way. Very low probability trade. Especially
Which one?
with this
The
low.
short?
The short, yeah. Because this is moving slowly higher. And we know when the market is quiet, is up to the right.
Yep. Just that passive bid, Mo. Just when in doubt, it feels like the tie goes to the Bulls. As baseball.
Absolutely.
Baseball term. Yeah. Doesn't mean it won't happen. But...
And sometime your bias is getting corrected or it's getting adjusted when you are in a trade more than you are watching. If you are watching, you will not feel it. However, if I test the water, I see
100%.
Am I in the right direction or not? So that will confirm my bias or will invalidate it. So what is 2 micros, $45? Yeah, it's worth it. Even
Absolutely,
if I lose, I would know my bias now.
That is true.
When you're actually in the market, feel it, you sense it. We're seeing a little downtick here in the ES.
Let's break this 40. 7,540. If we break it now, we start to have lower low. The first lower low since when? Since this low. Since we made the low of today, they never made lower low in the 2000 tick chart. So if we break 7,540, so that their first clue of the reversal.
Right. No, it's like when your spouse asks you, should I wear this clothing or that clothing? They secretly know which one they really want. They just need your opinion to confirm their own opinion. So that's what getting
At
into
the end,
a trade is.
It doesn't matter what you choose.
Then you're always wrong.
Chat.
Then that's trading.
You
right?
get
Yeah, that's
relationship
exactly right.
advice here. You get the analogies, metaphors between trading and relationship. Perfect analogy. Yes, chat. Was that a perfect analogy or what? We got 4 minutes on the bottom of the hour. Slightly downtick.
Yeah, so what does ES wants to wear now? The red or the green? I prefer the red.
Okay.
Wrong, Mo.
Wrong. Why would you? Yeah.
Nice sell off. Here. Let's see if we continue down.
I want to take this. Now, if that negative delta does increase in the NQ, there could be some follow. We got a little uptick here in crude. Crude continuing to grind higher, up about 20 cents, 25 cents here since Power Hour began. Looking at $89.36, 50-50 across the board on the tilt. We got ES.
38 is, I believe, is the point of control since the open. Let me double check.
I'm in with. Oh shoot! I don't want to get in that one. You're in.
Yeah, we're gonna get our stop down to like 990 here.
You gotta let it breathe for sure.
A little bit of wiggle room into the 30Ks.
On the ES.
Negative
delta growing. Negative delta growing. Heads up. Negative delta growing. And now just flip negative on the ES. Also, I'm out of any longs.
75.29 is the point of control from the open. Sorry.
Hang in there. This could be lookout. 37.
Point of control is 37. Why is it 29?
Getting in there short.
Okay.
Long 3.
Okay, what price, Dolby?
I'm out 1. I'm
18
out
quarter.
1.
Nice, Mo.
18 quarter, 30,000. 018 quarter. That's 3.
See if we can get 44 half and 60s.
Micron getting sold. Thank you for that.
Oh, that's not good.
Justin 07. Thank you for
I
that, Micron.
I don't think that we are making a new low with this short. It's just
I might get some more
test
shorts here.
of the market. This is like a transit flight.
Is that right? Look at
the
these
market.
analogies.
We know it's always going
City.
up to the right. Sometime it goes from down to the right. So that is a transit. It's just a transit. We are going down to pick up more travelers, and we'll go up to the right again. So I'm out.
So,
Mo
I'm
is
out. We respected the point of control. I'm flat now.
Okay. We're gonna pull our 4th and just run these 3.
Okay. 60 seconds. 60 seconds to the bottom of the hour.
Yep. Looking for a test of the middle of the range we got out of, and then see if we can get to the range high, and then see if we can get a breakout out of the range. Getting good at drawing these arrows.
This is
I don't know if I can beat Mo.
30 seconds. Was that just a head fake? Just to puke the longs.
Who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows? We'll see.
And,
I don't want to
time
move my
long.
stop yet.
Let's see what happens here on that bottom of the hour does. Hit. Here we go. Buckle up. Power hour.
More like sour hour.
More like someone else gave it a better name.
Oh, really? What was it? More like power
something
50.
like chop hour or something like that. Oh man.
Ooh.
You can buy this.
Nice cover, Mo.
Yes, nice cover indeed. I'm a goldfish, Mohammed. I'm a goldfish.
Yeah. I remembered, and
you were just short though. You were just short.
Yeah.
I'm stayed short. I think ES turned negative.
I was baiting the market.
They've
bait.
Take a nice long Dolby time.
Ooh, we got to get above. You're gonna get back into these like 35s. Can we get back into the 35s?
Just to the tick. Point of control respected to the tick.
Let us get out one here, Nazi. Let us get out
from
one.
18.
3 at 18 quarter. 3 at 18 quarter.
Okay.
Have this.
So
this is a bicycle trade. I get short, I take profit, you get long. This is what.
Well, looks good on the 15-minute, right? So if you're range trading, you can always check a larger time frame to make sure that you're aligned in a good spot. So if we look at the 15-minute chart over here, I mean, look where we're accumulated at. We have 3 micros at the tail wick outside of the 15-minute range. So it's about as good as it gets. Does it mean it's going to be a winning trade? Not necessarily, but it's a good trade location, which is great. At least we're not 3 at 30,040s, which would be the middle.
Not short. Yeah, at least you're not short from 14. 30,014.
Not short from 14. That is true.
That's some goldfish shit right there. I'll tell you what. The second form did already hit. However, more coming for the rest of the month. That being said, I got to throw it to James. Just get on in here. We got announcements. We got news. The people love hearing from you. We need some volatility. What's up, Dr. Val? Good.
What is up indeed? Hello, everybody. If you missed some big news this morning during fast markets, well, guess what? I got you covered because I'm going to repeat it. We've got a big announcement because Topstep just launched 3 new communities. Do you prefer Twitch or Kick over YouTube? If the answer is yes, it's your lucky day. Now you can catch Topstep TV from Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and inside Topstep X. Whether you're trading at your desk or on the go, you've got options now to stay tuned into all the market moves and tradertainment happening on Topstep TV. And that's not all. We also have an official community hub on Reddit, r/Topstep community. Think of it as the new unfiltered trading floor. Post your wins, share setups, ask questions, get feedback from other traders, or share feedback with the Topstep team. We're in there. You helped us build one of the biggest and best YouTube communities. Now it's time for us to take over Reddit. We'll see you over there. I know Andre's already gearing up all his ghost accounts and to be chiming in on all those posts. So join him because we're going to be dropping the link to all 3 of these new communities in the chat. So go ahead and join us now and take Topstep wherever you go. Now, before we get back to their Action and Power Hour, guys, millions of Americans didn't let high gas prices and soaring airfares ruin their Memorial Day travel plans. But analysts say the rest of the summer could tell a different story. Karen Kafa is in Washington with a look at what's ahead and anywhere travelers might save.
Despite soaring airfares and gas prices, Memorial Day travel broke records, but the rest of the summer may prove the true test, and demand seems uneven.
Those with a little bit more money, with more means, they are the ones that are traveling the most, and the people that are on the economy side, they are the ones that are pulling back a little bit.
A survey conducted by Deloitte in April found 45% of Americans planned a summer trip with a lodging stay, the lowest level since the pandemic year in 2020. Those choosing not to travel, the survey found, mostly cited financial pressure, but those making a trip plan to spend more. Jet fuel costs have nearly doubled since the start of the Iran war 3 months ago, and as airlines seek to cut their costs, Sarah Kopit, editor-in-chief of travel news site Skift, says passengers pay more.
When that happens, airlines do pare back, and what that means is that there are fewer seats, there's more competition for those seats, which drives prices up.
Amid recent optimism that a deal to end the war could be close, analysts warn getting more normal oil, gas, and jet fuel prices will take time.
You have to move the ships, evacuate the ships that are trapped in the Persian Gulf. You have to restart the facilities that have been shuttered. All that is in the weeks to months time frame. And then from there, you've got to think about repairing damaged facilities.
One positive sign for drivers, AAA says the nationwide average for a gallon of gas has trended downward over the last week. Still, prices are about 40% higher than 1 year ago. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
We were just talking about that. Over time. Hit me with an update. Hit me with an update on this trade.
Position update. We are long 30,015. We took profit on one at around 30,044.5. We've moved our stop to below that like swing low, so our stop's at 08, 008. We're looking for a breakout
Yes,
of
we
these
are.
lower highs. Lower highs have got to go.
Well, we got the head
I'm
fake
long-
to the downside.
I'm long 5.
Yeah, let's go,
Oh.
Mo.
Let's go,
Felt
Mo.
that. I feel that, Mo. What price,
long
baby?
5.
Come on.
7,539. I got this nice long, nice green candle, testing my moving averages. Moving average sloping higher. Everything directed to the long side. I feel very comfortable being in a long. I think we're gonna test the opening range high 7,546, and there I will take 2 out. My stop will be 7,536.
I like it. What's the initial balance high here for?
Come on, let's do this. IV high 087 for NQ.
087. 087.
All right, just a squeeze.
Check. 087.
30,087. I have 30,087 initial balance high. You got something
I
different,
get
Mo?
the 30-minute opening range.
Son of a.
The 30-minute opening range is
We should have 10%.
187. 187. My apologies. Thank you,
Yeah,
Hogue. 187. Breakout.
at 193, but it's just 2 ticks difference.
We're flat right now. What would I lean long or short? And Q up right in this range, right? 30,055.
If you were flat, Jerry, you would like and subscribe Topstep TV
Thank you.
and tell all of your friends to
Thank you. Wow.
watch us and follow.
Very smooth.
You like that, Trey?
Unless you think that we don't deserve a like.
I love Mo. Mo, you're
let
the
me
best.
know. Do you think that we don't deserve a like?
We're gonna 10% that second one. Ooh, whoa, that was interesting. I didn't do that.
See
I just
that?
sold one. I
See
just
that?
covered, nothing to do with it.
Uh-huh.
All right, Dre, look where our last position is. 30,010.
01.
30,010. Not get much better than that. We're
No,
gonna
that
wait.
was nice.
Sitting tight. We're sitting tight here. This one's for the auto liquidator.
Hope so. Did see saw some buyers get ejected just a little bit. NQ. Off to the races. Off to the races in the NQ.
Our target
Trust us.
is going to be 30,110s. 30,110s.
Hogue, is it happening?
Is it happening?
Is it happy? 50-50 till. We got 11 minutes till MOC.
We just gotta hang in there, man. What's another 40 points from here?
So much for that sell in Micron.
You mean that buying opportunity, Trey? Is that what you
Exactly
referred
what
that
it
sell as?
was. That's exactly what it was.
They're not called sells anymore. They're called buying opportunities. Get with it, everybody. That was what you do to Ferrari. That's what you do to Ferrari.
Negative
Sell
deltas.
that shit.
Squeeze this.
Do you still have negative delta in ES?
It was minus 800. I'll get you that update here shortly. I did get.
Doom Lord. How did I get that price? I bought it, Doom.
Oh, good question.
I just bought it. It was down there and I bought it.
Very nice. Very nice. And that's a screenshot. I mean, picture perfect.
All right, I'm long.
You cannot make it up.
Bad location.
Even if you do a Photoshop, you will not make it that perfect, man.
A little bit of rejection up here. Let's just see. We just got to hang in there. Got to hang in there. Got 100 in the bag.
Hang in there.
We just got to let this cook.
Come on, squeeze these. Squeeze.
Yeah, this is going to opening range high. I am coming from future, and I'm telling you.
Mohammed, don't do that. Stop that.
Not the financial advice. Even if you come from the future.
We gotta get this 9 minutes MOC.
Wait, wouldn't the initial balance be 30,192? Because that was the highest point.
Yep,
187.
Yeah, for me, I think 192 is the opening range high for the first 30 minutes.
Our initial balance high, right?
Yeah.
That was the highest point between 8:30 and 9:30 Central.
Correct.
Oh, shit. Maybe that should be our target then. I mean, not a lot of volume traded between here and there. I mean, look at that. There's a giant...
Dow's rolling over.
Giant valley.
Okay. We got Mohammed. ES Delta is 0. EQ Delta minus 8,900. So that paired back by about 300. So we can squeeze. I'm playing for the squeeze.
Market cook.
Come on.
Do we buy more?
Man.
Do we buy more? Maybe like 30,025.
The Dow. The Dow's.
Who cares?
Rolling
Who cares
over.
about, when do we care about the Dow, Trey?
I'm just looking. I'm looking for reasons as to what is changing. What is changing while we're in this trade, if anything. So don't get
What's
completely
NVIDIA doing?
blindsided.
That's all that matters. What's NVIDIA doing? Video
Chat
is
dragging
on the
along
bid.
is why we are going down now. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I've been there.
Yep.
Oh, I've been there. Selling off a little bit. Mohammed, you took 2 off, right?
No.
Mohammed's
Still
coming
long
to us from the
fight.
future.
Mo from the
okay.
future. New segment here at Topstep. What else? What else has changed in the future, Mo? Anything else?
What's MOC going to be? Yeah, well, if you're above below, better hit then, Mohammed.
Yeah, what's your above below?
What is it? 192?
30,192. Oh yeah,
Hey.
initial balance high.
190.
Okay. Well, let's really see if Mo is from the future. I like this. Oh, straight.
You'll still be my friend, Andre.
Oh, come
until
on, Mo, forever.
Yeah.
Oh,
people thought initially that we didn't like each other. It might be true. You might not like me, but I like you, Mohammed. So you have no choice. We are going to be friends, whether you like it or not. We got MOC 6.5 minutes. Again, more.
Yeah, we got the
50K no activation fee
throw is-
combines coming your way this week, this month. Tune into Topstep TV when those forms drop.
we got a
money.
megaphone in the NASDAQ.
This is where it turns around. In the chat, Bob says, you think this is going to 30,192 in 17 minutes? It was just a number he put out there. It's just, it's just a little game we play. We might. This Delta.
Why not?
If they unwind this thing, oh yeah.
100 points? Easily happen.
It'll be time. That was a hell of a range trade, man. That's my partner right there. Mohammed, still long?
30% of the time it works every
Long.
time, Dre.
Coming from the future, of course I'm still long.
Thank you, Mom. Wait, what? That's present. That's the present, Mohammed.
Yeah. Why I exit and I know it's going there.
This thing breaks out.
This is a generational buying opportunity.
Yeah.
Nvidia is now only down 0.84%.
Just a moment.
Nvidia
Or
can get
never.
over 213.30s. That would be a structure change. Keep an eye on that. Nvidia almost down only 0.79%. So Nvidia has some buyers.
I'll buy another one. All right, bit long.
Just gotta hang tight. I'm just taking a page out of Karabi's book. Just don't touch it.
Right?
Set your stop. Don't touch it. I am not from the future, so I do not know what is going to happen. But I do know that if I don't touch this trade, I can't mess it up. Can't mess it up if I keep on pressing buttons. Let this cook. We had 2 of our targets. Let the third run.
Crude trading, $89.38. Gold in range. Also 50-50 across the board on the tilt. Ooh, they bought that dip.
Ooh, hello. There's some wiggle.
That feel sellers.
Who's going to sustain shorts? And what are we talking about here, guys?
This minus 9,000 delta. This minus 9,000
Oh, yeah.
delta got me. There goes the ES.
How long are they going to keep that for? Is it 9,000 in the NASDAQ or 9,000 in ES?
NQ, NASDAQ.
Really? Oh, that's how we're getting to our 190s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No touchy. Let me know if they start unwinding, Dre. Actually, I'll know if they start unwinding. I'll have to ask to see it.
Yeah, I thought it was game on there. Thought it was game on.
Nvidia only down 0.78%.
NQ. Come on, we can do this. Or just go to
It's all
MOC.
lie.
They're still holding a bid.
They're holding a bid. We got higher lows.
It's be too soon. Yes, finding strength. Dow continuing to push a little lower. However, those divergences we've seen perhaps could be some Field to the upside for the NQ. We got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes to MOC. What is MOC? It is the
generational buying opportunity. Not financial advice.
The amount of dollars of shares to be bought or sold on the close.
Meta's up 4%. How is Meta up 4%? Such a trash company.
Unless they want to sponsor us, then you guys are the absolute best.
Yeah, right.
Mohammed, how's it? What's up? Update that.
Yeah, I'm getting some calls from the future.
Yeah, tell me. Seriously.
Wait, calls?
Where we
Wouldn't
at?
that just be a call from the present since you're already in the future?
No, I'm coming from the future, and you have to take notes of what things that would happen in the present. So I think I missed that note. It wasn't today. I think it was tomorrow. So
Tomorrow. Got it. Okay.
Anyway.
One
We're
minute
still
and
the
a half,
state.
Dre.
The trade's still valid.
No touchy.
Yeah, the future
How
has
do we
changed.
add more? How do we add more?
Yeah, what's
Somebody
up with
changed something in the past, so the future
Yeah,
has
Mohammed, we're seeing it. ES has turned around.
What does that mean? To the
So
downside.
it's selling off. Pretty biggest sell move we've seen in this 5 minute in Power Hour. 50 seconds MOC. 50 so MOC. I have no idea what this MOC is going to be. Click like, click subscribe, click notify. We got 2 on Dolby.
1. We covered
this thing comes. It's gonna be sell side, isn't it?
We covered at 56 and 42.
Nice job. Where's the stop? The next one?
Break even. 30,000 tens.
Mohammed still in this?
Free runner.
Still in this. I stop at 36.
Okay, let's do this.
20 seconds to party time.
I've been giving back half of the P&L here in Power Hour. That's exactly what you don't want to do. What are you gonna do? You gotta get those entries like Dolby time.
Buy side
8 seconds.
1.2. Buy side 1.2. That's what I'm guessing.
It's gonna be sell side. I'm feeling sell side. That Delta. Here we go.
Oof.
Sell
I'm
side.
out.
Yeah, heavy sell side S&Ps. 2.3 billion sell side ES.
Ooh.
800 million sell side NQ. Numbers Canon will change Dow 700 mil sell side. That's pretty big for Dow as well. Again, heavy sell side ES. Those numbers Canon will change as you're seeing a bid come in. Go figure.
All right, we'll move our stop up to 30,032s. So below that low it just made. I'll lock in $1.44 for us if we get tagged there.
Crude up ticking.
NASDAQ has to go down to go up.
Still sell side. Again, those numbers Canon will change in the. Here we go. Next 9 minutes. 9 minutes till the closing bell. Mo flat.
I'm long again.
Back in it.
Yeah, let's go, Mo. Mo from the future.
What's the price this time? How many times?
75.39.
Okay.
10 micros.
39.
Still in the range.
Still sell side. Numbers aren't moving too much. Still 2 billion sell side. Yes, the fact that was Dow caught a bid. It's sell side. I am not quite sure what these markets are moving on. We got crude continuing to grind higher. Gold not doing too much, been about $10 range in gold. Lower end of 44.75, upper end about 85s. ES catching a bid. Mohammed long.
Yeah.
Hogue one of them days. Dow has turned around to the upside as well. These markets are tricky. That's why you play the ranges. You saw structure hold. Okay. What are we thinking, Dolby time? Dolby time. What are we thinking here? If we can get this move,
Just chilling,
higher?
dude. We moved our stop up. We're just chilling.
Okay.
We're not touching it. We moved our stop up to 30,032. That was the low that it made on MOC. it gets back down there, we get 44 bucks, and we get $1.44 on the day. Otherwise, I think we wait and see if we can break the range high, maybe go up to 30,100s.
All right, we'll see another injection of liquidity here in about 2.5 minutes. When this guy came on, we got little some movement. Again, in fast markets, we asked you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag fast markets. That's some cool stuff. James, they've been bringing the heat lately. How'd they do today? Feeling like they came through.
They did good. They did good today because, like Andre said earlier, we asked you to go to X, go to any social media really, and just tag us and share your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. And here's what you brought to the table today. We're going to start with definitely not Mike. I don't know who you are, but he's definitely not Mike. And shout out Topstep for a max payout. Mike has taken out $3,000, which is the maximum amount you can take, and you're pocketing it. You know what? You're doing the work. Take that max payout, put it in the bank, put it in your pocket, buy yourself something nice. No matter what, keep jabbing away and do it all again. So whoever you are, not Mike, good job. Moving on. From Spearhead FX, one red day on this live account after weeks, and we're panicking probably. Going to cash out 9K from this 18K balance. So yeah, people are paying themselves, and we always tell you to take the payout. Now, saving up for a 9K payout is pretty nice, though, Spearhead. So again, do something nice with it, and be sure to reinvest back in yourself. Come back tomorrow, do it all again. We want to see those jabs. I want to see those wins. Keep hitting the X, but nice job, Spearhead FX. Up next from Tomsby, good day on the Topstep account. Topstep, thank you for making this space. And to Michael Batak, it's truly been life-changing. Now remember, you guys are the ones pushing the buttons. You're the ones putting in the work. We offer the opportunity. So I'm glad you had a great day in your account. Keep it up. Hopefully you locked it up and you kept that green day green. Next up from Nathan, showing off his winning streak this week. A bunch of fire emojis and a 3-day green streak. And pretty impressive keeping up a 3-day green streak, especially with that $1,000 figure on a holiday Monday. Nathan, you are still putting in the work. Let's see how that week keeps going. Here's all to you. But don't worry if you do hit a red day, because as our final contestant here, Neo, has pointed out, funded account day 5. Tough week so far, but discipline is paying off. Kept the losses small and protected the capital. That's the real edge. And that's exactly what it is. Some weeks are going to look like this. You're going to have those red days, and it's going to sting. But being sure to protect your capital and coming back tomorrow to put up those W's again is the only way to do it. Anyway, that's all I've got for you guys for your hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour content. Be sure to keep tagging us all week long, and we'll keep sharing them here during Power Hour. Back to you, Andre.
Okay, sell side growing, 1.5 billion sell side NQ, and we're catching a bid. ES 2.5. Oh, now we've got Fed's Cook hitting the wire right now.
Let's go, baby.
How about this? The right course of action is to hold rates steady. Hold rates steady.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Walking this up a little bit.
Hold rates steady.
We don't want rates steady. We want rates down for this trade.
Wow. Catching a bit. It was catching a bit. Trust me, because I was short, bold. It was catching a bit enough to get me those shorts.
Higher highs right now.
Shout out to the market makers today. You guys absolutely cleaned up. I know you guys had to clean up. And PCE tomorrow. Gonna be huge. Have huge impact on the markets. We'll see if what inflation is looking like. Mohammed long, Dolby time long. More from Cook. Even temporary shocks could push up inflation in the medium term. Would be prepared to cut rates if the labor market deteriorates. Yeah, sounds.
We'll take that. We still can't make a higher high right now. We need like 50s to break. We need
absolutely cleaning up. Where's Jay? Make sure to turn at the buzzer also. He's the volume master. What just the amount of sheer volume that's been traded today. All right, now Cook's
definitely kept it in a range. Ooh.
Yeah. What do we got here? Dolby time. Talk to me. How we looking? We move the stop up to
stops at 34s, Dre. 34s.
Okay.
I feel like we could get stopped at a moment's notice, but we're still giving it some room to the upside to run. I'm not optimistic though. We are not making higher highs. We need a big push to change this trend here that we got going on with these lower highs.
Ring, ring, ring. Was looking for Mohammed. Mohammed, ring, ring, ring. This is the future.
Yeah, I mean, the future
this is
didn't
the
tell
future
me
calling.
where is the stop should be.
Well, the future is saying that that the market is going to
We'll go
close in
there, but
2 minutes.
maybe we'll go lower first.
This is the present calling right now. The present is now calling for Mohammed. It's a billion sell side NQ. It is 1.8 billion sell side in the ES.
Every time you say billion sell side, NASDAQ jumps up 10 points. So keep it up, Dre.
Keep it up. I'll tell you, kept it up. Hello. Take a look at this live funded leaderboard. 55 G's, I believe, is the price, keeping that P&L high. Hell yeah. Mark, Andrea, Harry, Kyra, and Hans. Same names, same P&Ls. But yeah, keeping that P&L up and away. Absolutely love to see that. We got 90 seconds till the close. Again.
Gonna keep on walking this up. Now we're at 30,036. And we break these highs.
That is how you get chopped up in the final hour of the New York session, folks. Head fakes, head fakes, head fakes. Well, here we go.
And we break these highs.
Little down tick there in gold.
Say billion sell side again, Dre.
I wish I could sell it for the ES. We're at 1.7 billion sell side. NQ now 400 million sell side. Heavy Dow sell side as well.
Okay. Back on the bid again. Keep it up. This is going well.
Change personalities. This market changed personalities like 2 or 3, 4 times today.
Yeah.
Mohammed, we're gonna get this. We're back
from the future.
Come on, Mohammed. You were just talking shit to the markets. You're saying you're the future. Come on, Mo. We got 30 seconds.
The future didn't tell me how much this can squeeze lower. I mean, I just noticed that they will reach 7,546, but they didn't say
later, George.
Is it gonna go to the stop first or not?
Yeah, decent day, maybe not. Yes, the price action no good. There's 3 million contracts. 3 million contracts traded in the NQ today. Huge, massive. Dolby time, 5 seconds till the closing bell. We've been to these prices. Here we go.
Flat. 162.
I'm flat.
And you know what the real skill was there, folks? Is that us three were able to talk in circles for that final hour, and it even really happened. That's Mohammed. That's Dolby time. Shout out to all the bellers. Don't forget, we got more 50K no activation fee contests coming at you throughout the week, month. Yeah. Mohammed, Dolby time, as always. Absolute pleasure. Click subscribe one more time. From there, I'm going to throw it to my main James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely. What is up, everybody? Give it up in the chat one more time for our Power Hour crew. I want to see some love for Mohammed, for Dolby, and for Andre in the chat. But don't go anywhere because the trading talk is not ending quite yet. That's right. Up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and they're going to be sure to recap the entire day's trading session. Did you miss fast markets? Were you unavailable during group coaching? Well, if you missed any of today's show, you can be sure that Coach Jay and Coach Paul are going to recap everything that went down, trades that were took, headlines that were released, and they're going to make sure that you know what it means for your trading plan when the market reopens at 5 p.m. Central Time tonight. And then once the market does reopen, be sure to tune back in tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time because Coach Dakota is back with slow markets. Last night on Slow Markets was a crazy time. Karabi and Jay joined Dakota on Slow Markets, and you never know who might join Dakota next. So be sure to tune in. That's tonight, 7 p.m. Central Time for Slow Markets, right here on our Topstep YouTube channel. Why would you go anywhere else? Then tomorrow morning, we're going to be live again with a brand new episode of Topstep TV at 7:15 a.m. Central Time, and we have a great Thursday lined up for you. We got special guests coming on to talk GDP and durable goods and PCE. We got Yusuf dropping in. We got the return of James S., Braden, and tons more all heading your way, in addition to more contest entry forms. So, guys, I guess this is the point in the show where I'll just say, I'll see you tomorrow. It sounds like such a stacked lineup. I know you guys are going to be here bell to bell again. So for now, let's go ahead and get you on over to At the Buzzer. And as always, I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.